YouTube is fucking, bro, it's fucking dead. I streamed FC24/5. None a single random viewer, just none a single, just to pass through my streaming, bro.
YouTube is not good for finding people to watch live unless you have make videos or shorts to get subscribers.
Section full of fucking taxi.
There's 7.
Let's see what I do. I call a taxi. Taxi will come here. By the way, I'll buy the taxi. I forgot I can work as a taxi. I love that. That's my dream.
You have 2 emails.
Albanian taxi driver.
Yes. Welcome, welcome, sir. Do you mind if I rob you?
Oh, hello, gambling.
Gambling.
Ground digger, rainbow collector, road trip, go postal slave. I can do this. LSD and blackjack. 23 hours. Okay. Taxi. Of course, you're gonna be late. Whoa, ho, ho, ho. Hello, lady. How you doing? You good?
Okay. Yeah.
I have a gift for you.
I have a gift for you. $100 is all I got.
Oh, thank you. Give me a second. I want to exchange a gift as well.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're welcome. You make sure you eat that orange.
Vitamin
Okay.
C.
Have a good
It's
day, okay?
fresh from Albania. Yes. Have a good one.
Yeah.
That was nice ass. Okay. Why is no taxi coming?
Go to the main street.
This fucking ministry. Everybody living Christmas. Na 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 na. Alright. Taxi. Oh, you know what, bro? What you can do? You can open the fucking taco thing and make some money while fucking. Oh yeah, the taco thing is. Oh my god, what's this? Which of them is my? Oh yeah, the second car. Let's see if I can rob that car. My god, block this guy behind, please. Block this, block this. My chop chop car. Come. Block it a little bit. Thank you. Freeze! Stop! What the fuck? Oh my god! What the hell? Holy shit! What the fuck was that, man? Fucking hell! Okay, we start with action. What an impossible mission for me, bro, to stay AFK, yeah? Come on, this taxi. Where? I don't see. Why you lie? You fuckers, you're not good taxi. Wait until Quash comes here. And by the way, they have done something to my beard. I don't like it anymore. They did something. somebody will rob me here for sure. We lean for. Okay, we stay here. Let's see. We can watch here mostly. And we go Twitch. We post this here. Okay, now. You came. You motherfucker. I got my money back here. Holy shit. The funny thing is when he comes again and I try to block the door. Oh my god, cops are here.
And
Now.
the
How the
cops
fuck am I? You know, look,
I'm
look,
going
look,
to
look, look. No, no, he came back again. No, I'm not gonna open the door. No, 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 no. Stay out. I'm gonna call the cops. No. 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 Bruh, stay out. Don't come in. Don't come in. Don't come in. No, how the fuck? How? Look how many. What the fuck? I'm being under attack by rats. No. Oh my god. No, no, no.
Okay, this
Oh
was
no.
good.
These motherfuckers, bro. Cassane is not enough, okay? Okay, we stop it at these
Believe
motherfuckers.
me. Yes.
We stop it at these motherfuckers. Alright. Just leave him. Oh my god. I mean. Okay. I'm going. Oh my god, cops are here now. How the fuck am I? I'm going to explain. No, no, he came back again. No, I'm not gonna open the door. No, no, no. Okay. When I start shooting those fuckers. Oh, it's 60, so. This So we started. Oh my god, cops are here now. How the fuck am I? I'm going to. Oh my god, cops are here now. How the fuck am I? I'm going to explain. No, no, he came back again. No, I'm not gonna open the door. No, no, no. Okay. These motherfuckers, bro. God,
Okay,
cops
this
are
is
here
perfect.
now. How the fuck am I? I'm going to explain.
This
No,
is
no, he came back again. No, I'm not gonna open the door. No.
But before
no,
we do
no,
that, I wanna save something
Stay out.
here
I'm gonna call the
on
cops.
your
No.
DMs, okay?
No. No.
You like this camo?
Bruh, stay
That-
out. Don't come in.
Cool camo, no?
Don't come in.
The good one. It's nice.
Was like 80
come
cents
in.
on the Gaijin market. I was like, I need.
How the fuck? Look how many. What the fuck?
Okay.
Very, very nice.
I'm being under.
Bro, this
attack
thing
by
is
rats.
such a troll
No.
vehicle.
Oh my god.
Anti-tank missile carrier.
Yeah.
Hot.
It's bro, it's so fast. Like movability is insane.
Best here. Part 3. Part 3. Okay.
Following the stratosphere.
Save clip.
What? Yeah.
We cannot pause this because we need some minutes here. Yeah. How many minutes?
Wait, which BR is the Terminator? The Chinese one?
Don't know.
Because if I get the I might consider getting that one before it goes above 100.
Actually, yeah. We'll post it later.
I'll check.
And how much is it now? Is it below 60?
You go here.
Wait.
I want it.
45.
I need to get it.
Just
If nothing, it's a fun meme vehicle. The missiles are top-down shoes to get. You need to mark it somehow. Oh, you have separate rockets. You need to mark the tank.
shit.
Yeah, but they are mouse guided.
No, not those. They have two different types of rockets. That has results. Lock onto it like you would a plane. And now are. See? Depending where you lock on, the missile will go there.
But they're not that good, sadly.
I know, but still, it's a fun vehicle.
True.
Fucking clips. Oh, the fucking clips. The fucking clips. So openly. Shut up. Creator dashboard. Content clips. I want the part 2. Share. Copy link. Go here. Can we post it here? Yeah. Now I need 30 minutes to post the other one. We go here, media part 2. We go here, part 2. Alright.
Oh.
We go here for the part 3. The part 3 one here. Share. Copy link. Here. Media part 3. Part 3. Oh, fucking DVD appeared. Shut up. We cannot hear because there is a fucking 28 delay. Sabaudin, my friend. Where is that at? Here. Albania as well. So Albanians can see. Bosnia. You want Bosnia as well? Where is Bosnia? Bosnian flag. Where is the Bosnian flag?
Ba.
What?
B-A.
Oh, B-E. B-E?
B-A-A. Like Albania.
B-A. Ah. B-A. B-A. Yes. So people see emojis and you know they fucking reacted. Okay, the part 3 we need 28 minutes, but we post it in there. So let's see what else. We keep this here and we go here and look for the part 4. So it's not enough, I have to fight with everybody. Yeah, okay. Fucking hell, bro. Where is my money? Oh my god, how the oh no, help! 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 I can start it from here if I don't mention Kisin, because the cops came. You see what you did, Kisin? Oh, I'm about
no.
to die, I have to go.
Fuck, I
take
cannot.
bandages. I cannot see.
Bro,
how the fuck am I supposed to explain this to the cops? Holy shit.
I got a delay on this one.
Oh my god, bro. Look, another red, bro. Bro, I can't explain to the cops, bro. Bro, don't. Help! Oh, sheriff! No, run. Sheriff! Come here, you motherfucker. Come. Come now, come here. Come. No, come to the sheriff. Help me, this rat. Look, the rat behind sheriff is robbing me. The rat is robbing me all the time. Sheriff, do you see the rat?
What the hell?
I'm in trouble. I don't know what's going on. I'm
That's the
shooting
best.
the rats all the time. Look. Leave me alone, you
Hey,
rat.
there's a crazy rat on the loose and I have rabies.
Help me.
I was wondering what the shots were, man, and I saw you over here, so.
Wait, no, it's coming. No, bro.
Oh, no, it's in the right-
Look,
oh
no,
my God,
he
oh my
stole
God,
my
what the
money.
heck?
Stole my money.
What the heck?
No,
Wait, what?
no, rats, give my money.
Hold on.
Give my money. Bro, this rat.
Hey, it's a thief rat.
Here's my money. Wait,
It's so valid,
Are you
honestly.
able to get it?
what the fuck is going on? It never happened this to me. How can a rat
I've
steal
never-
the money? I
Well,
know they eat cash. What the fuck? What's that, bro? Animals are attacking me, bro. I
this is
love
very
animals.
long,
What
bro.
the fuck? Look, what's that?
Yo,
This is I'm long. crying, man.
you're not getting into it.
That's the best
Did you
one.
actually just get robbed by a rat?
I swear to
Yeah,
God.
but where
I
to
swear to
start
God.
and where to
Look,
finish,
another
bro.
animal is coming up.
When officer comes,
So I think we finish with the red because it's too much.
Okay,
Otherwise,
yeah.
we're gonna make it
yeah,
big.
connect
So
it.
we need to do something here, not to the bird. So with the birds, we do another one, bro. It's too many clips here, bro. We can do it. To me, how can a rat
I've
steal
never-
the money? Wait, now we start. Shooting the rats. Come.
Now, see,
Come.
see we go.
No, come to the sheriff. Help me, this rat. Look, the rat behind sheriff is robbing me.
Or I can start.
Me.
Let's say.
The rat is robbing behind sheriff. To the sheriff. Help me, this rat.
Okay.
Help me, this rat. Look, the rat behind sheriff is robbing.
I'll make it 60 and see where it finishes.
Behind sheriff is robbing me. The rat is robbing me all the time. Sheriff, do you see the rat?
what the hell?
I'm in trouble. I don't know what's going on. I'm shooting the rats all the time. Look. Leave me alone, you
Hey,
rat.
there's a crazy rat on the loose and I have rabies.
Help me.
I was wondering what the shots were, man, and I saw you over here, so.
Wait, no, it's coming. No,
Oh, no,
bro.
it's in the right-
Look,
oh
no,
my God,
he
oh my
stole
God,
my
what the
money.
heck?
Stole my money.
What the heck?
No,
Wait, what?
no, rats, give my money.
Hold on.
Give my money. Bro, this rat.
Hey, it's a thief rat.
Here's my money. Wait,
It's so valid,
Are you
honestly.
able to get it?
what the fuck is going on? It never happened this to me. Help me, this rat.
Okay,
Look,
this
the
is
rat
perfect.
behind sheriff He's robbing me. So the rat is robbing me all. How do we do this now? Wait. We go here. But we can do part 4 and something with the sheriffs, like sheriffs get included, something like that. Cinco.
Yeah, what?
So we do here part 4
Yeah.
and part 4 sheriffs, or we can do here dash sheriffs get included.
Okay,
Yeah,
strength.
sheriffs take over situation. Is this how we write sheriffs? Okay, sheriffs
To the rescue.
take over.
To the rescue.
Took the
To the rescue.
sheriffs to the rescue.
Yes.
Sheriffs to the rescue. To the rescue, like this.
Yes.
Sheriffs to the rescue. Oh, shit. Sheriffs to the rescue. Alright, part 4. Sounds good. We do this now. This is 60 minutes. 60 seconds. So 1 minute. Okay. Okay. Save this clip. Okay. Later we take it. We go here on media part 4. Yep, we go here part 4. So yeah, we cannot post here still. Okay, we go here and we go TikTok. I'm posting everything from it. We got Yasenko's DMs. We take all these, copy. We go here. We go here. We do paste here. And what the fuck? We go here, TVT, public to everyone. Yeah. Sheesh. We need more Jager. This fucking thing is killing me. Imagine if somebody's typing here. No. YouTube. Okay, shorts, paste. Okay, share on YouTube as well. Okay, done. Nice. We keep going. Now we start with the birds, Yasenko. Approaching me. Look, 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 look. Look.
Just
What the hell?
It's that bird is to me. Dad,
Hey, it's a thief rat.
here's my money. Wait,
it's so valid, honestly.
Forget it.
what the fuck is going on? It never happened this to me. How can a rat
I've
steal
never-
the money? I
Well,
know they eat cash. What the fuck? What's that, bro? Animals are attacking me, bro. I love animals. What the fuck? Look. What's that?
I'm crying,
You see
man.
that? You're not getting anything. Did you actually just get robbed by a rat?
I swear to God. I swear to God. Look, another animal is coming, approaching me. Look, 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 look. Look.
It's just
What the
don't be
hell?
scared of animals,
Bro,
man.
what's this? I've done nothing to animals.
What'd you do?
Look, look, look. It's approaching me.
Yo, get.
He's coming for you, man.
Bro, what the fuck?
Hey, no, stand still, stand still. What's gonna happen?
It's
What's he
got-
gonna do?
I'm about to die, okay? I need a painkiller.
He
Don't.
gives you a painkiller.
Don't.
No, wait, I'm thinking, yeah, he's just gonna give you.
Don't. No, no, my pee-pee. No, my pee-pee.
Look, he just wants to say hello, man. Look, he's so nice.
No, it's not nice, trust me. The rat wasn't so nice.
No, the rat wasn't so nice, I do agree. But the bird looks nice. Look, he's just coming after you. It's a little pet bird.
Oh my, yeah, he took my money.
What?
Took
He
my
took
money.
your money again?
Took my money, I swear. Give me my money back. I don't wanna hurt you, okay? You're not a rat.
Well, I'll taste the rat for you. I got it. Or rat. I mean bird. All right, put your flaps up, man. You, bird. Put your wings up.
With your flaps.
Bro, insane, you motherfucker.
This man has a curse on you.
Oh,
I've never seen this.
bro,
Did you piss off the animals?
animals are going crazy.
You
Yes.
pissed off the animal kingdom, man.
Have you heard? UFOs from the ocean and orbs and shit like that? Okay. To God, I swear to God. Approaching me. Look, 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 look.
I'm crying,
You see
man.
that? You're not getting anything. Did you actually just get robbed by a rat?
I swear to God. I swear to God. Look, another animal is coming, approaching me. Look, 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 look. Look,
It's just-
God.
Did you actually just get robbed by a
It's coming, approaching me. Look, 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 look. Look, another animal is coming, approaching me. Oh, I mean,
Not you, the bird.
look, another animal is coming, approaching me. Look, 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 look. Look,
It's just
What the
don't be
hell?
scared of animals,
bro,
man.
what's this? I've done nothing to animals.
What'd you do?
Look, 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 it's approaching me.
Yo, get.
He's coming for you, man.
Bro, what the fuck?
Hey, no, stand still, stand still. What's gonna happen? What's
It's
he
got-
gonna do?
I'm about to die, okay? I need a painkiller. Okay. Rodent robbery does include birds as well? No.
Bird backup. No.
How do we do this? Birds backup or rats not enough?
Bird counterattack.
Okay, birds. But should I put that title as well? No.
Yes, yes, it's all the same thing.
So we do this, rodent robbery, and then birds counter attack.
Bird backup maybe, because it would be bird backup.
Or birds backup rats, yeah?
Oh, just bird backup. Birds backup.
Birds backup, okay. This was part 5 if I'm not wrong. Part 5, okay.
It's 4 a.m. Pash. I'll go sleep now.
Yeah, you go, bro, you go.
Good night, Dark as well.
Oh, good night.
Yeah, that's it.
I'll keep doing this shit to finish this. Save clip. We got here. We got here. Bless you. Go here. Post part 5 with clips. This is like, bro, it's like half an hour situation.
I'm gonna go sleep as well.
See ya, bro. Good night, and thanks for the follow.
Of course.
See ya next time. Toki. Look, another animal is coming, approaching me. Look. Look,
He's just
What the
he's
hell?
scared of animals,
bro,
man.
what's this? I've done nothing to animals.
What'd you do?
Look, it's approaching me.
Yo, get.
He's coming for you, man.
Bro, what the fuck?
Hey, no, stand still, stand still. What's gonna happen? What's
It's
he
got-
gonna do?
I'm about to die, okay? I need a painkiller.
He
Don't,
give you a painkiller.
don't.
Yo, wait, I'm thinking, yeah, he's just gonna give you.
No, my pee-pee. No, my pee-pee.
Look, he just wants to say hello, man. Look, he's so nice.
No, it's not nice, trust me. The rat wasn't so nice.
No, the rat wasn't so nice. I do agree. But the bird looks nice. Look, he's just coming after you. It's a little pet bird.
Oh my, yeah, he took my money.
What?
Took
He
my
took
money.
your money again?
Took my money, I swear. Give me my money back. I don't wanna hurt you, okay? You're not a rat.
Well, I'll taste the rat for you. I got it. Or rat. I mean bird. All right, put your flaps up, man.
Oh, I mean,
You, bird.
look, another animal is coming, approaching me. Look. Look,
He's just
What the
he's
hell?
scared of animals,
bro,
man.
what's this? I've done nothing to animals. Look, it's approaching me.
Yo, get.
He's coming for you, man.
Bro, what the fuck?
Hey, no, stand still, stand still. What's gonna happen? What's
It's
he
got-
gonna do?
I'm about to die, okay? I need a painkiller.
He
Don't,
give you a painkiller.
don't.
Yo, wait, I'm thinking, yeah, he's just gonna give you.
No, my pee-pee. No, my pee-pee.
Look, he-
Right. Okay. Animals attacking
all
people.
the animals are coming for us.
Yeah, because we are the worst of
Oh,
this.
shit, yo, look, he's looking at you.
What? Another bro?
Yo.
Please.
Yo.
Oh my god, look how scary
Oh,
that
he-
shit is,
Yo, you see? Yo,
bro. Bro,
you see?
that's scary
He's
as
aiming
fuck.
for you. He's going for you, man.
No, it's not. I think he's watching you this time, bro.
No, he's aiming at you.
No, it's not. Oh my god. Now what happened? Bro,
Did you maybe did you do something to animals at some point in your
I
life?
did nothing, I swear, bro. I protect animals, I love them. I don't know, these animals of this city are crazy.
Here, do you need a painkiller, by the way, or a bandage?
I would love a bandage first.
I'll give you a bandage and a painkiller. Here you go.
Because
That's crazy.
bro, do they know? Do they know? That's why I shot. And animal, it's not
No,
enough.
that's-
Those motherfuckers start shooting me as well.
That's okay, man. We're here to protect you from the animals.
Yeah,
Thank you,
man.
appreciate it.
I'll tase another rat if I have to.
Yeah,
I'll
oh god, I'll
bird
taste
right
another
here.
bird if I have to.
Bro, look at this bird. He's very. Look. He's looking me.
Bunch of criminals trying to steal money. He's aiming for you, bro. It's like the locked missile.
God, that's. Go to your.
Did he do it again?
Oh.
Oh, he stole your wallet and he's running? Wait, is it...
No, I have my money, bro. Some shit is happening.
Where's he going?
Oh my god.
Yeah, get out of the way.
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
Oh my god, this is going crazy.
What the hell? Robbed by a rat and two birds. What the hell?
Look, bro, bird doesn't give a shit.
Have you ever seen nothing like it?
No, I have the money. I think
You need another painkiller?
another one is coming. Look how scary it is, bro. Look. Bro, I
he's
swear.
Yo!
I swear.
Yo, you got taken out. You're safe.
Bro,
you're
I
safe.
swear
There's gonna be
something.
another
Is that another one?
Has to be. He's cursed.
Did you steal
We're
that?
done.
No.
at
Yes,
the
I'm
door.
disgusting. I'm disgusting. This. Oh my God, the rats again. The rats again, Sheriff. The fucking
There's a rat
rats
at
are
the door.
disgusting. I'm disgusting. This is
Come here.
disgusting. Take this shit, bro. Take the teaser.
I can't taste him. He's inside already.
No, it's not. I'm blocking the. Oh, he took my money. Took my money. Took my money, bro. What the fuck is going on? Leave me alone.
I got him.
Bro, maybe this store is cursed. Maybe the owner doesn't
It has
anybody.
Yeah.
Okay, tomorrow the next parts. That's too much. It's too much shit there. It's too much shit. Okay. Go down here.
Where's he?
Third floor. Third fucking floor. Jeez. Again. Go where? Over there. Give me my money. Postman, postman, it's over here. Postman. First floor. Okay.
Black ice, man, my bad.
What the fuck? What the hell? Hello, excuse me.
My bad, sir.
Why I cannot buy? Fuck. Cannot buy because I'm working. What the fuck? Can you buy a sandwich for me? A water, a sandwich, please.
Yeah, I got you, bro.
What the fuck is going on? I can send you the money via bank, because I have no cash with me. Tell me your bank account.
Alright, just a second. Shit, bro, it says you can't carry anymore.
Really?
Yeah, I tried to give you some drinks. It says you can't hold nothing else.
Well, let's drop this shit for a moment. So I can eat.
Alright, here.
And 2 sandwiches, okay? I send you the money. But don't take my shit.
I got you.
Don't take my weed.
Nah, I got you, bro.
Appreciate it. Yeah, give me your account number now.
Alright. Alright, the number is 677
677
81367.
81367. Okay, I'm gonna repeat 677
Yeah.
81367. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get the money?
Yeah, I did. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
I was dying.
Oh yeah, I've been there before, bro.
Have a good one. Bro. Go. Keep going here.
Well, one of the things that I've talked to about with some pretty insanely brilliant people is quantum computing.
Oh, yes.
And this new Google quantum computer that can do essentially the way a quantum computer works, a problem that would take thousands of years
Yeah.
for every computer on Earth
I
to
saw that. I
solve,
read that
it can
thing.
solve in a second. Something that can take more years than you literally can understand, it can be solved in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I read that.
It's insane. And this is where it gets really weird. The way it was explained to me, and we should have to Google how quantum computers work and why people connect them to the multiverse so I don't fuck this up. But the idea is that they're pulling answers from different universes simultaneously. They don't even completely understand how this is working. But the amount of power in computing is incomprehensible. Incomprehensible.
Yeah.
Like you're only looking at it and there's numbers, you could write all those numbers out, but your brain's not capable of grasping really what's going on. And it's probably the biggest breakthrough technologically in human history by a long stretch. And it's all happening without most people even being aware of what the implications are. So see if you can Google an explanation of how quantum computers work. Was it Mark Andreessen that was explaining to us that it's pulling from different universes?
No, not that.
Who was that?
Being talked about in the wording of the Willow description.
Right.
But I also, just to add, when I was reading about this, they said that these benchmark numbers are coming off of Google's own data. Like they're the ones that set like the scale of what some of the quantum.
Are you skeptical? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just
Are you calling bullshit on Google?
No, not at all, not at
I
all,
feel
not
like
at
he
all.
is.
No, I'm
feel
just
like
a
he
grain of salt, like just to say that, like I think they use tillions is the
Yeah,
number or something like that.
septillion.
See, that no one even could grasp that.
Yeah.
That's just based, but that's a number based off of their formula too.
Right.
That's all.
Right. What is the definition of how it works? The way it pulls from multi units.
That's I think I'm trying to find it, but I think the understanding I got from it was it's just too powerful to get from our universe alone. You have to have more than one, and I don't like that's just
like what does that
But
mean?
I don't
how
know,
do
I don't
they even...
Exactly.
Get
What
to
does that
that
mean? Right.
understanding.
What is that thing that they have? And if you ever seen the chip itself is very small.
Yeah.
It's like the size of a saltine cracker.
Yeah.
And then this entire mechanism around it is just the insane amount of cooling. Okay. Google's quantum AI founder said the performance gains lends credence to the idea that we live in a multiverse. The idea is that Willow might be communicating with parallel universes to finish calculations faster. Like what does that mean? The announcement led Google's already high stock price to surge, which isn't that shocking, but perhaps most surprisingly for us lay people that Google's quantum AI founder and lead Harmut Nevin said that the chip's performance lends credence to the notion that quantum computation occurs in many parallel universes in line with the idea that we live in a multiverse. And then it says, excuse me? This obviously has caused a bit of a stir and it isn't exactly clear on how he made that leap. It sounds a bit like something out of a sci-fi movie, and I'm definitely not going to pretend I'm an expert, but it's worth pointing out that Google is very much still in the theoretical research phase of this journey. This is very weird stuff. An evolving scientific field that even people working on it don't fully understand.
2 hours later.
Okay, so this is what it is. One of the world's most advanced classical computers. Okay, here it is with this problem. So AI's founder and lead, Hartmut Nevin, said that the new chip had performed a purposefully complicated exercise called a random circuit sampling benchmark in 5 minutes. One of the world's most advanced classical supercomputers, on the other hand, it would take 10 and then 3 zeros, 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 3 zeros. Years to perform the same exercise. That's 10 septillion years, which exceeds known time scales in physics and vastly exceeds the age of the universe. So it can do more time than vastly exceeds the entire age of the universe, and it can do it in 5 minutes. And the reason it could achieve such a monumental improvement in calculating capacity is because Willow is made up of 105 qubits and contract the potential of each of those at once, allowing it to record potential data much faster and come to the right answer sooner. So, like, what is happening?
That's too much information.
What do you mean?
I get it, but I don't get it.
What I don't get, how does that prove the multiverse or provide evidence that the multiverse is real? Like, and that it's getting it from parallel universes? Like, what are we even saying
That
here?
it couldn't come up with those answers within the allotted time span. That's...
Yeah. What?
I can't even explain. I mean, funnily enough, this is that my brother's into all of this stuff. Sean, he's
In simpler language.
He would probably be able to explain it to you, Sean.
Probably. Well, he would give it a shot.
He would, certainly.
I think he was the one that was probably explaining it to us. In simpler language, Willow is doing one calculation while an unknown number of Willows in other universes parallel to our own are doing their own calculations, and they are sharing that data to avoid needing to individually do every possible calculation to finish the equation. What the fuck does that mean? How are they sharing data between universes? I don't know. Ask Nevin. Remember, this is all theoretical and doesn't prove anything, but Nevin is saying that the fact that the chip can outperform our best supercomputers by such a wide margin means that it might have broken Newton's theory of physics. Yo, what does it say under that, Jamie? Keep that going. Put that back on. Scroll up a little bit. Okay, this is what I wanted to look at. At this point, it's an exciting look at what computing might take one day, but it isn't something you're going to see in your next Pixel phone. Quantum chips need to be isolated in incredibly specific chambers. Yeah, this is the thing. It's cooler than, it has to be cool to a point where it's colder than outer space, sealed away from any possible signals such as microwaves, radiation, radio signals, etc., for fear of that noise leading to potential mistakes, and have specific signals delivered by purpose-built wires. Who figured this out? Where are those eggheads? Jesus
How did
Christ.
they even come up with that if that has to be the case? I don't...
How did they figure out that you have to do that? All of it.
It's just brain damage.
That's one of the most humbling things that I've found about doing this podcast, is realizing how genuinely dumb we are in comparison to the amount of information that's available.
No question.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
You've done an amazing job in this book of trying to boil it down for dummies like me, but it's hard. It is a complicated and insanely nuanced subject.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where it like this many worlds theory, for one example, the just the possibility that there's, like, explain that.
Sure.
Explain for people that don't understand what quantum mechanics even means. Give them just like a little bit of that, and then explain many worlds theory.
Yeah, good. This is what I'm here to do. So,
Thank you.
An electron, take an electron. Quantum mechanics should apply to the entire universe, but it becomes unmistakable when you look at little tiny things, right? So we always are talking about electrons or atoms and so forth. An electron has a position, and, well, sorry, let me not even say that. Even that was wrong. It's just so hard to correctly talk about quantum mechanics, right? If you were Isaac Newton, before there was quantum mechanics, there was classical mechanics. And basically, quantum mechanics and classical mechanics are the only two big frameworks that have ever existed in physics. Classical mechanics was so good that everyone thought that was just right, and it was all a matter of filling the details until quantum mechanics came along and changed things. In classical mechanics, an electron is a point. It has a position, a location in space, and it has a velocity. It's moving somewhere, and from that, you can predict what's going to happen, okay? Quantum mechanics says, no. The electron has a wave function. So if there's a wave, sometimes you hear this debate about are things like electrons and photons particles or waves. The answer is that they are waves. And the wave function has this weird property that when you're not looking at it, it's a wave, it's all spread out or it's localized somewhere, but it obeys an equation, the Schrodinger equation. So far so good, just like regular physics. There's a thing, the wave function, it obeys an equation, the Schrodinger equation, you can predict what's going to happen next. But the weird thing about quantum mechanics is that there's a whole separate set of rules for what happens when you look at the thing, when you observe it, when you measure it.
That's where things get squirrely
Yes.
with people describing it, right?
Yes.
And that's where they want to go woo-woo on you.
It's an opening to be woo-woo, right? When
Yes.
you say, like, what do you mean
Right.
observe something? Like, does it have to be a conscious being? Can it be a video camera? You know, that's just weird, right?
Is it the act of measuring that changes things?
Well, this is the puzzle, okay? This is what is called the measurement problem of quantum mechanics. That the rules we teach our students at Caltech or anywhere else, when we teach them quantum mechanics in their sophomore year of college, the rules say when a system is observed, when it is measured, its state, its wave function, changes dramatically, suddenly, and unpredictably.
Now, let me ask you this. How do we know this based on if you're measuring it and it changes? How do we know? Because we didn't measure it before. Like, what observations are we making that we understand the state of it before it's measured without measuring it?
Good. There's a couple of ways. So let me make things even simpler. Forget about where the electron is located and think about the electron is spinning, right? Okay. The electron is spinning just like the Earth spins. It's really exactly like that. It's like a little spinning top. Except when you measure the spin, you can sort of send the electron through a magnetic field and it will get deflected either up or down, depending on whether it's spin up or spin down. You only ever get one of two answers. It's either going up or going down. It's nowhere in between. This is an empirical measured fact, okay? So that's a part of quantum mechanics. That's the quantum fact, that there's discrete set of possible answers to this question. Is it spinning clockwise or counterclockwise? Yes or no. It's just those two possibilities, nowhere in between. So if you have a magnetic field that is oriented vertically, send your electron through it, it gets deflected up, you say, oh, it's spin up. So now I've measured its spin. Now I know what its state is. If I send it through another magnetic field, or oriented vertically, it will always be deflected up, every single time. We know what it is, we're going to measure it. Measuring it, in this case, doesn't change it. It's in exactly that state, we know it, okay? Now let's send it through a magnetic field that is oriented horizontally. So it's going to be deflected either right or left. We know exactly what state it's in. It's spinning this way. But when you send it through that magnetic field that's oriented horizontally, it gets deflected left or right 50-50, unpredictably. There's no way we can predict it. And then once it is, so okay, now it's been spinning up, you measured its spin left, let's say, send it through another magnet that is going vertically. And now it's 50-50 again. It could be spin up or spin down. So somehow, even though we knew exactly what state it was in, we couldn't predict what would happen next. That is part of quantum mechanics.
So the act of sending it through these things where it makes it vertical or horizontal, what is happening to it when it's going through these things?
So in quantum mechanics, what we say is that it's not that we don't know whether the electron is spinning clockwise or counterclockwise. It can be in a superposition of both. That's just the spin version of the position of the electron can be spread out in a wave, right? It's truly not just that we are lacking some knowledge. It's that the knowledge really isn't there. And again, this is how we teach quantum mechanics in textbooks. And then I'm going to correct it, because Many Worlds is much better. But this is the standard textbook version. There's a wave function. The wave function for a spin is it's either up or down or some combination. And then there's a rule that says when you measure the spin, you only get up or down. You don't see the wave function. Just like the cloud that you have for the electron's position, when you look at it, you see it at a location. So another way to make the same argument is take a little piece of, I have a nice little image of this when I give talks, a little piece of uranium, so it's a radioactive little chunk of metal, and you put it in a bubble chamber. So it is emitting radioactive particles, and you detect the particles. You can see a little streak of motion when the particle leaves the uranium, okay? Well, like I said, when you're not looking at it, this electron is supposed to obey an equation, the Schrodinger equation. And you can ask what the prediction is when a radioactive nucleus decays and gives off an electron. What is its wave function going to do? What is the wave function of the electron going to be? And the answer is, it goes off in a spherical wave. It goes off in all directions at once.
Evenly.
Yeah, all directions evenly. But you never see that.
Is
You
that roughly
always
based
see a
on the
line.
shape of the piece of uranium? Does it vary?
No, because the electron gets from one individual nucleus of an atom, right? So what the uranium is doing doesn't matter. It's just that one atom matters. And the easiest thing for the electron to do is just to go out in the sphere. It doesn't have to. It can go out in higher energy states. But the point is, it's not going out in a straight line. But when you look at it, you see a straight line, right? That's the fundamental mystery of quantum mechanics, that how we describe the thing when we're not looking at it is different than what we see when we look at it.
So, when you're in pursuit of an understanding, a deeper understanding of quantum mechanics, when you're thinking about people from the 1900s that are just sort of basically getting the first steps going to understand this stuff, when you're talking about this lack of funding and the lack of encouragement for people to pursue quantum mechanics, you strongly feel like there are answers to these questions.
Yeah, that's right.
That we just need better tools and a better understanding, better equations, more time.
Yeah, me and Einstein think this, right? So Einstein is one of the secret heroes of the book because he has this reputation as someone who just couldn't quite accept quantum mechanics. The title, Something Deeply Hidden, is a quote from Einstein when he was talking about when he was a kid and he had a compass, right? And he was given his first magnetic compass and he could rotate it this way and that way and it always pointed north. And you and I would go, that's cool. But he was Einstein. He's like, wow, this is amazing. Why? How does it know where north is, right? And he said there must be something deeply hidden that explains why it's doing this mysterious thing. And he felt the same way about quantum mechanics, that we gave these set of rules, which are called the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics. One set of rules for when you're looking at it, one set of rules for when you're not. And Einstein was like, oh, come on. Clearly, this is not the final answer to the nature of reality, right? He wanted to know God's thoughts. He's like, I want to know everything. We're not done yet. There must be more going on. And so Many Worlds is one of the proposed answers to what could be going on. It's not the only one. There's alternatives, but it's definitely my favorite. It's definitely the easiest one to write down. Let's put it that way.
Okay, so hit us with this many worlds theory.
Okay, so think about this electron. You say that it could be either spin up or spin down. It's a combination of both. That's its wave function. You measure it, you only ever see spin up or spin down. So Copenhagen says that's because the wave function suddenly changed, snapped into place when you observed it. Don't ask me what it means to observe something. That's not what Copenhagen lets you ask.
Okay.
Many Worlds says what you're missing is two things. Number one, you're a quantum system. You're obeying the rules of quantum mechanics. You're made of atoms and electrons and so forth. You have a wave function too, okay? So you're secretly treating yourself as a classical thing when you make that measurement, but you really should be treating yourself quantum mechanically, right? That's one thing. And the other thing is something that Einstein invented, namely called entanglement. When quantum mechanics says there's a wave function for a system, it doesn't say there's a separate wave function for every particle, right? It says that there's only one wave function for the whole universe. So the way I like to say it is, imagine two particles come in and bounce off of each other. Either one has a wave function and it's unpredictable exactly what angle it's going to go off at. So both of the particles that go off, you don't know where they're going. But because momentum is conserved, if they came in at equal velocities, they'll go out at equal velocities and in opposite directions. If you measure one, then you know where the other one is going, right? That's entanglement. The observed state of one system can be related to the observed state of another system. So those are the two ingredients. You're a quantum system, and quantum systems can be entangled with each other. So Hugh Everett, who was a graduate student when he invented this idea in the 1950s, said, look, when you measure that electron, what happens physically? Like, forget about you're a person, you're conscious, all of that BS. Like, you're a physical system, you obey the Schrödinger equation. You are a quantum mechanical system, you obey the laws of physics. So you look at the electron, your wave function changes. It used to be you're just a person doing whatever you do, but then after you look at the electron, you become entangled with it. And it splits. So there is one part of the wave function that says the electron was spinning clockwise and you measured it spinning clockwise. And there's another part of the wave function that says the electron was spinning counterclockwise and you saw it spinning counterclockwise. Now everybody knows this. Like, that that far, it's not controversial at all. That's clearly the prediction of the equations of quantum mechanics. But everyone else said, well, that means that I'm some weird combination of I saw it spinning one way and I saw it spinning the other way, but I've never felt that way. When I look at real electrons, I see them one way or the other. That can't be right. That can't be the final answer. The wave function must somehow collapse. And Everett said, no, what you're missing is there's now two separate worlds. Both of those part of the wave function are real, but they're different worlds. They will never interact with each other again. What happens in one part of the wave function will not affect what happens in the other part. So now there's a version of you that saw the electron spinning clockwise, and there's another version of you that saw it spinning counterclockwise. And that's just taking seriously the prediction of quantum mechanics. It's not adding any extra stuff, any extra worlds, anything like that.
That is the part where my brain broke.
All right.
The idea that there's a you that observes it going clockwise and a you that observes it going in a different direction, that is so hard to understand. Do you apply this in your regular life? Like, do you think, like, when you go home and you say hi to your wife and you open up the refrigerator, do you think of yourself as this quantum being that's existing in this super state?
So, I mean, there's a couple of answers to that. One is, sure, if I think about it, like, I really do believe it. I have a chapter in the book, which my editor resisted at first, but then he let me get away with it, which is a dialogue between a young philosopher and her father, who is a physicist. And the father is skeptical about all this philosophical nonsense, and she tries to explain how many worlds works to him. And at the end, his last question is, do you really believe this? Are you really taking this seriously? And look, that's a perfectly good question. It's a very respectable question, because it is many worlds. It's not crazy or weird or bizarre, but it's certainly very, very far away from our everyday experience, right? So what it's asking you to do is to say, I have these equations. They are really, really good at fitting what I do observe in the world and making predictions. I can build a Large Hadron Collider, etc. I will take them seriously even for things that I can't directly observe, because they're the best equations I have, right? Until a better set of equations come along, I will believe these equations. And the implication of that is, there's a whole bunch of worlds, like a huge number, like a real, humongously, unimaginably big number, maybe an infinite number, maybe finite, we don't know, of different copies of you, and they're being created all the time. The good news is that it doesn't really affect how you go through your life. It doesn't really imply that you should behave any differently than you would if you just lived in one world.
But do you think of each choice that you make possibly changing everything about the world that you exist in? How are you looking at it? You know what I'm saying? Because you are a guy who probably understands it as good as anybody that's alive. So as weird as this stuff sounds, to me it sounds like it's almost impossible for me to comprehend. So I'm trying to filter it through your understanding of it.
Well, I think that...
Let's take his jacket off. We're getting serious.
I know, it's getting hot in here. Physics is heating us up. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how to say it best. It doesn't change who you are. It's certainly not true that you making a decision is what branches the wave function of the universe. I guess that's the right thing to say.
Good, because I want to stop all woo.
Yeah, you can't do
before
that.
It happens.
Everyone, believe me,
brakes.
the joke about how certain political choices imply that we're living in the wrong branch of the wave function has been made many, many times, right? But it's not that your choices create different universes. Different universes get created, and maybe you're different in them by a little bit. In fact, I like to point out there is an app you can download if you have an iPhone called Universe Splitter, which will branch the wave function of the universe for you. And then if you agree ahead of time to do one thing in one branch and another thing in another branch, then there will be multiple copies of you who are living different lives. And then you can deal with that in your therapist however you like. But
what is the application exactly doing?
What it's doing is a basic for living different lives in one branch and another thing in another branch. Then they're download if you have an iPhone called Universe Splitter, which will branch the wave function of the universe for you. And then if you agree ahead of time to do one thing in one branch and another thing in another branch, then there will be multiple copies of you who are living different lives. And then you can deal with that in your therapist however you like.
But what is the application exactly doing?
What it's doing is basically a version of measuring the spin of
It's called
an
Universe
electron.
Splitter?
Universe Splitter. It's only for iPhones.
I'm going to grab this right now.
But,
Sorry,
yeah.
Android people.
Yeah, sorry. It's not even a web page.
What do you mean face not recognized? Play games. Play GTA. Character. Fucking hell.
page is only an app. There's equivalent web pages.
Okay, I'm pulling it up right now.
Yeah, and what you can do, basically it sends a signal to a lab that coincidentally is located in Geneva, Switzerland, but has nothing to do with the Higgs boson or anything like that. They send a single photon down a pipe to what's called a beam splitter. So the wave function of the photon goes 50-50, it gets sent left, it gets sent right. And if you agree, and so then it sends back whether you ended up in the branch of the wave function where it went left or where it went. There you go, 199. Come on.
Yeah.
The
it's
power
$2.
of changing the universe is in your hands.
I downloaded it.
Good.
I got it. I paid for it. I got it right here.
Yeah.
All right.
So if you have any tough choices, you can type in, like, I want to have pizza or I want to have Chinese food for dinner tonight.
Well, it
right?
says in one universe I will take a chance, in the other one I will play it safe.
Yeah, but you can correct those. You can fill in whatever you want.
Really?
Yeah, that's the good part.
But what is happening with this
I will
app?
ask her to marry me. I will not ask her to marry me.
Is
right?
this
I
the
will accept this job. I will go somewhere else.
equivalent of a quantum fortune cookie?
Yeah. But
Yes.
except that all possible fortunes are obtained in different universes. The bad news is you can't ever find out how things went in the other universe. You
Oh,
can't talk
Christ.
to the different universes.
That's the problem, right?
Yeah, that's
so
the problem.
people will be
right.
paralyzed by analysis.
That's why you should act the same as if you just lived in one universe, because you can never talk to the people in the other ones.
So, but now let's hit the brakes on the woo again.
Yeah.
Because people would like to believe that there are. I mean, are there an infinite number of yous existing at the exact same time, making various choices which send you off in different directions?
So, number one, we don't know if it's infinite number or just really big, but there's certainly a really, really big number. It's big enough to be, big enough for whatever you want. But it's not everything. The theory does not say everything happens somewhere, right? The theory says the Schrödinger equation is obeyed. There's an equation that is obeyed. So electrons will never convert into protons because electrons are negatively charged and protons are positively charged. And nowhere in the Schrödinger equation can you violate the conservation of charge, right? So there's plenty of things that don't happen, but then there are plenty of things that do happen. And some things are more likely than others for you to experience. So again, it's sort of it's a mind-bendy thing, but it's a straightforward prediction of the equations, and it doesn't affect our lives. There's no rule that says, to be a moral person, to be a good utilitarian and make the world happy, knowing that the wave function is branching into multiple copies, I should act differently somehow. It's exactly the same as it would be in the ordinary world.
So, you are the ordinary world, no matter how many copies of you there are, or how many versions of you
there are. There's nothing. So when all these copies are being made, there's no essence of you that is traveling through one of the copies, right? Like
Right.
all of these people are separate people. So I use the analogy, it's like identical twins. They were the same zygote or whatever, and now they're different people, okay? So that's the same thing. Like you're you now, and if you hit the button and branch the wave function, there'll be two different people, both of whom used to be you, but they're not the same person anymore because different things happen to them.
Now, when people think about the concept of quantum mechanics and the way you're talking about describing things in the micro and the macro, you think of your existence itself in a very similar manner, the way you think of electrons, the way you think of things being quantum, is that you are a combination of all these quantum things.
Yeah.
So you don't operate in some sort of static state that's very like here and now and carbon, and you can put it on a scale and it will never change. There's constant versions of you.
Yeah, it's kind of like a whooshing where more and more versions of you are being created all the time, and it's an interesting thing because even the best trained physicists sort of think intuitively classically. Like, look, there's a table, there's a bottle, right?
You have to.
Yeah, you have
Red
to.
light
This is
comes, hit the brakes.
And this is how we evolved, right?
Yes.
This is how our brains work, right? And like I said, many worlds is one respectable version of quantum mechanics. There are other respectable versions, more respectable than the textbook presentation. But they all the other ones somehow lean on our classical experience. And the textbook version certainly does. It says, like, you're a classical person observing a quantum mechanical system and so forth. And Everett, when he was a graduate student, he had arguments across the ocean with people in Copenhagen, who tried to push their way forward. And he's like, why do you get to be classical and the electron has to be quantum? Like, why aren't you quantum? Like, why isn't everything, what's so special about you, really?
Right.
And he was trying to think of the quantum mechanics of the whole universe, right? Where there's not a separate observer outside because he's doing the whole universe all at once. And so everything had to be quantum. And I think that that's another thing that is pushing us to appreciate the foundations of quantum mechanics a little bit more, is that we're trying to understand quantum gravity, we're trying to understand quantum cosmology, the universe all at once, obeying the rules of quantum mechanics. And the conventional Copenhagen theory is just not up to it.
Uber has arrived.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
So, what year was your incident? And you have a very, very famous incident that's corroborated by actual evidence, which is one of the rare ones. What year was it, and where did it take place?
So it was 2004, November 14th. It's really, if you draw San Diego to Ensenada, Mexico, we're about 60 miles off the coast in between the two. We're doing workups, so when we get ready to deploy, this was for the 2005 deployment. We were going at sea for November and December of 2004. So we had been out, I had just taken over the squadron mid-October, so I'd been the CO for a month. So we go out and we're putting the battle group pieces together, so it's not just the air wing, but we're on the carrier, we've got the cruiser, we've got all the support ships out there, and we're going to integrate all the defenses and train as one unit. So the exercise that we're going to do is an air defense exercise where there's good guys, bad guys. They're all from internal, from the air wing. So the bad guys today are going to be the Marines, VMFA 232, the Red Devils. So they're going to launch and they're going to go about 100 miles south of the ship, and we're the good guys, and we call it 2v2, so it's 2 of us against 2 of them. And we're going to work with the USS Princeton, which is going to be the controller, and they're going to control the blue forces, and then the red guys are going to give us a presentation that, they're going to try and intercept so we can stop them from getting up towards a carrier. So that's kind of the training set that we're all good. So the Marines take off first, and they start heading to the south. Now, we have no idea that for 2 weeks, the 2 weeks we've been at sea, they've been tracking these things coming out of the sky. And when I talked to the Princeton controller, he's like up to about a dozen of them. They would come down from above 80,000 feet. They'd drop down to about 20,000 feet. They'd hang out, and then they'd go straight back up after about 3 or 4 hours.
Now, when you say they've been tracking them, who specifically?
This is the USS, the Princeton was tracking them. They saw them on the Nimitz radar, and the E-2 could see them. Because they're out there, that radar's on all the time. And the Spy 1 system on an Aegis cruiser is, the state-of-the-art, is probably one of the most sophisticated systems in the world.
So typically when something like this happens and there is some unexplained phenomenon, what do they do?
In this case, if we were in a threat environment, they would tell us. But we're off the coast of San Diego, it doesn't come to the air wing. So we have no idea that these things are out there at all.
So they observe these things and they never bother telling any of you guys?
That's correct.
So they just knew that these things had been visiting this area, yes, but they just allowed this training exercise to take place anyway.
Yeah, talking to them, for the 2 weeks, they would show up, but it was when we weren't flying. So the typical carrier schedule is, for us, it was about noon to midnight. It's a 12-hour day. There's reasons for that. It can go a lot longer, but for training, we just do the 12-hour day thing. And it's cyclic ops, so you got guys taking off and landing periodically. So we were on one of the first goes. It's noon, 1 o'clock, somewhere around there, and we take off. The Marines take off first, and my buddy Cheeks, who's the CO of the Marine Squadron, he was leading the Red Air. When he launched off the carrier first, they called him up and said, "Hey, what do you got on board?" Well, the original legacy F-18s don't have as much gas as the Super Hornets. Super Hornet's about 30% bigger. So they start talking to him about fuel, and based on how long we're going to be airborne and everything else, they go, "Hey, why don't you just go ahead and proceed to your cap point," because we had just taken off. And that's when the controller had come up and said, "Hey," I forget our call sign, it's probably like dealer is usually what we went. So it'll be like dealer 1-1, this is Princeton Control, what do you got, say your loadout. And I kind of chuckled. I said, well, I got a CATM 9, which is basically just a blue metal tube with a seeker head for an AIM-9 IR missile. It's a training. It doesn't come off the airplane. You can beat it with a sledgehammer. That's the only way you're going to get it off, or you got to unlock the lugs with a key. So I'm like kind of chuckling. He goes, "Well, hey, we're going to cancel the training." So we're like, okay. He says, "We got real world vector, and they're going to send us out to the west." So picture, if it's, if you got a clock, the Nimitz is in the middle. We're a little bit south of that, about 40 miles south, and then the Marines are about 100 miles south of the ship. About 60 miles between the two of us. So as this is all happening, my wingman is joining up, All right, and these are F-18Fs, so there's 2 people in each jet. So it's me and my Wizzo, which is weapon systems operator, and I've got the other pilot and the weapon systems operator in the other jet. So they tell us all this, hey, we're going to real world vector, and they send us out 270 about 60 miles away from where we're going. So now we're going out even further out to sea. We have no idea what we're intercepting, and this is when the controller starts talking to us. He says, hey, sir, we've seen these objects. They've been, for 2 weeks, they've been coming down, and he's giving us the whole story. He says, we need you to go investigate. We want to know what these are.
But they're asking you to investigate in a jet that's unarmed.
That's correct. Yeah, we have no... And there's reasons for that we don't fly. We typically don't fly with live ordnance unless we're actually going into like a combat zone or we're on a training range and we're going to shoot something. And the reason is you can go through history of the Navy or Air Force. If you put live missiles on airplanes and then you start doing training where you're squeezing the trigger, someone always messes the switchology up and someone gets shot down. It's happened multiple times, so we don't do it. You know, there's times that we do, but it's rare. So we start flying out to the west. Now I want you to think, because the other pilot has a, you know, when you talk to, it's out there, it was a female. When you talk to her, here's the, kind of goes through the mindset of, hey, we're off the coast of Mexico, real world vector, we have no idea what we're going to look at. Probably drug runners, because you get the drug runners coming up the coast. So we're like, okay. So we drive out and they're calling down ranges. So they're telling us, hey, it's 270 at 30 miles at 20,000 feet. And it's, you know, and then you just count down the ranges. And we're talking back and forth the whole time. So they got to a point where they say, hey, merge plot, which means radars have resolution cells, you know, range and azimuth of what the radar can actually see. Once you're inside that box, you can't tell the difference between me and the object I'm going at. We'll just become one big blob. So they call merge plot, and so the other jet is on my left-hand side. And I'm gonna go to a clock code to make it simple. So the object we're gonna end up looking for is right in the middle of the clock. And we are at the 6 o'clock position. And my wingman is off to my left side, so she's further down with her Wizzo. So as we're looking around, we look to the right, and there's yesterday was a perfect example out here. The water is perfectly calm, no white caps. I mean, it's literally a perfect San Diego, California day. And we see whitewater, something like if you see a seamount, you know, rock underwater when you're standing on the shore and the waves are breaking over and you're like, what is that? It's usually because there's a rock under the water. So it looks like that, but it's about the size of a 737. It actually kind of has a shape of like a cross, and it's pointing to the east. So you've got the long part going east-west, and you got a couple of things going north and south. So as we're looking at it, because that kind of draws our eyes, we're like, oh, that's kind of odd. We look down, and the Wizzo in the other airplane comes up and says, hey, skipper, do you? That's about what he gets out of his mouth, and I'm kind of looking at the same thing. I go, dude, do you see that? What is that thing? And what we see is this white tic-tac looking object just above the surface of the water, pointing north-south, and it's going north-south, east-west. It's just radically moving forward, back, left, right, at will. And it's moving around the disturbance, the white water that we see.
How big is this thing?
So, over time, it's about 40 feet long. And the way I estimate that is, I mean, I got a lot of time fighting other airplanes, so it's about the size of a Hornet fuselage, so that's why I say 40 feet. And this thing's just going left. So the first thing you see when you look down, you go, and this is with our eyes, it's not sensors, right? So we're looking down at this thing, and first thing you think is helicopter, right? Helicopters typically stay below 200 feet when we're out there, and they're just driving around. We're pretty far away from the ship for a helicopter for one of ours. So what is it? So the first thing you look for is rotor wash. You know, if you watch any TV show that starts kicking the water up, and you can see that. It's really easy to see from the air. So we're like, no rotor wash. Matter of fact, don't see any rotors. Don't see any tail rotor. Don't see any, you know, the main rotors. We're like, that's kind of weird. So as we're driving around, we're looking at this thing. We get to about the 9 o'clock position.
How far away are you from this thing?
I'm at 20,000 feet, and it's right down on the surface, right off our right side. So I'm probably maybe a couple miles lateral, 20,000 feet, and we're just watching it move around. And
so it's very small in your eyes.
Not overly small. I mean, an airplane down that low, it's 40 feet. You can see pretty well. It was pretty clear. So I'm like, okay. So I said, I'm gonna go check it out. That's what we're trained to do. The other pilot says, hey, I'm gonna stay up here. And I'm like, that's perfect. So now we'll get some separation. We'll get it from different views. And the other airplane will kind of have a God's eye view of everything that's going on as I go down and check this thing out. So I start driving around, and it's still doing its forward, back, left, right. It's still pointing north-south. We get to about the 12 o'clock position. I'm just in a nice, easy descent. A reason, you know, because I've been asked, could you go more aggressive? You can, but when you're out over water, the water looks the same at 20,000 feet as it does at 2,000 feet. You don't, you know, so you can easily put yourself in a non-recoverable position if you're not paying attention and you go into the water. So I got this nice easy descent. I get to about 12 o'clock, and as I'm coming down, you know, I could guess probably about, you know, 18,000 feet now, a couple thousand feet below the other airplane. The Tic Tac just kind of rapidly goes boop, and turns, so now it's kind of pointing east-west, and now it mirrors us. So it's above the surface, we're up high, we're coming down, it starts coming up. I'm like, well, this is getting interesting. So we kind of drive all the way around the circle, I'm descending, it's coming up, and I get over to about the 8 o'clock position on the clock. And it's over at about the 2 o'clock position. Well, the quickest way, as we know as kids, to get someone, you know, you can keep going around the circle, nothing's going to happen. You cut across the circle. So I'm about, I don't know, probably 2,000 to 3,000 feet above it, and I just kind of drop my nose aggressively, and I cut across the circle, and it's coming this way. It's because I'm trying to fly to where it's going to be, because I want to join on it. I want to see how close I can get to it.
Right.
And as I'm pulling up, it's kind of starting to cross my nose, and it starts to accelerate, and within about less than a second, as I start to pull nose onto it and it crosses right in front of me, it just goes poof and it's gone. So I call the other airplane and I said, hey, you guys see that thing? And they're like, sir, it's gone. We don't see it at all. So I'm like, okay, that's kind of weird. So we don't see it, we're looking. At the same time I say, hey, let's turn around and let's go back to see what was in the water. You know, was there something there? So we turn around, we're right there. Yeah, we haven't gone anywhere. It's gone. Water's perfectly, there's no white water, nothing, it's just blue. We're like, okay. So we turn back around, now we're heading back out towards the east, and I tell the controller, I said, well, you know, I first said, I'm kind of weirded out, and I told my backseater that. And we start heading back, and the controller on the Princeton comes up and he says, sir, you're not going to believe this, but that thing is back at your cap point. That was our original point where we were going to hold 40 miles south of the ship. So this thing has went from wherever we were at to, you know, about 60 miles in, you know, maybe 30, 40 seconds. It's already over there. And they didn't track it, it just appeared. It shows back up on the radar and they go, it's here. So we're like, okay. So we fly back, we don't see it. We don't see it on our radar. We don't see it on any of our sensors. We do like 2 runs and we come back to the ship and land. So as we're in we call it the PR shop, we're taking off our flight gear. One of my crews is getting ready to go out, and I think they were going to be on a tanker mission, but they had a targeting pod on board. So they launch off, and we're telling them about this before, and the backseater, Chad says, he's really determined, he's going to find this thing. So he tells the pilot, hey, we're going to find this thing. So they're just out driving around, and in the back seat of a Super Hornet, there's no stick, but there's side stick controllers, and they're to control the sensors, because that's what the weapon systems guys do. And they can change displays really fast by just hitting a button, and it'll flip from the radar to the targeting pod. And the way the system actually works is, when you see something on the radar and you designate it as your primary target, all the other sensors will look at that point. So everything is kind of synced together. So he picks up a hit on his radar, and he goes to lock it up, because I watched all the tapes. He goes to lock it up, and immediately the radar can tell, it gets signals back that it's being jammed. So, and technically jamming is an act of war. It starts jamming the radar, goes into a jam extrapolate, a bunch of stuff happens on the scope. Well, he's smart enough to castle to his targeting pod, and he takes a passive track, and that's the video that you see of the Tic Tac, where it's just sitting in the middle of the screen real quiet. So he does that, and he goes through, if you watch the video, if we had it, I'd go through it with you, but they go through all the different modes. So he goes, it's an IR and an EO. EO is TV, it's black and white TV camera.
We can get the video, right, online?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's get the video, Jamie. Where would you, can't show it to anybody. We can't show it on YouTube, but you can see it, and people will be able to go to it. You know what we'll do? Go to the video, and we'll tell people when we're starting, and we'll tell people what the title of the video that you get to is, and they can sync it up themselves if they're watching it.
It's publicly owned. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's publicly owned. It's, you know, American government released
Right.
it. So it is actually something in the public domain.
So you think we could play it on YouTube and not get pulled?
Yeah.
100%.
You think so, Jamie?
It's a government.
Those things, I would say, yes, we should be able to, but sometimes those things get messy. So
Let's take a
I'd say
chance.
yes. Okay,
Let's
all
take a
right,
chance
all
with this one.
Okay.
I know if you go, if you find a New York Times article, there's a link to it.
It's a Pentagon release.
YouTube is crazy with copyright stuff, and we've always been like 2 steps away from getting pulled off of YouTube completely. It's a real disaster. I understand from their perspective. There's a lot of legal issues they have to deal with, but
I have it on a private server. I could maybe send Jamie.
The issue, I believe, though, is the actual copyright of the video itself.
Oh, it's a Pentagon
released public domain.
And the Pentagon's going to come after us.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Did you find it?
I want to find a good version of the video that doesn't have somebody
Jeremy,
else's
do you know?
copyright.
Yeah, I've got an unwatermarked version. Let me just look it up and send it to you.
Tons of
Jeremy will
watermarks
get
all
it
over
to us.
I have to figure out how to send it to you right here. Give me a second.
Do you have AirDrop? Or could you AirDrop it?
Yeah, but
Do
I
you
got
have
it on
copy of
a page. I got it on a page, a private page that I can send Jamie.
Oh yeah, okay. Do you have Jamie's info?
No.
Yeah,
Send.
I'll write it down.
Okay, I'll figure it
Or
out.
you can
what
send
guys
it to me, and I'll send it to him.
Okay,
that's pretty easy. Sorry to disrupt the momentum.
No, you're good.
But I think it's probably important to be able to have this the video itself, so you could just talk about it. And we're about to yank it up here. Okay, Jamie wrote it down for you. There you go.
Give me a second to get it up.
Okay. And for people who don't know, Jeremy also produced Bob Lazar, Area 51, and Flying Saucers, and he was in here when we had Bob Lazar in, talk about Bob's experience, and Jesus, if that wasn't a game changer for me and for a lot of other people. This is a subject that it's so easy to mock. You know, this is why I think it's so important that we talk to people like you, because, like I said, just your average, everyday UFO crackpot, they believe everything and anything. Had you ever had any UFO experiences before this?
No, the irony, and I tell this story. My mother-in-law, she'll be listening. She literally, every time I would go home, she would ask me, "Hey, did you see a UFO? Did you see a UFO?" And I'd be like, "No." And when I first started dating my wife, she was a big National Enquirer. She had all the supermarket tabloids, and I would always just feed her crap for it. So this happens, and I never say a word. So my friends all knew it was a great story over beers because they'd go, "Hey, what's the coolest thing you ever saw flying?" I go, "I chased a UFO," and they go, "Get out of here." I go, "No, seriously," and I tell them the story, and they're like, "Dude," and I go, "Yeah." So I go home, and I got asked by Lou Elizondo to do the New York Times article, which, as like anything else, I always say no. Like, it took a bunch of times to get me on your show. Jeremy kept asking, and it was...
Thank you, Jeremy.
You got to thank my contractor's wife, Angel, who we were at a party drinking, and she goes, "You got to do Rogan." I go, "What?" She goes, "It's the biggest podcast on the planet." She goes, "You got to do it." And I go, "All right, I'm going to do it. Just for you, I'm going to do this show." So
shout out to Angel.
Yeah, from New Hampshire. So... So my mother-in-law, we're sitting there, and I know the New York Times article is going to come out, and so it was at Thanksgiving in when the article came out, 17. So it was Thanksgiving in 2017, and everyone had kind of left the house. So it's just my wife and my in-laws, a couple of us sitting in the kitchen, and I said, "Hey, I got to tell you guys this." They said, "What?" I said, "There's going to be this article comes out in the New York Times, and I'm in it." And they're like, "Yeah." I go, "Well, I chased a UFO." My mother-in-law's like, "Ha ha!" She looks at my father-in-law. He's rolling his eyes, looking at me like, "Oh, are you serious?" And I go, "Yeah." And she's like, "You never told us." I go, "I've never really told anyone." I mean, my wife and kids knew the event happened, but they didn't have all the details because this is one of those things I just didn't get into.
Is it classified?
No.
Was it at any point in time?
No, there's a lot of rumors out there that it was classified and the ship got locked down. No, it wasn't. Men in suits did not show up. No one told us not to talk about it, and this is because there's a lot of other people saying other things. And I said, look at it. Here's the context. So in the battle group, you've got the admiral, you got the captain of the ship, the captain of the Princeton, and then you've got the other COs. So in position-wise, I'm probably, as a CO of a squadron, in the top 20 out of 6,000. And no one came to talk to me. No one came to take my tapes. No one showed up in a suit. No one told me not to talk. No one talked to any of my air crew that were involved in this. There were 6 people total involved, the 2 that shot the video and the 4 of us that looked at it for 5 minutes with our eyes. No one, nothing. It just, and I can get into how, there's a report that George Knapp got released. I call it the unofficial official report. And I had met someone, and I'm like, "Hey, can you find anything out? I had this incident." And normally you tell people this, they look at you like, "Dude, what are you smoking?" And I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm tested. And they go, and they said, "Well, let me see what I can do." And I had got a call. I was doing some aerospace work, and I had gotten a call on my cell phone from a guy. And he said, hey, I want to investigate your incident. And I go, okay. So he did. He investigated the incident, and it was very, very thorough. I mean, if you've read it's about 10 pages long. And he tracked down everybody. He tracked down all the people that were, the air crew that were involved. He tracked down the admiral. It was a pretty thorough report. And I didn't think anything of it, because, the people word that's out there, so they want to do FOIA, but it was never released in a FOIA request. I actually had the Navy call me. I'd been out of the Navy for like 6 years. And
let's explain to people that means Freedom of Information.
Freedom of Information. So I got called by a public affairs person from the Navy and said, hey, is this Commander Fravor? And I said, yeah. And they said, hey, do you know of any documentation on your UFO incident off the Nimitz? And I said, official. And she said, yeah. I said, no, because I knew the report existed, but to me it was an unofficial, because I didn't know where it went. And I had a copy of it, but because it wasn't official, well then, years later I find out that the guy who actually did the report was part of the ATIP team, and I was talking to Lou Elizondo, who runs that program. And Lou showed me the documentation of the original, I think it's like 13 people that were part of ATIP, and they were FOIA exempt. And I'm like, well, that's hey, I know that guy. He's the guy that did the report, which is why it never ever came out until George got his hands on it.
How is something Freedom of Information Act exempt?
Obviously, DOD has the ability, because I'm not a conspiracy theory person at all. I mean, I'll just tell you that. And I think there's reasons that the government doesn't tell the public everything. And I don't speak for the government, but I think there's a good reason for that not everything needs to go out to the public. But most of it does. And what they do is they put a clause on, hey, for this program or whatever we're doing, which would be an ATIP program, the work that they do and what they find it's not releasable through Freedom of Information Act. There's probably other avenues to get that. And then you go, well, what really is freedom of information? Because I got into this I was talking to someone who's a conspiracy theorist, and they said, well, so-and-so wrote, and they're not getting any information on your event. I said, so what are they going to do? They're going to call up, you're going to put in your request for freedom of information. You go, here's what I want. It goes to some poor guy at the Pentagon who's like, I have no idea what this is. And he searches around, he doesn't find anything. He looks at his bud, and I go, for you, I go, hey, Joe, you got anything on the Nimitz incident? And you go, nope. And I go, okay, well, I didn't find anything. I looked, I did my due diligence, but I'm not going to spend the next 6 months of my life doing your research project for you.
Right.
So then you get nothing, and then you assume the government's covering up when the government really isn't. They just, the guys doing the research doesn't know where it's at or doesn't have access to it. So.
Makes sense. Jamie, we have a video? Okay. Here we go. Now, explain what are we seeing and why are we seeing it in this particular
Okay,
shade?
so we'll just kind of go around. So if you look at the OPRs operate in the top left corner. NAR is narrow field of view, which is zoomed in. IR at the top middle, it means it's in infrared mode. So instead of seeing color, you're seeing temperature variations. And these things are extremely sensitive to within like tenths of degrees. They will tell you the difference due to color. So it'll go from black to white. So in this case, white is hot. So if you look down in the bottom left corner, it says WHT. That's white. It means white is hot. So the object that you're looking at is hotter than the sky around it. But what you also notice is there's no plumes. Now, if you're looking at an airplane, when you get closer, you'll actually see the exhaust coming out, and there'll be a really glowing plume. That's important as we look at the video. And then most of the stuff on here, you really don't need to know. What you can look at is the bottom right corner, it says 19,990 and a B. That's the altitude. And if you look up in the little words where it says HDG and then BALT, it's autopilot. So it's on altitude hold. It's just flying for that. So you can go ahead and play the video. And so those two bars next to the white object, that's a passive track. So what he's done is he's commanded the FLIR to track that. So what the system does is it uses, it's actually tracking, it can track pixels, and it's just basically blocked those hot pixels, those white pixels from the black ones. And then you're gonna see now, pause it real quick. So up at the top, see it went to a white screen with the black object. This is a black and white TV mode. And if you look at the top, it says TV. So narrow in TV mode is actually, you can get closer than narrow in IR. It's literally narrow in IR is about medium in TV mode. So you can get closer with the TV mode. So as you look at it now, in this case, you would actually start to see stuff going on. And even in TV mode, because you get exhaust, the black exhaust that comes out, you'll usually be able to see kind of some of that coming out of the back, and you don't see anything. This thing's just sitting there. And if you look at the top where it says 3 right, that's the pod is looking 3 degrees right of the nose of the airplane, right? So he's just flying along. The bottom numbers, don't worry, those are time. So it's 41:56. So go ahead and hit play. And what he's doing is Chad's going through all the different modes because he's like, oh, I got it. And he's going to try and see the best video that he can get. Now, there's rumors that this video is like 10 minutes long. No, what you're looking at is the entire video. Now, notice where it says 99.9. So hit pause real quick. What that means is while he's got the targeting pod, because that's his primary sensor right now, the radar is still trying to look at this object and trying to range it, and the radar can't get ranging on it. So the object is doing something to say, I'm not giving you back, because it's just a Doppler radar, just like a police radar is a Doppler. It's trying to get a ranging on you, and it can't do it. So when it says 99.9, the radar cannot see this object right now. It's not allowing it to get ranging.
And I think that's super important, Dave, the way he explained it to me. Active jamming compared to passive jamming. This is a technology that is actively jamming this system.
Rather than something like stealth aircraft, which is the shape and the texture of the...
Yeah, it's... Because everyone thinks stealth is invisible. It's not. It's a technology to basically make it harder for radars to see you. You know, and that's the whole thing. You know, if you look at, you know, airplanes that are nose on are harder to see than airplanes at the side. It's kind of like, think of a barn door. If you're looking at the whole barn door, it's really easy to see. If I turn the barn door sideways where it's really thin, it's going to be a lot harder for you to see it.
Got it.
So that's the easiest, most basic way to look at this. So keep going. You can play again. And you can look, the airplane is still sitting at 20,000 feet. It's doing 250 knots. He's going to go through different modes and try and lock it. And it's just kind of sitting, and all of a sudden, as the video goes on, I think it's a minute and a half long. See, it's going to try and reacquire. It recenters the pod, so it's slowly drifting to the left. The Hornet is still going the same heading, it's just kind of hanging out, and they're just filming this thing. And then when they get close, it's going to zing off the left-hand side. When you see it on a full, because this, you know, you think digital, you'd be able to get a one-for-one copy. Unlike, you know, when you copy your album to a cassette, you know, you lose a little quality. Well, you still do in digital world, and off it goes to the left, and that's pretty fast to leave that field of view. When we have big monitors that we look at these when they come back, so we're looking at the original tapes. So
play the end of that again, please, Jamie. So when it's taking off, how fast? When it just sort of like leaves the field of view and takes off to the left, how fast is that going?
I would say pretty fast. It's an estimate. If we had ranging, you know, you could obviously do the triangle and go, hey, because we know how big the field of view is. But for something to leave the field of view that fast with the pod just staring is pretty fast. I mean, it's like out of here.
Like nothing that we have?
No, because we can't. I don't care what airplane it is. So let's just use the F-22 Raptor. That's probably it's probably the best airplane in the world right now, performance-wise. It can't take off like that. Especially if it's a hover. I mean, you're talking something that's just sitting in space in the wind, and then it just all of a sudden accelerates. Airplanes don't work that way.
And it's not leaving any exhaust plume.
No, notice there's none. And when you go back to the IR
at the end,
even in the IR, you don't.
Yeah, see, there's IR zoomed in, and there's no. You would see a plume if that was an airplane.
It's creepy how it takes off.
Yeah.
With active jamming, it's intelligently controlled. There's no rotors, there's no plumes, there's no exhaust, there's no tail fin, there's no tail number. This thing goes from a standstill, takes off. It's a propulsion system we don't have in our inventory, and no other nation does. That's how it's understood by the government.
Now that's say if the fastest plane on Earth was trying to do that same maneuver, this system would be able to track it.
Yeah, it would stay with it until it got to the limits of the pod, you know, as far as looking to the left. But
right.
And you know, the radar would see it. I mean, when you get close enough, you're gonna, you know, everything becomes visible because you get burned through with radar and how radars actually work. This one is, you know, you tell me, but this was performance beyond. I mean, it's like when we saw it disappear when it flew in front of my nose. I'm talking something. I'm within a half mile of it, looking at it, and it gets in front of me and just disappears. So we'll just go to something that everyone knows is fast. Let's just say SR-71 that's doing Mach 3. You know, the visibility is 50 miles. So even at 35 miles a minute, I'm going to be able to see this thing turn into a little dot as it goes off into the horizon for probably a minute. The thing that we saw disappeared in a second. Just gone. And that's from two different angles. Remember, the other airplane's 8,000 feet above me because we get close to it at about 12,000 feet. So the other airplane's above me looking down, and when it disappeared, I said, do you guys see it? And they said, no, it's gone. It just literally was poof.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Yes.
I mean, I wrote a book about Operation Paperclip, and
Yeah.
my God, talk about a rabbit's hole.
That's
a
a rabbit hole.
It's a rabbit hole.
Let's explain to people that don't know what we're talking about. Operation Paperclip was when, after World War II, the United States gathered up a ton of scientists from Nazi Germany, brought them over to America, and even Werner von Braun. They had Werner von Braun run NASA. He was a Nazi, like 100% Nazi.
Good friends with Hitler type Nazi.
Yes, he ran a Berlin rocket factory where they hung the 5 slowest Jews. They would hang them out front so everybody would know, like, this is what happens when you work slow. We'll hang you. I mean, the Simon Wiesenthal Center said that if Werner von Braun was alive today, they would prosecute him for crimes against humanity.
Yes, they would.
And that was the head of NASA. That was the head of NASA. That was the guy who got us to the moon. That was the big cheese guy. Yeah. So we were willing to put a lot of really dark things aside in order to gather up the best scientists so that the Soviet Union couldn't get them all. And they got a few of them as well. But we got how many? More than 1,000, right?
Allegedly 1,400, but I would not be surprised if, the story changes and there were more, right?
Yeah.
But that goes back to our discussion earlier about being in pole position. I mean, that's why we grabbed those Nazis. We were like, if we don't get them, the Russians will.
I get it. And, and I'm sure the Nazis could say, I didn't want to do it. They made me. I'm a nice person. I love Jews.
Well, that was part of the mythology. It was like, we got the good Germans. Well, no, we didn't.
Right.
We got the top Germans, and who do you think the top Germans were?
Yeah.
They were coveted by Hitler, Himmler, Göring,
Yeah.
I mean, these guys were, right. I mean, there were guys that we grabbed out of the docks at Nuremberg, literally, to come be part of our program, One of these
if you're smart, you're an asset, right? I mean, that's what Genghis Khan used to do. He'd take warlords from the other side and capture them and go, listen, just come over here, bro. Come on, work for me. I'm the man.
I mean, ideology aside, I'm super smart and I want that to be known. That's kind of that's the competitor, right?
Sure,
I mean,
sure.
you cannot be the best rocket designer in the world and not want those talents, demonstrated. That's
Sure.
Werner von Braun's story. That's the story of all of them. And that was so shocking writing that book, because it's like, wow, huge amounts of talent, but how far will the competitor go to see their baby come to fruition? What are they willing to put aside?
Yeah. Did you pay any attention to the other places where Nazis went when they escaped Germany? Like Argentina in particular? Have you ever seen any of that stuff? Where they have entire German towns down in Argentina?
God, right?
They do Oktoberfest down there. They wear lederhosen. They drink out of steins. It's crazy. They speak German. And you're like, what the fuck is this? Like, my friend Tim Kennedy went down there, and he said he was literally talking to people, interviewing people, and they had photos of SS soldiers on their wall, and they would talk about how grandfather was a hero, and they're like, you're the descendants of escaped Nazis, and they put together a town down there.
I mean, the way the Nazis were able to flee is I can't read enough of that. I mean, that's what Jamie and I were talking about. It's like,
dark.
Oh my God, and it's endless. I mean, they're so, the ones that there was a famous guy that we got. He was the Surgeon General of the Third Reich. I mean, think about that, okay? Dr. Walter Schreiber. I mean, he was such a bad dude. He was in charge of the vaccine program. I mean, you just put those words together and your mind goes really dark, right? But we wanted him because he was an expert in vaccines, and we brought him to the United States. He was the only Nazi I found of the ones, the paperclip scientists who came here, that was actually outed, right? He was outed as a Nazi, and that's because one of the investigators at the Nuremberg trials recognized him.
Oh, Jesus.
And he's the only one we got out of here. And guess where he went?
Argentina.
And lived out the rest of his life there.
The show was called Finding Hitler. They were trying to find evidence that Hitler somehow escaped. It was really a bullshit premise of the show, but what was interesting is that there were thousands and thousands of Nazis that made it to Argentina and set up shop. It's throughout South America. There's a lot of Germans down there. It's kind of weird.
if you can imagine me on book tour of like the kind of questions I get, because we're talking, right? Having written books about Area 51, Nazis, right?
Jesus.
Assassins.
How are you still alive?
People, I mean, just last night I was at a book giving a signing, and people are like, "Is Hitler really dead?" You know?
Oh, God.
I mean, that, right?
What if he was alive? He'd be the oldest man alive.
Right?
Can you imagine? He was probably like, how old was he during World War II? He had to be in his 40s,
Yeah,
right?
he'd be hundreds, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
no, I mean, but right? Or they say he cloned himself.
He'd be
all right?
160 years old.
He'll be 120 now.
Well, that's what he'd be?
1889.
Oh, Jesus.
Jamie
Yeah.
knows.
That's an old man. I mean, there's been 120-year-old people, but it's fucking pretty rare. Yeah, so Operation Paperclip was not even publicly acknowledged until, what was it, like the 90s? Like, when did it become public? I think it was through the Freedom of Information Act, was it?
Yeah, it was this very intrepid journalist named Linda Hunt who.
Shout out to Linda.
Yeah, I mean, she broke the story. That's what's amazing. I mean, as a journalist, you're always writing on the shoulders of those before you, right? And she had it really hard because she did a Freedom of Information Act request, got all these documents that no one had ever seen. And then the government sent her a bill for $125,000. And she had to spend a lot of time. This is
For
what I
what?
understand. I never interviewed her, but for Xeroxing fees.
What?
Yeah, I just love that detail because it's such a covert way of getting someone to stop. It's like, okay, here's the information we had to give it to you, but now here's your bill. Imagine if the government's coming down on you for $125,000.
Yeah, see,
You're
that would make
uncomfortable.
me want to call a bunch of rich people and go, hey, let's all just donate $1,000 to this lady.
And it's a different world now. You could do that. You could do a GoFundMe campaign.
100%.
But my God, in the 80s and the 90s, you were
Right.
just like out on a limb.
Yeah, they would crush you financially.
Right?
We actually had this very same discussion yesterday with my friend Phil Demers, who's being sued by Marineland. And because of, he was a walrus trainer and trained orcas, and he's showing how
Blackfish?
horrific. It wasn't Blackfish, that's SeaWorld, but it's SeaWorld is actually, the way he says, it's a day in the park compared to Marineland. Marineland's a horrific place in Canada. And anyway, they have been trying to squash him with legal fees by dragging out his legal fees, by dragging out his case. But we set up GoFundMes, and all his legal bills get paid for from people that want him to win the good fight. And this is an option today that wasn't available to Linda when she was exposing this.
Exposing Nazis.
$125,000. You assholes! Like she should sue them for misappropriation of funds. Like, does it cost you really $125,000 to print those things out? If it does, you guys should be in jail. Like that's like with like those $10,000 hammers that they have in the Pentagon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she gets all this information, and does the government immediately acknowledge that they imported these
No.
Nazis?
No, I mean, she wrote the first book, and it was just stunning. And you know,
What year was this?
Late 80s, early 90s.
Okay.
And, you know, then more gets revealed because they gave her a certain amount. I mean, I filed a bunch of FOIAs. There was releases. I went to Germany.
FOIA meaning Freedom
Freedom
of
of
Information
Information Act, yes. Then I went to Germany and looked in their archives with like a fellow, a German PhD who had, you know, real access to stuff and was able to translate for me while we were there looking at this stuff. I interviewed a lot of grandchildren of Nazis and children of Nazis. And, you know, I mean, this one extraordinary, oh my God, there's a guy, I told you about Schreiber, right? I'm on the narrative level, humans acting, I'm so interested in rivalry and competition, right? As a concept, because this is what America does, to be the best. And also as humans, right? Because people are like that, they're built like that. So the Nazis had rivals amongst themselves. And Schreiber's rival was Dr. Blum, who was in charge of the biological weapons program for Hitler, okay? And Blum had a son. And Blum was prosecuted at Nuremberg. You can see a picture of him with a big dueling scar. You know, he was a bad dude. He was
had a dueling scar?
Dueling scar.
Duel like a sword duel?
Sword fighting. It was like among the Nazis, they would duel with one another when they were younger students. And then they would pack the wound with horsehair to make it even more pronounced because it looked ferocious.
Really?
Pull up, Jamie, pull up
I got a
in-
couple. What's his name?
Well, you can pull up Dr. Blum, Bolme, but also
Look at that
yeah,
big ass scar on his
right?
face.
And also you can pull if you pull up Kurt Debus, who was the director of our JFK Center. He was NASA's von Braun's number 2. He had a huge dueling scar, and yet when you look at there he is right there. Knowing what we know now, it's like, come on, you're trying to tell me that guy's not a hardcore Nazi?
So those guys had dueling scars on their faces.
Yeah, you see him?
How often did they duel?
Well, when they were
Did
in
they do it
college.
to the death?
No. It was like on guard,
Oh,
and then
like
they would
fencing.
Fencing.
Oh, this guy had it too.
Yep.
How did they not get poked in the eyes?
Oh, I guess that was the gentleman's rules.
How do you listen? You go in for the cheek, you hit the eye, like that's happens all the time. I mean, they must have cut a lot of eyeballs out.
I haven't seen any photographs of missing eyeballs, but there's a lot right on the cheek, so maybe that was the whole point. It was actually just a bit for show.
Oh.
Right?
How weird.
But it was
a badge of honor.
It was
for
a badge
most
of
these
honor.
guys,
Yeah.
There's more.
And but
wow, so they all had it on their face.
Yeah.
It's all in the same spot, dueling scars.
Yeah.
Wow.
So imagine,
they
like,
wanted to have these scars.
that was a
Jesus Christ. Oh,
But
wow, so they all had it on their face. Get poked in the eyes.
look at there he is right there. Knowing what we know,
Big ass scar on his
right?
face.
And also you can pack the wound with horror. He was a bad dude, built like that. So the Nazis had rivals amongst themselves, and Schreiber's rival was Dr. Blum, who was in charge of the biological weapons program for Hitler. Okay? And Blum had a son, and Blum was prosecuted at Nuremberg. You can see a picture of him with a big dueling scar. He was a bad dude. He was
had a dueling scar?
Dueling scar.
Duel like a sword duel?
Sword fighting. It was like among the Nazis, they would duel with one another when they were younger students, and then they would pack the wound with horsehair to make it even more pronounced because it looked ferocious.
Really?
Pull up, Jamie. Pull up.
I got a couple. What's his name?
Well, you can pull up Dr. Blum, Bolme, but also
Look at that big ass scar on his
right?
face.
And also you can if you pull up Kurt Debus, who was the director of our JFK Center. He was NASA's von Braun's number 2. He had a huge dueling scar, and yet when you look at there he is right there. Knowing what we know now, it's like, come on, you're trying to tell me that guy's not a hardcore Nazi?
So those guys had dueling scars on their faces.
Yeah, you see him?
How often did they duel?
Well, when they were
Did
in
they do
college.
it to the death?
No. It was like on guard,
Oh,
and then
like
they would
fencing.
Fencing.
Oh, this guy had it too.
Yep.
How did they not get poked in the eyes?
Oh, I guess that was the gentleman's rules.
How do you listen? You go in for the cheek, you hit the eye, like that's happens all the time. I mean, they must have cut a lot of eyeballs out.
I haven't seen any photographs of missing eyeballs, but there's a lot right on the cheek, so maybe that was the whole point. It was actually just a bit for show.
Oh.
Right?
How weird.
But it was
a badge of honor.
It was
for
a badge
most
of
these
honor.
guys,
Yeah.
There's more.
But
wow, so they all had it on their face.
Yeah.
It's all in the same spot, dueling scars.
Yeah.
Wow.
So imagine,
they
like,
wanted to have these scars.
that was a
Jesus Christ. Oh, they had goggles on.
Oh, there you go. That's how they didn't take out the
Academic
eyeballs.
fencing, it says. Academic fencing. So what they were essentially doing, they were having fencing matches with real swords, not with ones with tips.
Okay.
Wow. And cutting their faces up. Fuck, man. Oh, Jesus, look at this guy's face. Yikes. Wow. Dueling cults. That is crazy.
So when you consider that people did not know about that, and then you've got these Germans walking around America as part of our space program and our science programs, and these are the good Germans. I mean, now you really have to say to yourself, come on, guys.
They were all Nazis.
Right?
Big ass fucking scars on their face.
Absolutely.
Wow. Oof. That's dark,
Like
man.
OG Fight Club.
Yeah, right. OG.
Don't talk about Fight Club.
Super OG. Yeah. God, it's crazy. Wow.
So I go to interview. Sometimes you, as a journalist, you can get amazing information from.
Look at these guys. Oh my God, they're sliced up.
Badge
History
of
of
honor.
European martial arts.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Well, I mean, that is a martial art. I mean, it's an art of war. It really is. Sword fighting is a martial art. I mean, many martial arts have weapons. Ugh. Sorry. So you go to interview these people.
So to piece together the story,
Yes.
right? I can't tell you, others can, right? Sometimes to find out more about the Nazis, I went to Germany and sought out some children of these top Nazis to see if maybe they didn't have journals or anything they might share with me. And one of them was Dr. Blum. His son, I tracked down, I found him. And he said, yes, you may come visit me. And it was such a remarkable journey. It was like he lived in the Black Forest. I had to take like a taxi through the mountains, up over the hill, down through the valley, into a courtyard behind a church to Dr. Blum's house. So he was the junior to his father, who was this horrific Nazi. I mean, a top Nazi, had favor of the Führer, wore what was called the Golden Party Badge. Hitler gave out these little buttons. Blum's was, I believe, number 6. So that's how favored he was. Wow. And his son, Dr. Kurt Blum, whereas the father was in charge of the biological weapons program. So his plan was to, murder people with biological weapons from nature, right? The son had been a medical doctor, but had left the profession to cure people with flowers. It's called Bach flower therapy. So he was this very interesting individual who had never given an interview before, and he agreed to let me come to him. So I go on that journey, I go to his house, and he was remarkable. I mean, he was so interesting. Talk about the sins of the father, I mean, my God, what he had as a burden, right? And I asked him to tell me everything he could about his father, and he did. And then he asked me to tell me what I knew about his father. I had information from the German archives about his father that he did not have.
Like what kind of stuff?
Like that his father had given something. I'd just come from this archive and found these documents. Dr. Blum ordered that 6,000 tubercular Jews be given Sonderbehandlung. That's the German word. What does that mean? Special treatment. There's a euphemism for you.
Oof.
That was kill those 6,000 tubercular Jews.
When you say tubercular, is that people with tuberculosis?
Yes, they were suffering from tuberculosis. And Dr. Blum worked closely with Himmler, and they just decided to kill them. And, sitting there talking to this man, telling him about his father at his request was remarkable. And then he's telling me what he knows. And then as I'm getting ready to leave, he says to me, I'd like you to have these. And he takes down from his incredible bookshelf. He himself had written 8 books, right? And he takes down these books and he hands them to me, and they're in these wrappers, and I can see that they have Nuremberg nomenclature on them. And what they are is they're his father's documents from his Nuremberg trial. And I'm like, I can't take these. I thought he meant take them back to my hotel room, look at them, and then, bring them back the next morning when we were doing the next interview. And he said, no, I want you to have them. And I was like, I can't have them. And he said, I don't want them, and you should have them. And he gave them to me. So I had this stack. So I was like, on my trip home, it was so perplexing because I threw out all of my clothes. I was like, screw the clothes. I mean, I travel with a carry-on bag, right? So in my carry-on bag, all I have is this Nazi paraphernalia that was
Jesus Christ.
in Germany. That is Dr. Blum's,
Oh my
the
God.
Deputy Surgeon General of the Third Reich's documents from Nuremberg covered with swastikas.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
he was acquitted at Nuremberg based on all these documents, okay? And, by the way, based on human experiments. And I'm at the airport and I realize suddenly, oh my God, swastikas, like this is illegal. If they go through my bag, I'm going to be arrested. I'm carrying these incendiary...
Right. Do you have any copies of your book on you? So you
I
can
hadn't
say,
written
I'm
it
a
yet.
journalist, but other books.
No. I was just like
Oh my God,
holding
you
my
gotta
breath.
have at least one.
Joe, I was sweating almost as hard as I was sweating at the beginning of this interview. Right?
I think you're sweating harder.
I was. I went through, because, I was like, wow. I went through, no problem. Got home. I have them in my
God,
office.
So they didn't check anything?
Nope. They didn't say boo.
Ooh, lucky you didn't go through Israel.
Well, you know what? The swastika is not outlawed there, but it is in Germany. You may not have any Nazi paraphernalia whatsoever. In fact, my paperclip book, which has a swastika on it, had to be redesigned, the cover for the German publication. And it just has like broken up images of the Nazis because you cannot reproduce that image in Germany.
I mean, I'm not pro swastika, but it's so strange that we've given so much power to this design that you can't even see it. It used to be there's a temple out here that I believe it's a Hindu temple, and it was a part of Hinduism. That this swastika predates World War II. It predates the Nazis.
Shh, don't tell anybody.
Oh, I thought that was Gamez.
What? Who is Gamez?
Gamez.
Gamez. Nice moves over there.
Woohoo. Woohoo.
You're ready, crime is gonna happen. I can smell it from here.
I can smell you from here.
Hey, come on.
Go, 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 catch them, go. Go fight the crime.
Oh, we got them, sir, don't worry.
Go catch some rats.
Rats!
Rats, yeah, you know, rats steal.
Oh, that's the guy that got robbed by the rat yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got mugged by a rat and then by a bird.
Mm-hmm. Tattoo. What do I have? I have one look. Is this bobcat? It's a sad one. Let it be. Let it be. Wow.
predates their sort of reclaiming of it. And this building that was built out here in the I think it was built in the 1920s, has swastikas on it. There's a big plaque explaining why there's swastikas on it.
I know they have it at a different angle, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, talk about branding, right?
know,
I mean,
right?
my God, that was, and the Nazis were, kings of that. I mean, they were
not
all.
only that, the mustache. That guy killed that mustache. There's not
Right?
another thing like that.
But he didn't kill the dueling scar, right? That could come back.
Do you think?
No, not
No.
Not after your show. What do you
But
have?
see,
4
people don't-
million viewers?
Probably.
Right?
But people don't think about it that way. They don't think about the dueling scars being a Nazi thing.
No, that's what I find remarkable, right?
Yeah.
They really
did,
don't.
But the Nazis did.
The Nazis did, and then you look. There's an amazing photograph of JFK, Lyndon Johnson, Kurt Debus, sitting at for a launch, a moon launch, and there's Debus with his huge dueling scar, and I'm like, and their position was, oh, he's one of the good Germans.
Well, that culture was a culture of ruthlessness. I mean, it was even the good ones. There he is.
Yes, good job, Jamie. Look at
Big
that. Can you
ass
believe that?
scar on his face.
They still give out an award, by the way, that's called the Kurt Debus Award. And I rang them up and said, why are you guys giving out this award? He was a hardcore Nazi.
What do they say?
They were like, they've hemmed and hawed, and I finally said, well, at least tell me what you say to people who ask that question. And you know what they said?
What?
No one's ever asked us that question before, Annie.
Well, they will now. Jesus. Oh, it's when you really stop and think about the horrific nature of what the Nazis did. I mean, how inhuman it was, how crazy it was. Like, that had to permeate the entire culture. There's no good Nazis. There was not one. Even one of them that was looped into that had to be responsible for some awful, awful shit.
I mean, Einstein said it the best when he said you could have left. Like, people who could have left should have left,
Yes.
right?
Well, do you know the story of Fritz Haber, right? The guy who
Yes.
I mean, he wound up having to flee, and he's the guy who created Zyklon gas. And he's, he created Zyklon A, which had smell built into it so that it would warn you when you were using this pesticide. And then the Nazis turned it into Zyklon B, where they removed that element that added the smell and just this odorless, horrific, poisonous gas that they used to gas the Jews. And he was a Jew.
I mean, then when you think about it, he was no longer useful to them because when they figured out he really was a Jew.
Yeah.
They
Well,
shipped
once
him off.
World War II came around, see, he was a part of World War I when they first started using gas. And there's a great Radiolab podcast about it. I think it's called The Bad Show. But anyway, what essentially it says is that he was up for the Nobel Prize at the same time he was wanted for crimes against humanity. Because he was up for the Nobel Prize for creating the Haber method of extracting nitrogen from the atmosphere, which was used for fertilizer, which to this day they say 50% of the nitrogen in human bodies was created by the Haber method. So what you get from food, from vegetables, like that nitrogen, 50% of it at least, is coming from this guy's method, who was a scientist, who was a Jew, who was working in Germany before it became Nazi Germany, and then was the guy who figured out how to use gas on people. It's a dark. His story
twisted,
is a
dark
dark
tale.
story. I mean, he died looking for medical treatment because he had to flee Germany, and he's had a bad heart. He died on the road trying to get to Switzerland. I think it was Switzerland.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, Nazi Germany is like the pole position taken way too far, right? And that's what's remarkable, that the Pentagon was like, okay, but we can learn from this. And there are elements that are dark in that.
Well, it also comes out of the devastation of World War I, right? The economic devastation, the defeat. The Germans are in this terrible state overall in terms of their morale. And then along comes this charismatic psychopath that is just really good at screaming. To this day, I don't speak German, but to this day, when you watch that guy scream and yell at all those people and see them respond, it gives you chills. Like, that kind of charisma, that kind of influence that someone has, where they can do that in front of thousands and thousands of people and everyone's goose stepping, and it's like, woo, to see, we're very fortunate there's not something like that right now. And our forefathers and our grandparents and whoever fought in World War II, if it wasn't for them, who knows where this world would be right now, because that was a literal evil empire straight out of Star Wars. I mean, that was like the Sith Lord. They really were. They were human beings who were doing some of the most evil shit that you could, almost demonic, if you really stopped and thought about it. If there were demons pretending to be people, they would do the same thing.
I mean, that's why I think it's a rabbit hole, because it's so hard to comprehend that, like, a culture of educated individuals in that moment in time that you talked about between World War II, World War I and World War II could completely become malevolent.
Yeah, that's one of the more disturbing things about the Nazis, was that there were so many of these people that they did extract through Operation Paperclip. Brilliant engineers and scientists that were also evil. Like, those two things are very uncomfortable for us. We like to think of our scientists as being the people that are out there trying to solve the mysteries of the universe and provide us with the technology to make our life better here on Earth. Not the Nazis. They were trying to figure out how to kill people better. They were trying to figure out how to use rockets to shoot them at Europe and blow people up. And it's one of the more telling and horrific times in our history, when you because it's one of the more horrific ones that we have footage of, because we don't have footage of Genghis Khan, we don't have footage of Alexander the Great, we have stories and tales of Napoleon and some photographs and drawings of dictators, past and present, but we have a lot of footage from Vietnam. We have a lot of footage from World War II. We have a lot of footage from modern wars. And out of all of them, the one that scares us the most, scares me the most, is World War II.
Do you think those scientists, when they came here, because this is I could not figure this out even after writing that whole book. Do you think they came here and actually thought about what they had done, or they were able to convince themselves that they were the good Germans, that they were part of it? Because I never saw a single bit of remorse ever. Like, no one ever acknowledged what they had done. So it made me wonder.
I guess results vary, right? I mean, I think there's probably two people that go through the same thing, and one person has no problem with it, and the other person literally can't sleep. I don't know. It's a good question. It would be interesting to interview them. The ones who've been caught, who've been prosecuted and who've been chased down, they've got one fairly recently. They caught a Nazi like just a few months ago. It's one of the last ones. He was in his 90s, I believe. The ones who survived, they all tell different stories. And some of them say they just were following orders, and some of them say that they didn't do it, they're being framed. They all have different stories. It's
one of them. You write a book about that, or you think about it, and you kind of you go down the rabbit hole, and then you have to ask yourself, what does this mean? Or it's too dark, right? Yeah. And so I asked that question to a Auschwitz survivor, okay, who I wrote about in the book. His name was Gerhard Marszowski, and the reason he survived Auschwitz was because he was taken over to the labor camp, which was called Buna. So it was a rubber factory. And it was led by this truly evil man named Otto Ambros, who became part of Operation Paperclip, okay? After being tried at Nuremberg and being convicted of mass murder and genocide, right? We got him out, and he worked for us. Really? You got to read the story of it. I mean, it's just astonishing. Otto Ambros, right?
So they extracted...
He was a chemist.
Oh, my God.
Right? But he was, so Gerhard was at Buna, this factory, this rubber factory. And he lived, and I did an interview with him because I was asking him, the flip side of all of that. And his whole family was killed at Auschwitz. And I said to him, what is any of, we went through all these questions to try to get some closure to this or some meaning. And I said, and then we landed on, I said, well, we couldn't answer, what does this mean, right? What does it mean for today? Couldn't answer. So when I asked him, what matters about all this? He went like this. He lifted up his sleeve, and he showed me his tattoo. And he said, that And I have that image seared in my mind. I had never seen a tattoo from Auschwitz before, and I have not since. And it also made me think, because I thought, he's going to die soon, and he has died since. And then that tattoo's gone. So all you have is the exchange of information and people talking about it.
Yeah.
The eyewitnesses die.
How did they get that guy out of Nuremberg? How did they get them to release him?
Well, okay, so he was convicted at Nuremberg, then he went to prison. He went to the
run
prison where
over
we had
people.
all the,
They didn't ex.
Hmm? Is running people your hobby? Huh? My guy. It's running people over your hobby. You just ran me over. I was with that bike. I can't hear shit from there.
I said, yeah, you ran out in front of me.
But I'm on a fucking bike. You can hit the brakes. At least you can
I
try.
did hit the brakes. I slid slicker than snot.
Alright. Nice to know that. So you are not like some of a terrible person trying to kill people.
No, I'm not trying to do this, but I would recommend getting out of this area real quick. So I'm about to hit a lick around me, and I don't want you to get in trouble.
Oh, you're hitting this. You're hitting bank?
Gas station. I have a little store.
Alright, alright. Okay, let me put these 20 bags in first. Interesting.
I gotta wait till this guy leaves real quick.
Can I see? Can I watch?
You can do whatever you want, my friend.
Alright, I'll sit here and I pretend that I don't exist. What is going on? I don't know. I'm dreaming. Did you see criminals? No, I didn't. Who robbed the store? I don't know. Never saw anything.
Yeah.
Okay. Should I snitch? Let's play Tetris. Nah, fuck. Let's snitch. We're calling taxi. for taxi. Fuck. Stop. Stop. Where? Stop, you motherfucker. Ugh. Fuck my chop shotgun. Ah, fuck this shit. How much do I have? 34. How much the taxi would cost? Taxi. 40,000. What the fuck?
Hey, bro, catch me in your arms.
Oh, fuck.
Yo, what the hell, bro? You missed.
I wasn't prepared. It was so fast.
Yeah, but you're supposed to, you know. I like your holster.
Yeah.
Oh, you got a gun in that bitch? Not bad, G.
Nah, it's a fake one.
yeah.
If I said yeah I had, he can take my gun. If I say yeah I have a gun. I never say I have a gun. That's how city rules work. Okay. Okay. So fucking lazy, bro, to go down in the city. I just need a taxi, but the fucking taxi shit, it doesn't work. Oh, this is my shotgun. Can you please get out of the car? Get out! Wow! Let's see. Does this work? Okay. What about you? Oh, that's Washington, isn't it? Washington. Fuck. Stop, stop. Stop. Okay. Just get up. Go. We need the Washington. Oh, please don't disappear. Come on. What is new? Oh, that's a Washington, isn't it? Should be Washington. This devil is a Washington. Okay. This should be a Washington. Alright, stop. Shut up. Oh, nice. Okay. Come. Is this Washington? Emperor. Fuck that. Oh, they're so similar. Where are the subtitles?
Ooh.
Okay, let's see.
Execute them?
No,
Where- I
no.
mean, obviously.
They executed like the top Nazis, and then a lot of these guys went to prison. So there was a bunch of trials. And so I went to the prison. I saw his cell. I mean, in Germany. It was intense, Landsberg prison. And then because we were sort of policing Nazi Germany after it was not, after the war was over, we were policing Germany. And then and a guy named McCoy was in charge. He was kind of like the governor general of Germany. And the Germans wanted Germany back. And they were like, we're tired of you guys policing us. The threat from the Russians was very real. And so deals were made. I mean, I write about all this in Paperclip, based on the documents. And one of the provisions was, we want our guys out of prison. We want them back
No
in
shit.
society. And that was arranged. And again, you don't even know these things, They're like,
Right.
but that was, and then Otto Ambros, and they even gave him his money back. That was astonishing. And the family still has this villa in Switzerland, I believe, or maybe it's the
fucking way.
Bavarian Alps, that had been in the family, which is money from, from Nazi Germany. And I called up the son to interview him. He was not as forthright as Dr. Blum's son, and he hung up on me and said, if you ever contact me again, I'll, they have very serious privacy laws in Germany. I thought about going and knocking on his front door. My lawyer was like, Annie, do not do that. They have very different laws in Germany.
For privacy.
Yes.
Even if
for
you're
issues like
the
that.
son of a Nazi.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Well, I would imagine, look, if he didn't do anything, he shouldn't be responsible for what his father did.
No, but he has the villa. That was the point.
Right.
He had all the money. Right.
And he got that money from his father, who got that money from stealing it from people.
Yes.
During World War II.
Yes.
Yeah, like what happens there?
Yes.
But if you go back to that, like, we should really find out who had the plantations in America and who benefited from that. Like, go several generations from there. I mean, you could get weird with war. and
Reparations are
with evil
big.
deeds where people profited. Yeah.
I mean, which is sometimes a reason why I realize in looking at these, in reporting these books, which is why certain things are kept secret. I mean, they open up a whole can of worms about reparations.
Sure. Yeah. Wow. Was Operation Paperclip, writing that book, was that one of the most disturbing ones for you?
Dark. I mean, that was so dark. My husband is amazing. He's Norwegian, right? And Norway was occupied by the Nazis for 5 years. Like, people kind of forget that. But he grew up there, and his mom, was a grade schooler and was really impacted. Like, didn't go to school for 5 years while the Nazis were there. They were going to breed with the Norwegians because they were such lovely Aryan people, right? So my husband, having a Norwegian mom, was like, when I was writing Paperclip, it would be so dark sometimes. I would be like down in my office, like, I can't, honey, I can't, and he'd be down there with a sandwich or coffee, and he'd say, but are you throwing another Nazi under the bus? And I would say, yes. And he'd say, keep typing, right? And then I realized, well, wait a minute. The neutral journalist has to really make sure that she's not just throwing Nazis under the bus without really good reason. And so when I was in Germany at the archives, I went to Dachau, the concentration camp, and I asked the lead archivist if I could come and see the worst possible photographs that no one wants to see. And he said, absolutely. And I didn't write about them in the book because I didn't want to subject people to that kind of horror. But I looked at them and I watched. I saw with my own eyes people moments before they were killed, and then the bodies afterwards. And these are in human experiments to see whether or not pilots could survive height, or they simulated different things in chambers, at high altitude or speed. And I saw photographs of freezing people to death, right? Because they were trying to develop programs where they wanted to see at what temperature humans actually died. Right, and so they experimented on Jews. These are some of the doctors that came on our programs, and I looked at that evidence, and that blew me away. And then I knew when I left there, okay, I can throw these Nazis under the bus.
It's such a crazy time in history. where you really stop and think about all the different experiments that they did do. It's almost like they just opened up the vault of evil that said, listen, we have an opportunity. These people aren't people. Let's do whatever we want. It's like they're fake people. It's like they were an invention.
I mean, the perception really played into it.
Oof. It's so gross. It's so scary to think about that humans just, a generation or two away were capable of doing that.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I want to bring it back to the initial question. So you're working for the NSA. When do you realize there's a huge issue, and when do you feel this responsibility to let the American people know about this issue? Like, when do you contact these journalists, and what was the thought process regarding this? Like, what steps did you go through once you realized that this was in violation of the Constitution, and that even with the laws of the Patriot Act and the Patriot Act 2, things had changed so radically that you knew this was wrong, and you had to do something about it, or you felt a responsibility to speak out?
Okay. So since we gave so much historical preamble, let me just give the Cliff Notes version to get us up to that. So after September 11th, I'm a little bit lost. I'm doing my technical stuff, but it doesn't really feel like it matters anymore. Like, I'm making more money, I'm becoming more accomplished, but the world's on fire, right? You remember there was a crazy mood of patriotism in the country because we were all trying to come together to get through it. You remember, like, people were sticking Dixie cups in the top of every chain link fence on every overpass. That was like, stand together, never forget. United we stand.
Flags on every car.
Exactly. And I was a young guy who was not especially political, right? And I come from a military background, federal family, all that stuff, and so that means I'm very vulnerable to this kind of stuff. I see it on the news, and Bush and all his sort of cronies are going, look, it's Al-Qaeda, it's terrorist organization, they have all these international connections. There's Iraq, dictators, weapons of mass destruction, they're holding the world at ransom. You got Colin Powell at the UN dangling little vials of, like, fake anthrax. And so I felt an obligation to do my part, and so I volunteered to join the Army. You probably can't tell from looking at me, but I'm not going to be at the top of the MMA circuit anytime soon. So it didn't work out. I joined a special program that was called the 18 X-ray program, where they take you in off the street and they actually give you a shot at becoming a special forces soldier. So you train harder in special platoons, you go further, and I ended up breaking my legs, basically. So they put me out under
Both your
special
legs?
discharge. Yeah, it was basically what it was. They were shin splints that I was too dumb to get off of, right? So I kept marching underweight, and I'm a pretty light guy to begin with. I had a 24-inch waist when I joined the Army. Right?
Girls are jealous.
I think I weighed like 128 pounds. I was in great shape, in boot camp, because I came up really quick because it was all I could do was gain. But it was just too much on my frame because I wasn't that active. And so when you keep running on a stress injury, right, and you're running underweight with, like, rucksacks and things like that, you're running in, like, boots. And then you're doing exercise, and the Army's like a whole chapter in the book. You got your battle buddy, right, because they never allow you to be alone. You always got to have somebody watching you. They thought it was funny to put me, the smallest guy in the platoon, the drill sergeants did, with the biggest dude in the platoon, who was like an amateur bodybuilder, who was like, 230 or 260, something like that. He was a big fella. And so, he would, when we're off in the woods doing these marches and things like that, and we have to practice buddy carries, like the fireman's carry and things like that, he throws me around his neck, I'm like a towel. He's just skipping down like it's nothing. And then I got to put him on me, and I'm just like, oh, God, dying. And it was weirdly fun. I enjoyed it, but it was no good for my body. And so in a land navigation movement, I step off a log because I was on point. And on the other side of the log, because it's the woods in Georgia, I'm at Sand Hill, I see a snake. And so in my memory, it's like time slows down. Because in North Carolina, where I grew up, you think all snakes are poisonous.
Okay. Sorry, there's
Do
an
we-
issue.
do we need to
no,
take a
we're
break?
good. We're good.
It's completely fine.
No, we're fine.
all
There
right.
was something that happened on the screen. I wanted to make sure it was okay.
Oh, that's just the
So-
FBI joining the chat.
That's what I was worried about. There's a second
Yeah, but
image opened up here.
Yeah, so anyway, I try to take a much longer step in midair. I land badly. And it's just one leg is like fire. I'm limping. But, everybody says don't go to sick call, because you go to sick call, you'll lose your slot, you'll end up general infantry or regular infantry. And so I go back, I just tough it out. I get in my rack, and the next morning when I get out of the rack, which is the top bunk bed, right? I jump out, and my legs, they just give out underneath me. And I try to get up, and I just can't get up. And so I go to sick call, and I end up going to the hospital, and they end up x-raying me, and they also x-ray my battle buddy, because I got to go there with somebody else. And he has a broken hip, where they have to bring him to surgery, and it's in the book. There's a lot more detail about it. It's quite a dramatic moment. But for me, they just said I had bilateral tibial fractures, right, all the way up my legs. They said I had spinal fluids. And the next phase of the training was jump school, right, where you got to jump out of a plane. And the doctor, is like, son, if you jump on those legs, they're going to hold you back. And he's like, I can hold you back. We can put you for like 6 months. You stay off, and then you can go back through the whole cycle, right? Start basic from scratch. But you'll lose your slot in the Special Forces pipeline because of the way these things are scheduled and everything like that. And then you'll basically be reassigned to the needs of the Army. Or, which probably America was going back to IT, which was what I joined the Army to kind of escape. Or you can go out on this special kind of discharge that's called an administrative discharge, right? Normally you got honorable discharge, dishonorable discharge, things like that. This is something for people who have been in for, I think, less than 6 months, where it's like annulling a marriage. It's as if it never happened. It's as if you never joined. And at the time, I was like, well, that's very kind of him to do that. And I took it. They sent me to sick call, or sort of the sick bay, where you're in like a medical platoon and you do nothing for. I think about it. And then they let you out once the paperwork all finishes. But in hindsight, I realized that if you take an administrative discharge, it exempts the Army for liability for your injuries. So actually, what I thought was a kindness was just, now if I had future problems with my legs, they wouldn't have to cover their health insurance and any of those things. And it was just a funny thing. But anyway, I get out of the Army, and here, I'm on crutches for a long time and just sort of trying to figure out, all right, well, what's next in life? Because I had gotten a basic security clearance just for going through signing up for the military process, I applied for a security guard position at the University of Maryland, because it said you had to get a top secret clearance, which was a higher clearance than I had at the time. And I went, well, that sounds good, because I knew if I combine my IT skills, which are now suddenly much more relevant again to my future, with
The following is a conversation with Elon Musk, his 4th time on this, the Lex Friedman podcast. I thought you were going to finish it. It's one of the greatest themes in all of film history.
Yeah, it's great.
So I was just thinking about the Roman Empire, as one does.
There's that whole meme where old guys are thinking about the Roman Empire at least once a day.
And half the population is confused whether it's true or not. But more seriously, thinking about the wars going on in the world today. As you know, war and military conquest has been a big part of Roman society and culture. And it, I think, has been a big part of most empires and dynasties throughout human history. So
yeah, they usually
came as a result of conquest. I mean, there's some like the Austro-Hungarian Empire where there was just a lot of sort of clever marriages.
But fundamentally, there's an engine of conquest.
Yeah,
they celebrate
always.
excellence in warfare. Many of the leaders were excellent generals.
Yeah,
that kind of thing. So, big picture question. Grok approved. I asked. This is a good question to ask.
It tested Grok approved.
At least on fun mode. To what degree do you think war is part of human nature versus a consequence of how human societies are structured? I ask this as you have somehow controversially been a proponent of peace.
I'm generally a proponent of peace. I mean, ignorance is perhaps, in my view, the real enemy to be countered. That's the real hard part, not, fighting other humans. But all creatures fight. I mean, the jungle is you look at people think of this nature as perhaps some sort of peaceful thing, but in fact it is not. There's some quite funny Werner Herzog thing where he's like in the jungle, like saying that it's like basically just murder and death in every direction. I mean, the plants and animals in the jungle are constantly trying to kill each other every single day, every minute. So it's not like we're unusual in that respect.
Well, there's a relevant question here, whether with greater intelligence comes greater control over these base instincts for violence.
Yes. We have much more of an ability to control our limbic instinct for violence than, say, a chimpanzee. And in fact, if one looks at, say, chimpanzee society, it is not friendly. I mean, the bonobos are an exception. But chimpanzee society is filled with violence, and it's quite horrific, frankly. That's our limbic system in action. Like, you don't want to be on the wrong side of a chimpanzee. It'll eat your face off and tear your nuts off.
Yeah, basically there's no limits or ethics or... the Romans said just war. There's no just war in the chimpanzee societies. Is war and dominance by any means necessary?
Yeah, chimpanzee society is like a primitive version of human society. They're not like peace-loving, basically, at all. There's extreme violence. And then once in a while, somebody who's watched too many Disney movies decides to raise a chimpanzee as a pet, and then that eats their face or rips their nuts off or chews their fingers off, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's happened several times.
Ripping your nuts off is an interesting strategy for interaction.
It's happened to people. It's unfortunate. Like, that's, I guess, one way to ensure that the other chimp doesn't, contribute to the gene pool.
Well, from a martial arts perspective, it's a fascinating strategy.
the nut ripper.
I wonder which of the martial arts teaches that.
I think it's safe to say if somebody's got your nuts in their hand and has the option of ripping them off, you will be amenable to whatever they want.
Yeah. Safe to say. So, like I said, somehow controversially, you've been a proponent of peace on Twitter, on X.
Yeah.
So let me ask you about the wars going on today, and to see what the path to peace could be. How do you hope the current war in Israel and Gaza comes to an end? What path do you see that can minimize human suffering in the long term in that part of the world?
Well, I think that part of the world is definitely, like, if you look up there is no easy answer in the dictionary. It'll be that, like, the picture of the Middle East, and Israel especially. So there is no easy answer. This is strictly my opinion of, is that the goal of Hamas was to provoke an overreaction from Israel. They obviously did not expect to, have a military victory, but they really wanted to commit the worst atrocities that they could in order to provoke the most aggressive response possible from Israel, and then leverage that aggressive response to rally Muslims worldwide for the cause of Gaza and Palestine, which they have succeeded in doing.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Yes.
I mean, I wrote a book about Operation Paperclip, and
Yeah.
my God.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I want to talk to you about the story of the crystal skulls themselves, because there's this strange sort of folklore attached to them, and then there's a lot of people that believe that it's all horseshit and that these were created by modern people and buried underground in order to...
Well, my understanding of it is there you go. Yeah, indeed. That's just the citrus model, the crystal driver. There were 13 heads, and it was purported that the Navajo, the Anasazi, the Mayans, the Aztec each had one. The most famous one is the Mitchell Hedges skull, which was found in the Yucatan by Anna Mitchell Hedges. She reached into a cave. She was with her grandfather. It was around 1926, and she reached in, and there was an oilcloth covered item in there, and she pulled it out and opened it up, and there was the two-piece detachable jaw Mitchell Hedges skull. Beautiful skull. The Hewlett-Packard engineers did a test on it in the 60s. They said it could not have been carved by a lapidary, by tools. It had to have been polished over hundreds of years, over centuries, to get to the shape that it was. So they said it was a polished item. Let's see, there's the Mitchell Hedges skull, the Phyllis Newman skull named Max. She says,
wasn't that later decided by some people that this was not the case?
I'm gonna exactly get to that point, because of course it's important. It doesn't affect my business whether they're fake or not. These were beautiful artifacts, and we've recreated it beautifully. But it's nice to know the true story, and I have kind of a thought on the theory either way. So there's the Phyllis Newman skull named Max. She has to put it in the closet because it talks to her. There's one.
Wait. Hit the brakes. I'm gonna
Phyllis.
have to hit the brakes a bunch with you. You're an excellent talker, sir.
Oh well, I was inoculated with a gramophone needle at birth. I could talk a taxi dispatcher into a vow of silence. I could talk an air raid siren to scrap. But
and you're obviously Canadian because you said slag.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice to date a Canadian gal. She loved that.
Oh, wow, that's another tangent. Canadian gals and Canadian guys. So the Philip Newman skull, she got it. Its name is Max. She has to put it in the closet because it talks to her, she said. So there's the Mitchell Hedges.
Has it?
Yes, she does. Phyllis has that one. Then there's the Mitchell Hedges skull that's in Indiana. The man that took care of Anna at the end of her life eventually had it and got it. It sat in Grafton, Ontario for many years, and I never saw it, but people said when they walked into the room and she uncovered it with the cloth she kept it in, that there was an immediate feeling of well-being and healing coming over to look at the original Mitchell Hedges skull. There's one in Mexico City. It's one of our minis. It's got a cross stuck right in the top of it, which is, that would shatter a crystal if you did that. How that cross got there, I don't know. There's one at the Smithsonian in Washington, two at the Smithsonian, Washington, D.C., and one at the Victoria and Albert Museum. So there's supposed to be 8 that we have and 5 that we're missing. The woman at the Smithsonian who has the 2 there, I think they're a cloudy orange one and a cloudy green one, and they're smaller. She says they're all fakes, that they were carved by a German lapidary in the 1800s, and that he seeded them around the world. Oh, wait a minute. I think one was found in Tibet. One was found in Ohio, we're hearing, at the Serpent Mounds.
Why does she think this one gentleman did it?
Because he was an expert lapidary. He had the tools to do it, and she figures, her theory is that they're not artifacts polished by tribal hands and passed down, that they're all fakes. But it's just, wait a minute, he would have had to have had an airship to go and deposit these wherever they might be around the world. You can get the pictures of the skulls up, the Smithsonian crystal heads, and the Smithsonian crystal heads you can get in Victoria Albert crystal head.
Do they all have the same similar type of markings?
There's theirs. Yes, they do. They all have the same. Now, you see, some of them are clearer. See, there's one at the British Museum. And there's some that are clearer and they're more beautiful, and there's some that are rougher, like that one there, and the green and the orange one. But she says all fakes. But if they're all fakes, how did they get to these different places around the world, and how were they found?
Well, here's the thing. But why fake? The word fake is very strange, because it's like they are certainly real carved crystal skulls.
But were they from tribal ancestry?
Right.
That's the question.
Who made them? Is the question.
Who
were
made
they
them?
From modern Western
and
people?
How? Were they polished or were they carved? That's the thing. Aren't they beautiful? Oh God!
What do the indigenous people say? They say they found them.
The Navajo say they came from the Star Children. That they were brought down and deposited and given to them as crystal ball devices, scrying devices to.
What's that one down there, Jamie? Keep scrolling where you were.
The green is beautiful.
The one on the left right there that looks almost like a real skull. Oh, it is a real screw.
Yeah, no, the green is beautiful. So I guess, I don't know, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a professional historian. I guess I have to trust the lady at the Smithsonian, but then I question, they were found at different times in history around the world. How do you go and seed? How do you deposit them there?
Why does she believe that? Is she given a coherent reason why she thinks that they're all hoaxes? Or is she
I
just
guess
like-
she's done her analysis, whatever they've done, to their skulls. But again, the Hewlett-Packard engineers took that Mitchell Hedges skull and they said this have not have been polished. It would have been cracked or destroyed. It could not have been built by tools. It would have been cracked or destroyed. It had to have been polished. Yeah.
So, but what about some sort of a very fast-moving drill with a diamond bit on it that can slowly grind down?
Well, that would be there'd be marks that would be visible under the scanner.
Couldn't you polish those marks down?
I think that the intensity of the Hewlett-Packard scrutiny revealed that there were none of those marks, and that's why they were able to make their claims.
Here's the problem with this: is like you want them to be real, right? Don't you?
Oh yeah, I love
me
the
too.
legend.
I do too. I do too. But I don't trust me.
No, neither do I.
So
That's why I say openly.
When you're saying all these things, I want to believe you. I want them to be from the sky people.
I do too, but again, you've got a professional in Washington at our National Museum there who says no, they're not.
Yeah,
so.
but what does she know?
Well, we could.
She might be
forget
one
her
of them
name. We should
party
get her on
poopers.
the phone.
She might be a party pooper. She might
Well,
be one of them ladies.
I think that she's probably as in love with the skulls, even though they are, not polished in her mind. I bet she loves them as much as we do.
But the thing is, if you are a professional intellectual or someone who's a curator of fine artwork and ancient relics, you kind of have to be one of those people that dismisses anything preposterous. Because if not...
That's right, like Neil Tyson. Don't you love him?
Yes, I love him to death.
I love Neil.
I love him to
but
death.
there's no way you can sit down and say, Neil, Barney and Betty Hill were abducted by a flying saucer in 1957. He's not going to accept that. Because he can't accept that. Because everything in his training, everything in his knowledge, everything that he knows about physics and science and propulsion in the universe and how to get from place to place defies the legend, or I would say defies the theory that there are extraterrestrial advanced ships out there. He can't accept it. It's just, it would be unprofessional for him to say, okay, there's even a possibility that there were abductions. But
the Betty and Barney Hill story is very interesting, but there's no real evidence other than their testimony. Is that correct?
Well, there was a stain on Betty's dress. There's her excellent recall. He was unconscious.
What was the stain on her dress that's so interesting?
It was a fluid that they used in the testing. That some kind of a fluid,
the
a chemical.
Alien testing?
That they did when they drew ova from her and they drew sperm. From him. Now, so there's a book out called Contact by Stanton Friedman.
I read that.
And Kathleen. Yeah. I'd love to know where the car is. Where the Chevy they were driving.
Oh, it
where is
disappeared?
that? I don't know. I'd have to ask Kathleen where it is. Did it end up in a junkyard? Because there were marks on the back of the car as well. There were trace evidence in the back of the car. You know who Ted Phillips is. He goes around the world collecting trace evidence and radioactive signatures from sightings and landings. On the back of the car, there was a couple of marks, but it was Betty's. It's their credibility. Why would they want to bring this into their lives? And she was conscious. Semi-conscious through much of it, and Barney was not conscious. He was unconscious. If you hear the tapes of Ben Simon's interviews with them under hypnosis, screaming, and he was just so frightened.
Yeah.
And the Zeta Reticuli map, when the being Betty looked at the map, and the being showed her a map as she was on her way out the door, and she said, "May I take this?" And the being was going to give it to her, but then another one zipped up and said, "No. You can't have this."
Zeta Reticuli is exactly the same place where Bob Lazar says they found those with the spaceships that they have at Area or S4.
Well, the Little Greys, Zeta Reticuli, Barney and Betty's abduction. You had Marjorie Fish, an amateur astronomer. She took the memory of Betty's. Betty drew up the star map, and she did a three-dimensional scale model of that part of the universe, and was able to identify Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2, and accepted by astronomers. So. That map that Betty saw aboard that ship had not been seen on Earth before.
And Betty has no history of astronomy, no studying it?
No, none of it at all. And interesting things like when they got back to the house, the house was open and the keys to the house were on the table with leaves so that they might have dropped them at the site and the beings returned them. Now, you know who Bud Hopkins was?
Yes.
He said that since he studied the Linda Cortila case, where the woman was floated out of her apartment building over the East River, and Orange Orb picked her up,
Tell
plunged
people
into
who
the
he
river.
was. He was the guy.
Bud
who
was an artist. He was a graphic artist. He was a designer, a painter, and a lovely man. And he was one of the first people to start to deal with the trauma of abductees. He got a reputation for being able to interview them, hypnotize them, interview them, and get their stories and empathize and sympathize with them. And he said that in some cases that he studied, the beings would grab a man from somewhere in America and grab a woman and out of their cars, out of their clothes, put them up, test them, draw ova, draw sperm, fluids, whatever they were doing. And then the woman would wake up in the man's shoes or a different car, or almost as if after the beings were finished with them, I don't care where they go now. Yeah, put them back, that kind
Right.
of thing. He said that was the oddest phenomena.
Like releasing a trout.
Yeah, that's
Like
right.
if
Well,
you
I think that's
catch
it.
a trout, you catch a big rainbow trout and you're
Mhm.
fly fishing, and you got a barbless hook.
Mhm.
Most people, if you go to Montana, go to the Gallatin River. Shout out to the Gallatin.
Beautiful.
Gorgeous place.
Mhm.
People catch and release because they appreciate that the trout are there. They'd
Mhm.
rather go buy halibut from a store and not eat the fish because they want the salmon to be healthy. They want the trout to be healthy.
Wow,
so they
love
catch
that.
them and then they release them. But if you're a brown trout, well, brown trout are invasive. But if you're you're a rainbow trout,
Mhm.
and someone catches you, and they take you on some 200-yard run down this river as they're trying to draw you in. It's a big 9-pound rainbow, catch of a lifetime, right?
Beautiful time.
And some guy pulls it on, takes pictures of it, like shows it, and then releases it. And this thing's like, how the fuck did I get here? What am I doing outside of my
Yeah,
universe?
yeah, yeah.
What am I doing in this other dimension of air where I can't breathe?
Precisely. Yeah, and that's catch and
Catch
release.
and release with people.
Travis Walton says, you got to think of them as just people from over there. They're
Yeah,
just
he's
people
the
from
guy
over
the
there.
Fire in the Sky movie was based on.
Yeah,
He's got
yeah.
another interesting story. Here's
Yeah.
what I want people
credibility there, and credibility with Barney and Betty. I just don't think they're lying, and I don't think the Ariel school children are lying.
I don't want to think they're lying. This is the problem that I have with it. I want to believe them. But this is what I want people to consider, because most people that are pragmatic, reasonable people that don't want to be ridiculed, they look at these stories and they go, oh, come on, people are full of shit. And I've been there too. But I want people to imagine that if aliens did occasionally visit Earth, how often do you think this would take place? And how it would be very infrequently. And if it was happening, these would be completely unique, unusual occurrences out of nowhere, where someone would come down, they would do something, and they would be leaving the person with this thought and this memory and this inability to describe it with normal words. If you were taken aboard a spaceship and you were some reptilian beings that were 3 feet tall, were running experiments on you, and you were paralyzed, and then they released you back on Earth, what words do you have available to you to describe this experience in a way that, like, if you tell me, hey Joe, I went whitewater rafting with my kids. It was a great time. It was so fun. We got to see eagles, and it was gorgeous. And then we had lunch at this beautiful little cafe. What a great day. I can envision this experience. I can see it. But if you tell me, hey man, we went camping and I woke up and some alien had a finger in my
The
ass.
the Allagash incident, they went camping and they disappeared.
Quite a few of those, right?
There's hundreds of thousands. And here, I brought you a book. This is Bruce Maccabee's book. It's all the headlines from 1952, 432 reports given. And I'll address your specific question about people, how they relate their experiences and how genuine they feel in a second here. 432 reports given the Air Force in 1952 on aerial sightings, ships from other planets. We've got memos from the government here. Former Army pilot sees flying saucer by daylight, whatever was cited here. July 30 stories, fighter pilots at Newcastle say alert for more saucer reports. These are newspaper.
Yeah.
That's yours.
Well, newspapers never lie.
Well,
I don't know if you know that.
Well,
they never make fake stories.
Well,
they never talk shit about people.
The
They
New
never
York Times
misquote.
is pretty reliable. Ralph Blumenthal and Leslie Keene are reporters for the New York Times, and they've been studying this phenomenon. They report very credibly on it. I'll tell you how an abductee's experience is related. I attended a lecture at the Fifth Avenue Medical Institute in Manhattan with my wife a few years ago. That would be about 15 years ago. And John Mack was the lecturer. You know, he wrote the book Abduction. He was the Harvard psychiatrist who wrote Abduction. get that up too, Abduction John Mack.
Yes, I read that as well.
Yeah, and
that,
so
that freaked a friend of mine out. She was a very pragmatic, non-UFO believing person, and we were working together on news radio. My friend Maura Tierney. She came up to me and she goes like, "This book is freaking me the fuck out." And he wrote a second book as well. Didn't he die in a car accident?
John Mack,
I believe he died in a car accident.
stepped off a curb in a small town in England, and he was struck by a car.
Yeah.
And 3 other John Macks died the same day in England.
So you think people were whacking John Max because he knew too much?
I don't know.
Take
Again,
them all out.
I was at this lecture, and there were 300 abductees there. That some who he'd interviewed with, some he had not, but who were there for interested to find out more about their experience. And one guy got up and said he had one arm, and I don't know whether that was related. I don't think it was related to the experience, but he said, "I'm a Wall Street broker. I'm quite well off. I have a sailboat. I was in Long Island Sound a few years ago, and a blue light hit me, and I had missing time of about 5 or 6 hours. But in it, I have filtrated memories of beings addressing me and telling me that I was powerful and influential and I could help the planet survive. And they put me back in my ship, and I woke up, and he said, "I'm waiting for them to come back. I want them to come back." And I asked the room, I got up and I said, "Of all of you who've been taken, how many of you would want to repeat the experience or have it happen again?" And about half of them said, no way they'd want it to have it happen again. And half said, "Yeah, we'd like to happen
Half.
again." Yeah. Half, yeah.
Now, I love a
So
good
Bruce signed this to me, and I'm
anecdotal-
going to give it to you. And it's just got great. It's got great headlines from the 50s, which was a massive time for saucers. You know that famous photo of the saucers over the Capitol, the glowing lights, and yeah.
See if you can find that photo, Jamie. 'cause it is quite interesting.
July 1952, Washington
Do you
sightings.
think this was initiated by the detonation of the atomic bombs at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, where they decided, okay, these fucking monkeys are doing some stupid shit. We need to go down there and see what's up and see if there's imminent danger to the cosmos. Let's find out what kind of capabilities they have. Because if you listen to Lazar, or if you believe the work of Zecharia Sitchin, or any of the people that believe that human beings were engineered, that there's the reason why there's this giant leap between us and the rest of the primates on the planet is because something came down and manipulated our genetics.
Well, the movie Mission to Mars with Tim Robbins, basically it says that. Basically it shows the face on Mars, and that is one of NASA employees' favorite movies. Yeah, there they are.
Yeah.
1952 UFO incident. Thank you
Look
very
at that
much.
photo. That is
Isn't
a
that
crazy
beautiful?
photo.
Come on, let's go here now,
That's crazy.
folks. Yeah, that ain't an airplane. That ain't a helicopter.
No. It's a crazy photograph, and it's from 1952. I mean, the special effects back then were incredibly crude. And
that's
this was something that was reported by
thousands of people. They scrambled jets from Andrews for it and everything.
as well as the Phoenix Lights.
The Phoenix Lights is fascinating because the Fife Symington, the governor, said he saw them. He made fun of it with an alien.
Yeah, but he
dummy.
talked about that afterwards.
Yeah.
He was put under pressure to do so.
Yeah.
He's in a movie called, what is it? There's a documentary on Netflix that's available that he's in, that he talks about the pressure that they put on him to make light of that incident, and he talks about his own personal experiences with seeing something, some sort of triangle-shaped craft that was enormous, the size of several football fields. It was flying overhead. It was completely silent, and how it freaked him out.
The triangle and Delta crafts are very, very interesting. The Tinley Park incidents of the 80s, and with Sam Maranto as the investigator there from MUFON. These things would park over the family barbecue for about half an hour, and families in suburbs were looking up at the sky being blotted out by these things parking above them. So, I think it comes down to I don't think the
Fucking hell.
What did you do, my friend? Holy shit.
I did nothing.
Holy fuck, you killed them.
No, I didn't. It wasn't me going like 100 kilometers per hour.
My friend, you killed him. Holy shit, my friend. Holy shit.
I didn't.
Sorry, you want to
Holy
do?
shit. I'm sorry. If I did, I didn't meant to.
Holy shit.
I didn't mean to. Nah, he looks pretty.
Get off my fucking... Hamza, I just got a gun.
He looks pretty.
Oh.
Pretty. You want me to get the gun? My friend. Hello. Hey. Do you hear me? Do you want me to take something from you? Hello? Well, here is my number. Let me see if you have any illegal and I'm gonna save you. Alright, you have nothing. Oh, it will be fine. Good luck.
These beings, well, Lord Hill Norton said there were 23 different species visiting the planet in 23 different types of ships. I don't think they want a formal relationship with people on Earth. They want an informal, secret relationship. I think they probably have one with elements of black elements of the Air Force and the government. You know who David Sarita is?
I've heard his
David
name.
Sarita. You should have him on. He's very knowledgeable about this. His theory is that the Roswell event may have been precipitated by the Trinity explosion because there was such an interdimensional disturbance of the atoms being split and that explosion. There was that saucer there that went down in 47 may have been influenced somehow negatively by that explosion. Now Stanton Friedman didn't buy that. I love Stanton. He just passed away there. He was the expert on Roswell.
Yeah, I'm upset that I never got to meet him before he died.
He was so credible,
an
and
interesting
so great.
guy who believed in UFOs, but believed most people were lying about them.
Really?
Yeah. Well, he believed that there was a lot of horseshit going on, including Bob Lazar. He thought Bob Lazar was full of shit.
Again, why would Bob go out there and do that and compromise his life?
Well, let me tell you something. After talking to him for 3 hours and then having dinner with him the night before, I used to believe I had the best bullshit meter in the world, but as I've gotten older, I've gotten more honest. I didn't see anything. He's an incredibly smart guy, and he's not a guy who's like seeking out attention, and he's not profiting from this. In fact,
just his demeanor and everything. Jeez, he's like an accountant.
He's a legitimate scientist.
Yeah.
And I've talked to him. One of the things that I engaged him with when we had dinner, we talked about science, just science in general, and we talked about all sorts of different things. And he's a scientist. He's a legit scientist. I've talked to a lot of them.
Yeah.
I know what kind of person he is.
And they just hassled him again there. They rated his nuclear isotope.
They think he has element 115. That's what they think.
Wouldn't we all love to have that?
Yeah, that's what they think. That's some artist created that thing up there with element 115. And
yeah, element 115 indeed. Well, if you get a little sliver of that, that would be pretty exciting. Yeah.
He talked openly about it in the 90s that he had managed to weasel some away from the Area S4. And they think that he still has it.
Yeah.
But there were some experiments that he had done that George Knapp had actually filmed that had showed some really bizarre distortions using this stuff.
That's
and then it was able to. I got to remember exactly what it did that they showed, but they did some experiments with like steam or smoke or something like that, where they showed element 115 emitting some sort of
vapor.
Well, no, it was emitting some sort of a field.
Oh,
where you literally couldn't physically touch this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I'm gonna train hop. I'm gonna hitchhike. Vice gave me like one of the first Vice shows was Thumbs Up. Gavin McInnes, Shane Smith, those guys. I've been writing and drawing.
That's how I found out about you.
Really?
Yeah.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
You should tell Joe about how the government program OSAP was created directly because George wrote this book about a little place called Skinwalker Ranch where the government was studying this property. That happened because of his book. Some DIA guys. Well, you should tell the story of
I visited that place.
Yeah, but right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you got a little misled on it.
Tell him how the government study started, from your work. It's fascinating.
So some of it stems back to Lazar. So we did that story in the series in '89. One of the first people that called me after that was a guy I'd never heard of before named Robert Bigelow, a billionaire. Calls me up and says, I was really interested in that. I've been interested in UFOs for a long time. Can I help you? Meaning, can he help fund me? I said, I work for a TV station. I don't need any help. But he was not to be deterred. He then reached out to Lazar. They had he started meeting with him and pumping him for information. And that really amplified Bigelow's lifelong interest in it. He created something called NIDS, the National Institute for Discovery Science, which he made a science advisory board of the best and the brightest in both the UFO field and the field of consciousness. So they're looking at two questions. Is there life elsewhere in the universe? Is it here? And do humans survive after death? And he assembled this board, former CIA guys, two former astronauts, men who had walked on the moon, Dr. Edgar Mitchell, Dr. Hal Puthoff, physicists, psychologists, really a brilliant little think tank to take on these two topics. I was allowed to be a fly on the wall for some of it, not all of it, but some. And I told Harry Reid about it in 1996, and he said, "Can I go?" And so he showed up and sat in on the meetings, and he was kind of hooked. Harry Reid was the first person I told about Bob Lazar outside of our newsroom. Before we aired the stories, I'd known him since he first ran for Congress in 1982. Then he becomes Senate Majority Leader. So he had always had an interest in it, but he didn't want it to be known publicly. That does not help your re-election chances. So in 2005, we write the book about Skinwalker Ranch. NIDS, that team, bought the ranch. They were on the property for 7 or 8 years at that point and had hundreds of different incidents that they investigated. They approached it like scientists would. They looked for prosaic explanations. They looked for gravity anomalies. They looked for psychoactive plants. Could there be hallucinations caused by magic mushrooms or something? Are the witnesses lying? They investigated the background of the family that had lived there. And they found out that it could not be explained, all the range of activity there. So it was not only UFOs. Well, it starts with UFOs because that's what got their attention. The Uinta Basin in northeastern Utah has always been a UFO hotspot. Everybody who lives there basically has seen them. Balls of light, orbs, structured craft, daylight, nighttime. In 1976, a guy named Dr. Frank Salisbury wrote a book about it, the Utah UFO Display, and he took hundreds of these cases that have been collected by the locals. There was a local science teacher named Junior Hicks who, because he had taught generations of kids science in that area, when people would see UFOs, they'd call up Junior Hicks. And he went and go and investigate them. And he had hundreds and hundreds of files. He gave them over to this guy Salisbury, who wrote a book about it. And he said, these are real, they're going on. But Junior Hicks would disregard any high strangeness cases that came along with the UFOs. Anything weird, Bigfoot, ghosts, anything like that, he thought it was too incredible, and he discarded that. Bigelow buys the ranch. He hears about these stories going on this one property, flies in, meets with the rancher, and by this time, that rancher and his family had lived on the ranch for 20 months. And they were so scared that he, his wife, and his 2 kids were all sleeping at night on the floor in the same room because it had messed with them so badly. Their property had ghost-type activity, poltergeist kind of things, trickster activity. For example, the wife goes shopping to the grocery store. She buys all this food, comes back, puts it on the table, takes it out, puts it in the shelves, leaves the room, comes back in, all the food's back in the bag. She would take a shower in the morning, locks the door, puts a towel and a hairbrush on the cabinet, gets out of the shower, door's still locked, hairbrush and towel are gone. Dad's out in the field. He is digging a post hole, using a post hole digger, heavy piece of equipment. He stops for a second, wipes his brow, looks back, and it's gone. And they find it 2 weeks later up in a tree. They start hearing voices at night in the air, speaking a strange language. They start seeing shapes outside the window at night, big, lurking humanoid shapes, hearing heavy footsteps outside, then hearing heavy footsteps inside. Then their animals started being mutilated. Cows, the tracks would lead out into the snow and then just be gone. Calves, mutilated, cut up with surgical precision. Cats, wiped out, cut up, carved up. Dogs that were vaporized. Hundreds of these incidents. They would see holes in the sky, like a great big hole in the sky, and things flying in and out of it. Now this rancher, college-educated guy, grounded, strictly religious guy, thinks the government is trying to run him off his property. So he's out there at night lurking with a gun, trying to catch whatever government agents are doing this stuff. And it's not government agents, it was something else. They start seeing UFOs of all shapes and sizes. The first one they saw was they thought it was a Winnebago. This ranch is a beautiful place. and it only has one way in and one way out. They see these two lights that look like headlights down in the third homestead. How did this guy get past the house here and get down there? He must be stuck. Let's go down and help him out. The lights start coming toward he and his son. Then they go up into the sky, up over the trees, and then poof, gone. These different kinds of orbs, the white ones that were intelligently controlled, not fireflies, not bugs, blue ones that would go, they seem to touch the fear center in your brain. They'd get near them. They look like a little bigger than a softball, made out of glass with a swirling blue liquid. Scared the hell out of the animals, and then it scared the hell out of the people too. This literally drove them to their knees with fear. These red orbs that would stampede the cattle. They lost so many cattle that they began to think that they were going to go under. They had these 4 prized bulls. I know I'm jumping around, but there's a lot of stories. They had these 4 prized bulls, 2,000 pounds each, behemoths, very expensive animals because they were raising Simmental cattle. Had them in the corral, and the husband and wife, they always felt like they're being watched. He says to the wife as they're driving to town, "Man, if something happens to one of those bulls, we'll go under. We'll be done." They come back a half an hour later. All 4 of the bulls are gone. They jump out. They're freaking out. Where did they go? Did somebody steal them? Are they rustlers? Looking around all over the place. In this corral is a metal trailer where they used to store tools. And there's only one door into it, and it's locked with this heavy piece of wire. The door's still locked. The wire is still on there. The guy, just as a last resort, he looks into the grating on top of this trailer, and there's the 4 bulls inside. Door's still locked. They're all crammed in there. Now, you could take a forklift. You could have a team of 50 people, and they couldn't get those bulls in that trailer, but there they were. He yells to his wife, "Hey, honey, they're in here." And when he says that, the bulls wake up as if out of a trance, kick the door down, and all got out. The NIDS team, which had been on the property for a couple of years at that point, fly in. They'd been in Las Vegas. They fly back in. They look around. They check out the animals. The whole corral, which is made out of metal, had been magnetized. So whatever technology was used to get those bulls from the corral into that trailer left a magnetic signature. They were there on the property, the NIDS guys, for several years. Bigelow owned it for 20 years. But eventually they gave up. Whatever this thing was, this intelligence, it did not like being stalked, and it played tricks on it. And they never made the stuff public because what are you going to do? Write a paper about this? Who's going to print it? You can't make a documentary about it because they weren't there with cameras.
Is there any evidence? So, well, all this we're saying, the cattle mutilations, I guess that's some evidence, but that's only evidence of cows, and we can mutilate cows. What about all this other stuff?
Like for the first 20 months when the rancher is there, they don't have any evidence because he's not a paranormal investigator. They're not taking photos or something. They want it to go away. So they don't have any evidence of that except for what the rancher told them. But then they talk to the larger community. And the same thing has been happening to all the neighbors. The guy who lives next door had lost all these cattle as well. Seized the craft. Sometimes these craft would float around. They looked like stealth fighters with Christmas lights around them, floating around silently.
Again, is there any evidence?
No, not really. I mean, so Bigelow puts up cameras all over the property, and you have them focused here where some activity had happened before. The thing moves over here. You move the cameras and focus there, it goes away. Toward the end of the study, whatever it was that was there, one of these cameras would rip to shreds. It got up on top of a telephone pole, 30, 40 feet in the air. And there's wires that are all secured all the way down the telephone pole. And they noticed that one of their cameras goes out. They figure, well, there's another camera on another pole that should have a view of whatever it was that tore this up, some kind of animal or whatever. Well, whatever it was invisible. And I know it's very frustrating. It certainly was for them and for me to try to write about it, in that this thing didn't want to be caught. It wanted to demonstrate that it was there, but it didn't want to have evidence. The calf that was mutilated was in, I know it's a lot to handle.
Yeah.
The calf that was mutilated, it was a Sunday morning. It's 10 o'clock on a quiet morning. It's daylight. The rancher and his wife are there by themselves. They're tagging newborn calves, tag their ears. And they tag this one right by the ranch house, 50 yards from their home, and they go off across the property. It's a clear day, it's unobstructed. Their dog is with them and makes a noise that points them back toward that first calf that they had tagged. and the dog indicates that something's wrong, and they see the mom cow is dragging its leg and going around in a semicircle. It's in distress. They go running back over there, and this calf had been completely stripped of flesh. Nothing left but a hide and bone, and one of the femur bones had been ripped out and thrown on the side. Well, they call in the NIDS guys, they bring in trackers. There are no tracks. There's no human tracks, no vehicle tracks, no animal tracks. The thing had been completely stripped of blood. There's not a drop of blood on the ground. It's gone. 75 pounds of meat, gone. Again.
Over a time period of?
30 minutes. Is there a team of commandos that comes in and does that?
Where's the
Special forces?
blood go?
Yeah.
And there's evidence of this?
Yeah. It's on video.
Photographs?
Yeah, video. Yeah.
Can we see that?
Yeah.
Where is it?
I
You know where that
made
is?
a movie called Hunt the Skinwalker. It's in there, right? Is that the only place?
Yeah, it's probably some other places. There's photos and video.
I mean, so I'm with you, man.
What's the speculation about? Like, why would they do this, and why would they do the cattle mutilations? Like, what is?
Yeah.
Is there any speculation?
Some. So some of it is a demonstration. I mean, it seemed to be a demonstration to get their attention. This trickster element has been reported in other places around the world. There's no hot spot quite like Skinwalker, and I know how weird it sounds. There's no spot like that because there's no spot that's been studied to that extent. The NIDS guys were there for, well, Bigelow owned the property for 20 years. NIDS was active for 7 or 8. Then another secret study funded by the government came in under an organization called BASS. That was the money that Reed got. He got $22 million. It went to Bigelow as a contract, and they hired all these people and fanned out all over the world to try to find UFO information, but other related phenomena, things that wouldn't seem normally to be connected to UFOs, but which are. A guy from the DIA had read the book and became interested, and he asked for permission to go to the property. This guy's a double PhD, a brilliant rocket scientist who had seen it and thought there were national security implications, the hole in the sky in particular, with things coming in and out. He wondered if someone was using technology to make these things happen.
Film that hole in the sky?
No. Again, that's when the rancher is there by himself. So he's not a UFO guy. He's not trying to...
I understand. But is there any evidence of anything weird? Anything other than mutilated cows?
Well, let's see. The video of the camera that was torn up by something invisible. They had something that...
So in the video you can see the camera being torn apart?
You can't see anything. There's nothing. You can't see anything. You can see before it happens, it's normal, and afterward...
So I think
how much time is taking place between before and after?
I can't remember. But I mean, could that be hoaxed? Yeah, if Bigelow wanted to. But again, they weren't there to, in the beginning at least, for NIDS, they weren't there to try to prove that aliens are visiting. They're just trying to figure out why all this weird stuff is happening in one spot.
Right.
It mixes in a lot of Native American lore that got mixed in the picture, but it's been going on in that Uinta Basin for 200 years. Why? Don't know.
I mean, our government has studied the so like, what is evidence? It's so frustrating to me too. When I was introduced to the Skinwalker thing through George, man, I'm with you. Like, what's the evidence? What's going on? The weight of evidence is when you talk to people in the area, and they all have these commonalities. Some people died of exotic cancers from burns from above, or lights came down and hit them, and that's evidence. Their face is completely irradiated, and they fucking died.
So there's the cow.
That's the cow.
So you have a scientist like Dr. Colin Kelleher.
Hold on for a second. That's where they found it?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Just what in the fuck that is so crazy. Now, did they scan the area to look for another spot where it could have been slaughtered before it was moved to this area?
Well, that's what they concluded, is it had to have been taken somewhere and slaughtered and then brought back. But
Jamie,
who
can you
does
make that a little larger, please? Can you just zoom in on that? Because that doesn't look very surgical to me. That looks like wolves.
Yeah, it was. There's no.
Just.
They actually did an analysis, and it was done with 2 types of metallic tools.
But look at all the jagged edges.
They said they took samples and they sent them to 2 pathology labs. Didn't tell the guys what they're looking for. You tell us what you can see. And the pathologist said that 2 instruments had been used. One was a heavy machete type instrument that had been hacked, and then there is a scalpel that had surgically removed a lot of the flesh underneath.
It looks like something killed it and then they moved it to that spot. I mean, if I had to guess. The way it's eaten, though, I mean, it looks like it was eaten.
Well, there's no teeth marks. There are metallic marks. There's no teeth mark.
Meaning they
like
found...
a slice. Sliced.
Okay.
And
So
then-
something sharp sliced it.
So I think the bigger point is this was happening on this ranch with owners prior to owners prior to owners. I got to talk to a lot of people that knew. So here's the deal, the connection of this. So George does this thing, he reports on this for 20 years, that the government is now studying this ranch, right, because of deployment or because of all this weird stuff. Why is the government spending money through OSAP to study this ranch and other things? And that's where it gets really fucking interesting. What happens after with our government programs? And that's what you know.
This before we get to that, this image, like the jagged edges around the rib cage, that's supposedly sliced. That looks like hacked. Okay.
I mean, look, it could, let's say it's people doing this, you know, to farmers to get them out of there. Let's say it's some program. I mean, although the cattle mutilation thing, you gave me a stack of documents this big, has been studied by the FBI. It's happened all over the country.
Yeah.
No one has ever been caught, not a single person.
More than 10,000 cases.
With all the same types of cuts. I mean, this is not my expertise.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of that. It's really weird.
There is
it's
another
really
theory.
weird, and the lack of blood is the weirdest part of it. Because what makes sense to me is that something killed that. They butchered it. They chopped all the meat off of it, and then they removed the carcass from that area and dropped it off
Yes.
there.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like, if I had to guess.
That's
'Cause
what NIDS thinks.
There's no way that it was killed right there because you're seeing fresh, clean hay underneath it everywhere. There's no blood, which doesn't make any sense at all.
I think the question is this a government program? Is this something, or is this a scare tactic? It's been happening since the 50s. Like,
It's a weird scare tactic.
It's a,
Click on that one below it, Jamie, the brown one with the green. Yeah, that one, please. Thank you. That's a weird one, too. Like, there's like a hole cut out. And there's a bunch of these they found all over the country, and it was weirdness, like organs removed. But the weirdest part about it is it's almost always there's no blood.
Yeah, I just investigated one, which I never thought I would do, but I got a call from a guy in Texas.
You got to see it physically?
Yeah, so right before lockdown, I go out and I'm like, this is so wild, I gotta check this out. The guy calls me, it's a pretty freshy one at this point. Now, I'm no expert, but I went and got samples and took them to labs and this sort of thing to see if there were tools used. So here's my experience.
Did you get pictures of this?
Yeah, I filmed
You
the
have
whole
it on
thing.
your phone?
I'll show you after I got it on my phone, yeah. So, I got great fucking photos. Weird
Well,
shit.
listen, man, just airdrop them to me now, and we'll send them to Jamie, and we'll put it up on the screen so other people can see it.
Okay, so let me...
Yeah, after the show is not going to help us.
While you're
Come on,
looking, I'll
silly
tell him
goose.
about one of the theories about the cattle mutilations that Dr. Colin Kelleher developed was that somebody is tracking the spread of like mad cow prions through the food supply, and that they've been doing it under the guise of UFOs, since no one would take UFOs and cattle mutilation seriously. They just do it in helicopters, and instead of just stealing these cattle, they're tracking how far these indestructible prions travel through the food supply, because it's in cattle, it's in pigs, it gets fed into chickens and things like that, and feed, it's in deer. It's called chronic wasting disease in some circles. It's just weird.
Well, chronic
weird.
wasting disease that's a different prion disease than mad cow.
Well,
right?
it's a variation. Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, I
Yeah.
think, too. So the same kinds of things in different species. It is indestructible, again. So you hit a deer that's got this, and you grind it up and you feed it to pigs. The pigs get it.
Yeah.
And then it could be passed on to other species, and it shows up in different ways. Kelleher was exploring the idea, whether or not it might be the cause of Alzheimer's or a version of mad cow in humans.
Do you
They're all going to you right now. This is a
I don't see
recent.
it.
Oh, it says downloading. So, I'm downloading them, and then
Oh,
they're...
right. Are you on the Wi-Fi?
No, but it's coming through. Here you go. It's about to go to you. It says wait.
Oh, okay, got it. Boom.
I mean, I guess this does highlight, because this is my very limited amount of...
Can you send those to Jamie too? Jamie, can you
yeah,
put your
are you
airdrop on?
Airdrop, David?
Sorry. I should have had to do that. It's ready to roll. His airdrop is open.
I don't see you, bro.
Bro.
Hold on. There you go, young Jamie.
So this is the stuff that you physically encountered
Okay.
You physically
14.
saw this cow, and I'm
Yes.
looking at these images right now, and we're going to show them.
Sure.
In a second. And this is, you said Texas?
Yeah. So
Where in Texas?
I'm blanking. So here's the deal. Oh yeah, that's it. So I made the movie based on George's work of the same title, Hunt for the Skinwalker, right? And that movie was telling this story about how the United States government was studying this property of land because of UFOs and weird stuff. That and weird stuff included things like cattle.
There's a lot of weird images. This, the skin removed around the face.
Right. So this was
Even the skull.
This is my first chance to see this for myself. Because last time I was on your show, it was the ones in Oregon had just happened up at that ranch. And I thought, well, okay, if I'm ever going to do it, now's the time to do it. So I go, I get this call. Now, remind you, this is a rancher. This is their livelihood. It's this huge, huge area of land.
That right there. Stop right there.
They're a very religious community. We go out to the middle of this land, and in the middle, there's this dead cow.
No blood.
No blood. And he had seen it prior, and the reason he called me is because in my movie, you could see this special kind of slice, like a jagged slice that is common to these types of things they think are real mutilations. And he is looking at it, he's like, that's exactly like in the movie. Now this is a straight shooter, he's a religious guy. He had to ask his pastor if he could even go on camera with me. It freaks him out. So he sees this. Now he sees dead animals all the time.
And he saw this cow, you said, before?
Accidentally, he was out shooting BB guns with his kid, and he's on this big part of land, and he sees this down bull, and he goes over to it, and he's looking at it, and it's unlike anything he has ever seen in all of his years before. It had surgical cuts. There is no doubt somebody killed, cut up this animal with those classic, the ear gone, two types of tools, like a scissor type. But by the way, I tried to cut it. It is not easy to cut. So they had sharp tools, and then there's a very thin slice kind of cut. So I got to take it, get samples, take them to labs, and try to see what type of tools did this. How did they do this with no blood on the ground? And all the soil around it was dead. So I was like, well, why is it all dead? Is that a natural thing? So I took soil samples and took them to a lab. And again, I'm outside of my... This is weird to me.
Okay.
But I think it's a real phenomenon. Somebody is killing these animals.
Someone.
However you want to say it, someone is killing these animals in a highly specified technical way that has been repeated since the 50s on. Our FBI has studied it. He has shown me so many reports of these in association with discs and saucers.
Did this guy have any association with discs or saucers or anything?
No, he's just a guy that owns the land.
So he just found this cattle that's weirdly mutilated.
Somebody killed it.
Yeah.
And he's like, is this demonic? Is this some sort of Satanist thing? And I said, I don't think so, man. This goes back in history.
Like, I'm looking at the cuts specifically. They're very unimpressive. That doesn't look like a laser did it or some incredibly sharp scalpel.
No, it was like a serrated. One was a serrated tool, and the other.
That's the thing I'm saying. It's like something that we could do.
Oh, absolutely. We'd have to somehow do it though in Texas land, where the guy would shoot you in the face if you go and try to touch one of his cows. See, that's the other thing. No one's ever been caught. Never.
That's what's weird.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's frustrating too. I mean, I've been to the ranch, the Skinwalker Ranch in the basin, more than 24 times. I've never seen anything. I've interviewed the neighbors, I've interviewed the scientists. These are PhD level guys who have seen this stuff. A lot of times they have cameras that fail. I mean, it's, you've heard that story before, and it's very convenient that it happens just when some giant disc shows up, but it does happen, that their car batteries would die in the same spot. Whatever it was messed with them. And maybe it's humans, maybe it is human technology, but no humans were ever found to be doing this stuff. NIDS was there for all those years. They didn't want to tell anybody about it. They shared the information with me, but you can't publish it. There's no real physical proof, so they just left it there. And I had tried to do a documentary. I talked to them into letting me write a book about it. But, if you're looking for physical evidence and solid proof, they don't have it.
What's the primary are there any primary theories of why they do this to cows? Why someone's doing this to cows?
You need to catch somebody and ask them. I mean, you know, that's
really,
look, man.
really weird that no one's
The Joe Rogan Experience.
It's so unbelievably compelling, though, to consider the idea that somewhere out there there's another civilization that maybe even more advanced than us. And this thought of it is just so attractive. It's incredible.
There should be, if civilizations are common, or even slightly common, then there should be civilizations ahead of us.
Yes.
Because there's been so much time.
But wouldn't you want to see what that's like?
Yeah, I mean, we've been
so
around.
Compelling.
You imagine the timescales. We've been around as a civilization. Let's give it, say, 40,000 years. I don't know how long our civilization's been around. Let's say that. The galaxy is pretty much as old as the universe. It's 13 billion years worth of time. So the idea that there are no civilizations arose, 100 million years ago, 200 million years ago, 1 billion years ago. And imagine what they'd be like if they'd survived. I mean, we've been around, we've had science for, let's say, since Newton or Copernicus, 500 years at most. And look what we've done. We've gone beyond the solar system with Voyager. We've walked on the moon. We're about to go to Mars, I would think. So we're about to begin colonising our own solar system. So we've done that in 500 years. So imagine a million years in the future. So it's one of the arguments often used to say there aren't any civilizations out there in the galaxy. It's called the Fermi paradox. Because if you imagine a civilization that's a million years ahead of us, they should have written their presence across the sky by now. You should see them. I mean, you'll see us. If we survive a million years into the future, actually even a few thousand years into the future, we will be exploring the galaxy. We will have spacecraft that are going to other stars. We will be doing it. So our signature will become visible, I'm sure, if we last into the medium term.
Would we choose to not do that? Here's my thought on that, is uncontacted tribes. Like, do you know about the gentleman who was the missionary who visited North Sentinel Island and was killed by the natives? North Sentinel Island, which is a really unusual place because they branched off from Africa 60,000 years ago, and they've been living on this one small island the size of Manhattan. And as well as we know, there's only about 39 of them left, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
And we're not supposed to contact them. Like, people are not supposed, we're supposed to leave them alone. And they're a rare tribe. When they find them in the Amazon, the uncontacted tribes, our initial instinct is back off, leave them alone, leave them alone. Do you think that perhaps the universe, like if there is a civilization that's a million times more advanced than us, it's been around here for millions of years of life as opposed to 250,000, why would they let us know? Like, would they look at us dropping bombs on each other and polluting the ocean and sucking all the fish out and putting clouds into the skies of dirt and particles? And why would they look at these crude monkeys? Look at that. They're so far beyond where they need to be before they could join the galactic civilization network or whatever.
It is true. It's an argument that there is an argument as well that technology so advanced would be difficult for us to detect. I mean, we tend to think of, when you say written across the sky, I suppose it's true. I'm thinking of starships and things like Star Wars, right? Big energy things that you can see the signature of. But actually, it may be that the civilization just becomes a nano civilization, a tiny little nanobot, because that's more efficient. It's a better way to do things. So it's possible, I suppose, that there are space probes all over the place that are so small and are so efficient and use so little energy that we just don't see them. I suppose that is possible.
There's a theory that is actually being tossed about that these people that have this ancient Well, they have this memory of childbirth, right? So
Okay.
all of a sudden you're being born, there's bright lights above you, there's a man or a woman who's the surgeon with a mask that covers their face, so all you see is their eyes.
Okay.
And everything looks bright and it's terrifying and clinical, and you're on this table and everything's cold. Most of these alien abduction experiences that people recount, they take place in some sort of a medical
Hospital
facility.
setting, yeah.
Yeah, and everything is bright and strange and cold, and they think that what this is they're saying that we had this idea that children don't have memories, that babies don't have memories,
I
and
see
and so
where
they're
you're-
saying, well, why wouldn't they have memories? That's ridiculous. Of
Right,
course they
yeah.
have memories. They have brains. They grab your
Right.
finger, they look you in the eye. They would have a memory of every second that they were born, and it's probably one of the most profound and disturbing memories because before that, everything is incredibly
Yeah.
peaceful.
Yeah.
You're inside the mother's womb. You
And
know,
then you're just like taken
and then
out.
you're pulled
then,
out,
yeah.
and then there's this bright light above you.
Yeah.
You never experience any light.
Yeah.
So and your visual perception, your field of view is all distorted, right? This is the
Oh,
first
that's
time you're using
interesting.
your eyes. That's why people have
So
the
it's like
same.
tapping into this memory,
Yes.
this early memory. That's interesting.
This
yeah.
is a theory. It makes sense to me because if you think about
Makes
like,
more sense than the abduction.
Well, it does because people don't really go anywhere. See, the thing about the abduction thing
Yeah.
is they put like cameras in people's rooms, and they say they have these alien abduction
Okay.
experiences, but they don't go anywhere. So
Oh,
what
that's
they're doing is they're dreaming.
Yeah.
I mean, which is
The mind
normal.
is amazing and
Sure.
and it's so powerful, and we know so little still.
Yeah. So
about it.
also like all these. I mean, it's kind of duh because they all happen while you're sleeping.
Yeah.
Like 90
And you're
plus
right,
percent.
they tend to be medical.
Yeah, it's very medical in nature, right? You're being examined, and then there's also going back to childbirth. There's also a lot of people that have these experiences that they are being told that either they're taking their baby away from them, or they're studying their baby,
Okay.
or that they had a baby inside of them that they didn't know
Right.
about, and that the aliens have put it there and they're taking it
That's
out.
right, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it even goes back to the virgin birth, right? I mean,
Yeah,
it's all very weird. But this this memory that people have from childhood is most likely, probably a pretty intense,
Yeah, that's
powerful
interesting.
memory that's always there.
Yeah, and
Your
affecting.
first memory.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
some people can tap into it, and some people can't.
Yeah,
clearly.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mainline historical books about
mainstream.
SS castles where they go, the aliens want blood, so they'd kill like 20 kids and everything. So the aliens would like come in.
What?
They
Aliens are
take
eating blood?
They brings them in like sharks. And then they would
Blood
like give them
does?
technology. They go, this is how it works. You build the atomic weapons this way. You build. They would like show them bombers and like the aliens are like telepathic. I don't even believe this. This is what the Nazis believe. And the aliens would mind meld and give them the technology. They're bad aliens.
So
are you surprised the Nazis were influenced by demons?
No, if demons are real, I would definitely think they'd be on the side of the Nazis.
Yeah. But Joe, what I'm telling you is
think aliens
there'll
are
be
demons?
no media is going to attack this. I'm giving
I
you.
want to know where I can read it. Where can I read that? Those statements that they were in contact with the aliens.
Well, obviously your podcast
Look
is
up
giant. I gotta give you-
Nazi Vril Society, VRIL
If you let
Society.
me put
He
a
had a
report-
group of chicks.
I tell you what,
witches
That's
that were, like,
aliens?
right up there with them, like doing
And I don't have to come over
rituals.
for 3 hours. If I can fly here with a report the day
Okay.
before, I'll send it all to you with mainline books. I'll mail the books with tabs in them.
Okay.
And I'll mail documents.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Listen, I think that they absolutely were obsessed with the occult. That's been pretty well documented.
They made flying saucers.
Yeah, and I think, yeah.
Hey, did
got
you
me,
talk
Steven
about that?
Spielberg.
Did you talk about that alien craft that came into our
What happened?
into our galaxy?
You did?
The one with the Hawaiian name?
Oh, so it's over.
You didn't hear about that one?
The one that looks like a joint?
Yeah, it looks or a big piece of poo.
Yeah, that's just a rock,
The big
right?
duty copter.
It's just a weird rock, I think.
No, they said that some like legit people said that it changed speed and went in different directions.
Oh,
and
legit people.
Legit people.
Oh.
Scientists.
Oh, them guys.
Said that it was it could be something.
Could be.
What does Neil deGrasse say about it?
He's not talking right now.
Yeah, he's in a little bit of a kerfuffle.
Kerfuffle. What's this, Jay?
Thank you.
Harvard scientists say aliens may explain bizarre interstellar object Yeah, I saw that, and then I saw someone refuting that they
Harvard
would...
scientists. Harvard.
Nobody wants to believe more than me, bro.
Come on, Joe. It's real.
Well, if I was going to mask my spaceship to fly through the galaxy, I would definitely make it look like a big rock.
Yeah, like a big asteroid.
Right. Why
Yo,
wouldn't
I know
you?
you scaring all the customers away,
Driving
bro.
through space.
Maybe they were like, look, if we just make this thing drive by them and don't...
Gotta be more smooth with it, bro.
Sorry, what did you say?
I said you scaring all the customers away.
How am I scared?
You're scary, bro. You look scary.
Oh, you look scarier than me, bro. Trust me.
No.
Isn't it a great day?
Fuck. Okay.
Don't change speeds. They'll have no idea. Just think we're an
Right.
asteroid, and they'll be psyched that we missed them. Like, yeah, good call, good call.
And the
But
guy's
then
like,
someone
"Left turn!"
Someone just hits the gas. I'm tired. I don't want it's fucking taking too long.
What'd
Like,
you
he
do,
just
Dave?
decides.
What?
Dude, you got it. The fucking cops are behind us, Dave. Shit!
God damn it, Dave. You're not supposed to just take
I
off.
told you, 65, you fuck. Let's start throwing this weed out the window.
Why would it be so hard to believe? A space route traveling through space.
That would be the move, right? I mean, if they're so advanced they can travel through galaxies, they can make the shit look like anything they want it to.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you doll it up? It sounds good, doesn't it? God, I want to believe. So hard.
Well, I hope you do, because there's gonna be a lot of stuff.
Well, I want to know what you've seen though. So you've seen this piece of metal. What else have you seen?
I've seen many documents on the studies of these things, and I've seen a lot of the
Fuck
science
that shit.
associated with what the technology is and what it does. Like, I could show you if I fold up pieces of paper and stuff what's going on with it, but basically, you know, these craft, you know, they travel in a straight line, but they're folding space-time.
Like in Event Horizon, where they explain it by folding a piece of paper and punching a pencil through it. Did you ever see that movie?
Yeah, it's kind of
Great
like
fucking
that.
movie.
But it's more like, you know, here, I can draw it for you here. Not that this is... it's kind of like when you have 2 points, you know, we're used to traveling in a direction like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we look up, we see a plane that goes straight.
Right.
But these UFOs fold space-time like this, and so it looks like to them they're going in a straight line. So if you're in a ship, you see that.
Mhm.
But if you're on the ground, you see that.
Oh, okay.
That's why you see them blink off and on. A lot of those videos, they're on, it looks like they're jumping. It's just because of this.
So
the
they
folding
have
space-time.
some way of interfacing with space itself that's very different than our idea of traveling in a linear way from point A to point B.
Space, the fabric, they call it the fabric of space-time because it's like a fabric, it's malleable.
Now let me ask you this: how often into a conversation do people look at you and think you are fucking crazy when you start talking about this? And how
All
long
the
does it-
time, yeah.
All the time, right? But do you ever get to the point where you're like, I don't want to talk about this?
No, because it's I always tell people you don't know what I know, you know, and there's a lot.
No, I mean, like, do you ever get to the point where you're like, I can't do this anymore? Like,
No.
people think I'm fucking crazy.
No, because I'm involved on the most important shit I've ever been in my life.
So you think this is like the most important thing that you've ever done in your
Oh
life?
fuck yeah! Like I have meetings with senators coming up. Like,
Do you?
Oh fuck yeah! I
What
do.
senators?
I can't tell you that.
Damn, it's all this I can't tell you stuff.
I know, because
So
this is some fucking tricky shit.
When is all this going to come out? Like, it seems like this is like eminent rather disclosure type shit.
Watch
right?
what my company does. That's what I'll say.
What
That's
a trip.
awesome.
Yeah. I love when someone is like that.
Yeah.
You know, like your friend that hasn't talked for 22 years. I love shit like that.
Yeah, you don't hear about that.
No.
Or someone that'll stop being in Van Halen to go fuck with swords. you
Or,
know?
or
It's like-
Tom.
yeah, to go
Louise
fuck with
Blake
aliens.
and-
Yeah.
Yeah, goes fucks with aliens.
Yeah.
Do you think they're really bringing him to the Pentagon and shit like that?
I don't know.
Because you said they
have,
like.
I have no clue. And I had watched a little bit of your podcast where you were like,
You sent me a text message.
well,
You're
why are they
huh?
picking you? You know, and I'm like, you know, but I feel like he's made himself readily available
Yeah.
to do that shit. You know, like
Right.
I don't know. I sit and scratch my head and go, I don't know.
I don't know
just-
either.
I just fucking.
Yeah.
He's such a talented dude too, man. He's like such a good songwriter.
Yeah, he certainly is. Certainly a very talented guy. It's just so interesting that that's his main point of focus.
Yeah.
You know, I would think that if aliens were real, Trump would have told us. I really do believe that.
Yeah.
That guy he's such a fucking loose cannon. He became the president. Like maybe they hid it from him.
Or as fucking chaotic as shit is right now, it
Yeah.
would I don't know, something would slip, you know?
I would think that if they told him, if they brought him, those two things I would want to know. Who killed JFK? Those are two things I'd want to know if I became the president. And are aliens real? What do you got, motherfucker?
Yeah.
What do you got? I go to the top generals. I bet, look, I'm going to defer to you guys. I'm not a military expert, okay? And I don't want war, but I want you guys to have support. I got full respect. Tell me about the aliens. What do you got? What's this? Trump orders establishment of Space Force.
he did that.
That's right, the Space Force.
Yeah.
But that's because
Yeah.
that's actually a military strategy because they're concerned that as technology improves, Russians are going to be in space and we're going to be in space. Or fight off the aliens. Right, like Will Smith type shit. Yeah, look at him. Yeah, Mike Pence is behind him going, Jesus, save us. Yeah, I don't know, man, but if I became president, I never will, but if I did, those are the two things that I'd want to know. Who killed JFK and where are the fucking aliens? Like, I got home from the Comedy Store at like 2, and then I watched some goofy, I've been on this UFO documentary kick.
Watching UFO documentaries?
Yeah, I told you it was David, I started talking about it.
Yeah,
but-
we were talking about that.
Yeah.
What were you? Did you have something specific that you saw recently?
Yeah,
the
2 of
documentary.
them. One of them is Area 51, Bob Lazar and Area
Right.
51 and Flying Saucers. It's a documentary on this guy who claimed that he worked on these alien ships in Area 51 in the 1980s.
That gave me
And
chills.
As time's gone on, more of the things that he said have proven to actually be true.
Like what?
Including an element that he talked about, Element 115, I think it was called.
Like an organism from outer space?
No, an element, like a man-created element. You know, like there's carbon.
Right.
Yeah. Well, there's an element that they created that he talked about way before it was ever publicized, and he talked about this thing, and then it turned out to be true. He talked about these. There's these hand monitors that you would put your hand on this thing, and these metal lines would detect the distances in the bones of your fingers, the exact distances, and everyone is different. It's like a signature thing. And that they could find out if it was you or not you that was trying to go through. So the way they would scan people, like bioscan, would literally measure the bones in their fingers. And people said that was horseshit.
wild.
He talked about this in the 1980s. People said it was horseshit, but then later on turned out, no, they did have that in Los Alamos, they did have that in Area 51, and that this technology was very, very
Advanced?
very, not just very advanced, but very not. It was not well known at all. Like very few people did. And this guy who was the creator of this documentary, it was very difficult for them to get photos of this hand scanner. But this hand scanner did exist and existed exactly as this guy described it.
In the 80s? I mean, that's super progressive for that time.
There's also
even for
people
now.
that did approve his top secret clearance to get to this place. They know that he actually worked there. There's people that worked in the same Los Alamos lab with him. They tried to say he never worked there, but his name's on the manifest. It's very strange. It's like they've tried to erase parts of this guy's past because he filmed a bunch of their crafts as they were flying around. Like he knew what days. This is the thing. That thing right there, you put your hand on that, and it actually measures the distance of the size and length of your bones.
That looks like something that's inside of an escape room in LA.
It does. It's hilarious. It's so true. But
Doesn't it?
I went into this documentary skeptical.
As you should.
Yeah, but I'm so done with all those things. But listen to this guy talk for a while. After a while, I was like, what if he's telling the truth? Like, what if he is actually telling the truth? Because if he's actually telling the truth, there is some part of the government that had access, at least in the 1980s, to alien technology.
You believe in UFOs?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God. Really?
Yeah.
See, I believe in there's other life forms out there,
Yeah,
but
that's right.
I don't think they're coming here.
They might. Here's the thing. They might. Well, why not think it? Just because here's one thing I do believe. Most people are full of shit when it comes to like most of their stories. Like, it's hard to find a person that could just tell you what happened based on what they really remember. People want to jazz things up, and they want to add salt and pepper.
Yeah.
They
Had
just
sex with me, did this, did that.
They don't necessarily tell you the truth. They tell you what they think is going to be an engaging story that kind of represents the truth, maybe. Especially when it's a weird thing, like you saw something in the sky. What did you really see? How long did you look at it for? How many seconds was it?
Well, I mean, here's the problem I have with UFOs. I believe there are UFOs, but I don't think they're coming here.
Why would you say that?
Because that means first of all, if they're coming here, that means their technology is way more advanced than ours.
Right.
So why would they care if people saw them? They would show up, if I was an alien and I was that far ahead of us, I would land that bitch right in the middle of Times Square and be like, what? We are here.
But why would you do that?
But why wouldn't I?
Well,
Why
for
am
a
I
couple
hiding
reasons.
in fields where nobody can see us?
Are you aware of how we treat uncontacted tribes?
Yes, to
Yeah.
a point. But what I'm saying is, if you're that far advanced, they know. If they're coming here, they know. They're way smarter than us,
Right.
Because they've traveled here,
Right.
And we don't even know from far distances we can't even imagine. And they're here. They don't have to hide. It's
But
just
do you
like
think they do it because they have to hide? Or do you think maybe they do it because we can't handle it? Because we can't handle it.
why would they care if we could handle it or not?
Because here's the problem. Whenever any civilization has ever encountered a civilization far superior to them, the results have always been catastrophic every single time. Every time Europeans have invaded North America, every time the Spanish visited the Mexicans, every time that this has happened, it's been a disaster. And this is human beings. If there was something that came down here from another planet that was so unbelievably sophisticated that it could travel through vast distances in space and had insurmountable, impossible technology, that we would look to it for all of our answers. It would become our new daddy. It would completely disrupt all of our governments. It would disrupt all of our religions. It would disrupt every single belief system we have. And people would fall apart. They wouldn't know what to do. Psychologically, it would be devastating. Look, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a psychologist. But I know most people would not be able to handle it.
I understand that, but why would they care?
Because
that's my whole point.
Because
why would they care about
because
us?
they would be affecting our culture.
They wouldn't care.
But why wouldn't they care?
But why would they care?
We care about animals, bro. There's a reason why we
Yeah.
have wildlife protection agencies. We have that because we care about animals. And animals don't even know we're a thing. Okay, if you're a deer living in the forest and you're 2 years old, you might not have ever even seen a person. You don't even know what the fuck we are. But we're trying to keep those deer alive. We spend billions of dollars every year protecting them. We do that because we care about wildlife. If we cared about a rare monkey that we found in Indonesia, some strange monkey, we would do whatever we could to make sure that monkeys' populations thrived. If there was a way to help them, I mean, that's one of the reasons why zoos exist. They take rare animals, they try to breed them in captivity.
But we're also sharing the same Earth.
Well, then maybe they look at the universe that way. And maybe they look at nuclear civilizations, like our civilization. I mean, our civilization's a very dangerous one because we're a bunch of semi-hairless monkeys with nuclear weapons. I mean, we're fucking nuts, bro.
Oh, yeah.
And we're obsessed with sex. We jack off to our phones. We're taking pills to keep our dick hard. We're all on speed. I mean,
we all have ADD.
I mean, these are and we lie. We lie about shit. We lie about things that people did to us. We pretend people did worse things. We pretend that we didn't do things to people. We lie about stealing. We lie about money. We lie about all kinds of things. I mean, people.
So you're thinking aliens are thinking about all that before they come down?
Of course they would. When you discuss the cosmos, maybe the single most intriguing possibility to us as human beings is what other intelligent life, if any, is out there. And how interesting is that to you? Because you spend so much time studying the fundamental particles of the universe itself. How interested are you in the possibility of other intelligent life forms? Or have you just like put that out into it's just so ridiculously unlikely or so far away from us that we're probably never going to make contact?
Well, you see, it's not so. There's this SETI program where they're looking at to see whether they can see signals from distant civilizations. The problem there, from my perspective, is that although they might be out there, they've got to have had a real head start on us before you would see them. Of
Right.
course, they might have done, so, but then, I don't know. You see, actually, Bahir Gurzajan, who's my Armenian colleague, and who looked also for these ring-shaped things, and looked at them in a different way from the Polish people. But we seem to have seen something there. But we wrote a paper in which we speculated on beings from the previous eon communicating with us. And the advantage there is that you're looking at the really advanced civilizations,
Really
right at the
advanced
very end, you
civilizations.
see.
Billions of years ago,
Mhm.
that their universe disappeared and then had to come back to a Big Bang state
Well, the
again,
signals could come through, yes.
and somehow or another, those signals remain.
It's conceivable. I agree
Whoa.
it's pretty far-fetched, but, you know, who knows what...
So
advances-
eons, how many billions of years are you talking about? Like the Big Bang was 14 billion?
Yes, but you see, that's way at the beginning, in a sense, or it's three-quarters of the way through in another sense. It depends how you draw the pictures.
Right.
In the sense of interestingness, or in the conformal picture, we are already three-quarters of the way through.
So 14 billion to now, so we have how
You
many
can't
billion
count it
left?
as years, you see. The
Right.
trouble is it's a cheat.
It's a cheat.
The year count is as much as you like. It depends on something else. The mass has to fade out, and how you measure time becomes problematic. And it's either infinity, you see, which isn't much use, or you might have a different definitions of time, which depend on what particle you're using as your clocks and things like that.
So are you essentially saying that it's entirely possible that we are the furthest in terms of our technological achievement and our understanding of the universe itself? It's possible that we're at the front of the line, that there might be some other intelligent life forms in the universe, but they might be behind us.
Well, they would have been. I mean, I'm not saying they got through. You see. Well, maybe they have techniques for getting through. But maybe information from
Tech, you mean from the previous eon?
Yes, yes.
Oh, they might have got through, like somehow or another survived.
Yes, but it would have to be in the form of photons or something. Yeah, no, you could. It's not. I'm talking about ridiculous speculation.
Sure,
now.
but
So,
encoding information
Yes.
into photons?
Yes, yes.
Wow.
It's conceivable.
Sure.
Now, I don't want to say that I see it happening or anything, but it's not out of the question that they could develop some technology which would get information, which might be them in some sense, across in the form of photons.
But you're not optimistic about current intelligent life somewhere in the universe?
Not too optimistic, just because, well, maybe it took us a long time to get going because the dinosaurs were there for a while. And somebody might have got in there earlier in their different planet, and they could have got there quite ahead of us. It's conceivable. I'm not going to rule it out. I'm just not terribly optimistic about it. No, I think it's worth doing. It's worth looking.
Yes, but it's not something that you're
It's
really
not
curious
something
about.
I'm expecting. It's not so much. I'd be curious certainly, but I'm not expecting it.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Kyle Collins today. I wanted to see Jamie. It's there's some shit going down with UFO sightings.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've been
Yeah, but
know if they were new,
here
but,
I'll send it to you.
I've been following the stuff.
Yeah, it's All right, I just texted it to you. Pentagon officially releases UFO. This is the tweet. It says, new Pentagon formally released 3 mysterious UFO videos captured by Navy pilots. The already leaked videos showed what DoD insists on calling unidentified aerial phenomena, moving at incredible speeds and performing near impossible maneuvers. This is a weird subject because it's one of those subjects where people automatically dismiss it because it's been so touted by kooks. There's so many wacky fucks that have talked about UFOs that anybody talking about UFOs has to be out of their fucking mind. But then when you see these videos and you see them performing these impossible tasks. Like these things are moving in a way that we've never seen anything move before. Flipping upside down and sideways, moving at insane rates of speed. Like, they don't know what these are.
Yeah.
Aerial phenomena.
What's interesting, though, is I was reading one of these stories, and they passively mentioned that the sighting was near a U.S. naval technology station of some sort, like a top secret development. And I'm like,
that could be one of two things: either it's developed by the people that are at that base, or they're monitoring the people that are at that base. These aircraft, we call them aircraft, are displaying characteristics that are not currently within the U.S. inventory nor any foreign inventory that we are aware of. Maybe they see this shit that's going down with China and all the ships being moved and like, listen, you fuckheads.
the aliens?
Yeah, maybe they're like, listen, you fucking morons, you territorial apes.
I'd like to think that, but
You don't think so?
Manhattan Project, man. I mean, the U.S. has probably got some crazy motherfucking weapons.
Could be, but the Manhattan Project was also coincidentally right after they started detonating bombs and the aliens started showing up.
That's what they think, right?
Yeah, well, that was when the bulk of U.S. sightings started jumping, and worldwide, I believe, too.
You know, maybe we've slowly been getting more and more information about this. I've been actually reading a lot of these stories over the past several months. More admissions from government, more release of documents, and more sightings. So there's been a big, I don't want to call it, well, a lot of people murmuring that April was going to be the month when we finally learn the truth. April's almost up.
It's almost up.
It's almost up.
We got like a few days.
Nah, man.
The 27th?
You know what I used
more days is that?
Do you know?
30?
Do you know about what happened? Do you know about the O'Hare Airport sighting?
Which one's that?
So this was, I think, in like '06 at Chicago's International O'Hare. A UFO came down and hovered above. I can't remember which terminal it was. It hovered for a few minutes, I think, and then shot straight, punched a hole in the clouds. Everybody saw it happen. Now, I had just quit working at O'Hare around this time when the sighting happened, so I had friends who were still there. I had a friend tell me that when this UFO came down, people on Mannheim Road, which is the road on the side of O'Hare, got out of their cars, like just stopped the light, got up, and were looking and staring at it. And that the people who were working, where we worked for American Eagle Airlines, walked out of the rooms and were just staring at it float and then shoot up and punch a hole in the clouds. You know what they said? Weather phenomenon. So there's a photo of it. A pilot took a photo of it. This is back when like very early phone cameras, so it's a very grainy, awful picture.
There it is right there.
That's not it. No, that's super fake. I think, no, these are all people trying to fake. It's really hard to find. That one is not, that one might be it, but I don't think so. It barely looks like
Chicago
anything.
O'Hare UFO sighting 2006. Is that it right there?
I do not believe those are it, no. So
We'll click on that article. See what it says.
That one might be on the left, but so many people try exploiting this stuff for clicks and for views, and they make these fake photos. And
That link's not working?
It was a very, very faint photo from the cockpit. It might be that one right there in the middle. On the left side.
Far left.
It might be that one. No, that's not it. That's not it. Well, there was a really crappy photo of it, and
that might be it.
That might be. It was out of the cockpit of a window. A pilot took a photo, and I wonder where have all the sightings gone since phones became ubiquitous. I mean, there's a simple, I guess, excuse. The aliens, they're sentient. They know we have phones. They're like, okay, stop, decloaking or whatever. But I wonder if, why is it there were so many UFOs and then around the time cell phone cameras come out, they're gone?
Well, I think most people are full of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think most people like to pretend they see things that don't really see things, but I don't think that excludes the possibility. It's not like these things are mutually exclusive. Like people are full of shit, therefore aliens don't exist. I think aliens could be real and people are full of shit. And I think that it's very rare that they visit us. But if they do, well, how often do scientists go to the Congo to study chimps? I mean, how many people do they send to the bottom of the ocean to look for new life forms? How rare is it?
Let me trip you out on that idea. We put decoys up for animals. Animals can't tell the difference. What if you've actually met a decoy person? You couldn't tell the difference.
Maybe it's you, bro.
Maybe it's me. That's right.
And that's why you're able to work so much.
Oh, yeah, I'm a robot.
You don't get tired.
No.
So you're interested in news and disseminating factual evidence.
Because what I'm actually doing is collecting a database for the for the aliens. No, but I thought about this because I saw a photo on Reddit of a puffin, I think it's called, the bird, and they put up a fake puffin, and it's because I think they're called puffins. It's because the birds don't like nesting in places where they're alone, and so by putting the decoy there, the other birds would start coming, and like one bird showed up and was hanging out with the decoy, and I'm like, could you imagine like you see like we put duck decoys in the water, we do duck calls, and the duck's like, ooh, hey, fly honey, I'm gonna come over and check this out, and it's like a wood block. Could you imagine like seeing like a beautiful woman or someone you're attracted to and being like, ooh, look at that, and it's really like an alien decoy just to like probe you and like better understand you or something?
Well, the decoy, just the term decoy is weird because decoys are used for hunting. Like turkey, it's turkey season right now.
Yeah.
And the way most guys hunt for turkeys, they take a rubber turkey. You put that fucker out in the middle of the field, and then you hide behind a bush with a shotgun. You go, bark, 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 bark. And then the turkeys like hear it, and they come over and they try to get some pussy, and then they get shot.
So what if you see some dude and or it's like you see it for you, it'd be probably be a beautiful woman, you want to get that pussy, and and then she's going like, hey, come over here, and you're like, oh, hey, me, and
then I get eaten.
No, they just take you up in the ship, probe you, and learn about your butt.
This is the thing about putting things up your butt.
I'm
Most
just kidding,
doctors don't even do that. Like they have MRIs now. Don't aliens need to probe you in your ass? I think it's just what everyone's afraid of. They're afraid of things going in their ass, so that's what they think is going to happen if the aliens get them. They're going to freeze me and touch my ass.
Somebody told a dumb story back in the day, and it was the most sensational version. Everybody had to have it, so they were like, that's what they went with.
Maybe they do that to keep your mouth shut. They fuck you in the ass just so you keep your mouth shut.
Or some dude actually got abducted, right?
Yeah.
And he comes back and he's like, they think they won against me. They think they beat me. They put stuff up my butt. They're weirdos.
Do you ever hear
They're
the story of Betty and Barney Hill?
No.
It's the very first UFO abduction story. It's an ancient story. And what's crazy is Angela Hill, who's a UFC fighter, I had her on the podcast. And after the show, she told me her grandpa was Barney Hill.
Whoa.
And I was like, holy fuck. Like we didn't talk about it during the show, but she wanted to bring it up because she knows I'm kind of obsessed with UFOs. But the account that they have, like they get hypnotized and he's recalling the abduction and they have like the same story. It's very terrifying. You hear him crying and screaming and that he was taken aboard this craft and examined and brought back and they have missing time. But here's the thing, if they only did that occasionally, they only came down once every few years and just scooped some person up in the middle of some rural place. Like if you're flying over, I think their instance was I believe it was in Maine. If you're flying over somewhere like Maine, which is a very low population state, and you see a lone car, and it's just traveling along the highway, and there's places in Maine where you go from like Portland to Bangor. When you're traveling on that road, it's like 60 miles with nothing, not a gas station, nothing. If you were an alien and you saw a car by itself, you're like, no other cars, move in, we got one.
Isn't it just easier to think it's the U.S. government?
No.
Why not?
Because we don't have the capability of doing something like that. I don't think the capability of the scientists working for the government is any different than the capability of the scientists that are working for, Project X or, fill in the blanks in terms of like what Raytheon, publicly traded companies.
How long? Look, quadcopters don't seem all that complicated to me. Right?
Quadcopters.
Yeah, like
helicopters,
like drones. We've seen the little drone toys you buy. They got 4 propellers. Take that concept, use thinner, jets, and surround it in a disc so that it's, universally like it can move in any direction because it's got, because it's
what
omnidirectional.
Power source? Where's the gas tank?
Lithium-ion battery, or
you're talking space shit. Like this hasn't even been invented yet. Think about how little mileage you can get out of a Tesla.
They had
as advanced as Tesla is. Still, when it's going full out, it can only go for. You get 307 miles if you drive like a grandma, but if you drive like a maniac, you don't even get half that.
That they. I could be wrong with this, but I'm pretty sure that they had this flying platform in the 70s that uses gas power, and they've also had jetpacks for a long time.
No, they've had sort of. They've had jetpacks that are capable of going for like 30 seconds. They don't. I've experienced.
No. I'm pretty sure the jetpacks back in the day went for a long time.
No, they definitely didn't.
We can look it up.
Yeah, let's look it up because they definitely didn't. The whole thing was the fact they were burning gas. And to propel you in the air, they only had a certain amount.
I thought it was like 20 minutes, 20, 30 minutes.
Maybe now.
My understanding of why we abandoned jetpack technology was that it was inefficient and heavy, and you couldn't carry it without it being turned on. So they opted for larger, what are they called? Chinooks, helicopters that can carry multiple people at once. When you're wearing a jetpack, it has to be on idle, negating its own weight, which means it's burning as you're walking around, which means you get a good 20-minute jump and you got to abandon the tech. And then you don't want your enemies to get it.
Have you ever seen a guy fly a jetpack?
Yeah, there's a video on YouTube.
No,
from a long
I mean
time
in
ago.
real life.
Oh, I've seen that one guy, the Iron Man dude.
Well,
Not in real life.
I've been there in real
Yeah.
life. My friend Willie B from in Denver on the radio.
Yeah.
He had a radio show in the morning. I used to do his radio show. I think he still has a radio show. Shout out to Willie. And he had this guy who was a jetpack pilot who came in the parking lot of the radio studio, and fans of the radio show came and did it too, and watched it rather. And this guy flew in the air for about 15, 20 seconds and then landed. This guy was so banged up, both of his legs were blown apart. He had big braces on both of his knees. I'm like, what happened to your knees? He's like, just crash landing. Both my knees are blown to shit. He had no ACLs in either one of his knees. But
well, that's what I'm saying.
It's good
Jetpacks.
this is back then. It was good for about 30 seconds. 30 seconds of flying.
Well, so the point I was trying to get to is if you take something like a quadcopter, you could absolutely fuel it with gas or
It'd be
whatever.
loud as fuck.
But it would depending on how you mitigate
It'd be
the
an
noise.
engine. It'd be an engine.
Yeah.
It'd be loud as fuck.
And you'd hear from the quad rotors.
Yeah, but what these people are describing is nothing like that. These people are describing things that are silent, that go from 0 to 1,000 miles an hour in a split second. The things that defy physics as we understand them.
Yeah.
This is not something that I think that the U.S. government has. If you look at like Elon Musk company, Project X or SpaceX. SpaceX is right now one of the premier civilian companies, private companies that's making rocket ships. They fuck up all the time.
Totally.
They're in the middle of innovating all the time. He's one of the smartest people on earth. He's one of in terms of technology, he knows as much about propulsion as anyone, and they still can't get it right. They're still trying to figure it out. They're trying to come up with something that could be viable in terms of commercial space flight, and they're working on it daily. And these people are the brightest minds we know of right now that are in this jet propulsion space travel business. There's, Virgin's working on something. There's a couple other companies that are working on things as well. And then you have NASA, which worked, the best they could come up with was the space shuttle.
Right.
Do you think that there was something way better than space shuttle that they just never used, that they had, and they kept it on the back burner, didn't want to let anybody know, but the way they would use it is they would pick people up and erase their memory and toy
Experiment
with their
on them?
asshole? That's crazy.
Well,
that's less likely than the hundreds of billions of galaxies just in our own known universe, right? Each one with hundreds of billions of stars, each star with who knows how many fucking planets. That's somewhere out there that's something more advanced than us. Maybe 1,000 years, maybe 1,000,000 years. But it's figured out how to come here.
I got the same question then. Why hasn't anyone discovered them? Why has SETI failed? Search for extraterrestrial intelligence.
Why
Well,
haven't the
nothing.
chimps invented guns?
They've started using more tools, but
Right. Why haven't they invented guns though?
I don't know.
So why hasn't SETI found UFOs? It's the same fucking answer. They're not advanced enough yet. It's a real simple answer. The industrial age is pretty fucking recent.
Right.
I mean, you think about when people invented cars. You're talking about 1800. That's really recent.
And we've
Plane
only used
flights, 1800s.
High power radio transmission is only in the past 100 years or so.
Right. Well, you ever seen the movie Contact?
Maybe. It's an old one, right?
It's Jodie Foster and Matthew McConaughey. It's based on Carl Sagan's book about contact with space and with aliens, how it's going to go down.
I think I did see it recently. I can't remember.
Interesting take on it. But
wait.
idea is that they've received the signal that we sent out way back, in the day. Actually, when the first broadcast signal was Hitler announcing the Olympic Games, the start of the Berlin Games. And this was the first signal they got. It was a really controversial moment in the movie, or controversy, in the plot, with that once they were trying to decipher the image that was being sent, they realized it was Hitler.
Yeah.
The first thing they see is a swastika. And they're like, what the fuck is
They
this?
send it back to us.
And then they had to realize, oh, no, this is the first image that we sent out to space. They wouldn't be able to understand the political or historical context of this. And
Well, so I got a few. There's a few issues I see in terms of aliens and our contact. Right, we are substantially more connected, in an evolutionary chain to ants than we are to any alien. So we can't communicate with them for the most part. We kind of can. We understand how they communicate. But when an ant sees a superhighway, this is someone else's quote. They don't think twice. So it's possible there are aliens that have superhighways right above us. We can't tell what it is. Same as a dog doesn't understand other than stay away from it. But one of the issues I think is often neglected in the conversation about aliens is we assume aliens would be on a very similar planet to us. We assume that they would have some kind of gaseous atmosphere, perhaps it's a liquid atmosphere. And one of the things that I would ask of a researcher, because I'm not the expert, is the fact that we have the proper balance of oxygen in the atmosphere to manipulate fire, which allows us to separate elements and then create computers and components and fuels, wouldn't exist on a planet without the same atmosphere we existed in.
Okay, stop. I can answer that really easily.
Yeah.
There's no known propulsion system for any of these crafts. These things are not using fire. They don't have a heat signal. They don't know what they are. They don't know how they work.
I don't mean propulsion. I mean the separation of elements, the manipulation of elements, right? So we melt things and separate them and break them down.
They don't believe that that's how it works.
No, but I mean, like, how do you even start from? I'm sure there's an answer. Let's say you have a species that lives on a planet with no oxygen and has no access to fire. What energy, what dense energy source do they have that will allow them to manipulate matter?
Do you know the Bob Lazar story?
I do.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that he talked about when he first stopped working for Area S4 and the government was tapping his phones, and there's a lot that can be documented about him. There's a lot that can't be. But one of the things that he talked about was a thing called element 115.
Right.
That element 115, this insanely dense element that they use to bend gravity. And that the way he described the way the propulsion system works, it's like putting a bowling ball in the center of a very soft mattress, and then all of the other mattress, all the rest of the mattress bends around the intense mass of the bowling ball, and that this is how these incredibly advanced aliens from this other planet use. This is their propulsion system.
That was from
use this.
It's from Star Trek, though. The concept of warp was around for a really long time.
I think the concept is based on Einstein's theory of gravity. I mean, this is the whole idea. If you could find something that could do that. But here's the thing. When Bob Lazar talked about this in the late 80s, early 90s, this element didn't exist.
Right, now it does.
It wasn't proven until they did it in a particle collider. I believe it was 2013. So he was talking about this element far before it was, and he's apparently, this is the big rumor, he apparently had taken some of that from a lab, and through George Norrie, and was it George Norrie? Yes. They did some experiments on on television and showed that this stuff had made light and fog bend in a way that they couldn't describe.
Didn't he also claim to see a small alien creature on his way out?
He said he saw something that was sitting down, but he doesn't know if it was a model that they were using, like if they had created something that was supposed to be the size of a thing that could fit in these crafts. Because these crafts, he said, were designed for things that were far smaller than human beings.
I'm pretty sure in the initial interview he gave when he went public was that he saw an alien, and then later on changed it, saying, I don't know if it was maybe a model or a puppet.
Yeah, he said he thought he saw something sitting down and two people standing over it looking at it. He said he thought he saw an alien. But he's probably... I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, he said it was literally for like a half a second. Like he's walking by a window and he sees something inside of it. Imagine being a guy who's in your 20s and you're a propulsions expert, and it's been proven that he worked at Los Alamos Labs, and it's been proven that he did put a fucking jet engine. It's been proven that he did put a jet engine on a Honda. I mean, he's a genius. And you talk to him, he's an incredibly smart guy. Now imagine you get sent off to Area S4, and they show you this thing that doesn't even exist. And they tell you about this propulsion method that they don't understand. And they say that they found this a long time ago in an archaeological dig. And they want you to back engineer it because you're a propulsions expert and they're running out of options. They've been studying this for decades. No one knows what the fuck it is or how you can make it work. And then they do test flights with this thing. And then he tells his friends about these test flights. After he gets fired, you know how he got fired? Do you know a story about him getting fired?
He leaked it or something. Yeah.
No, his wife was fucking her flight instructor.
Oh.
And so when his wife was fucking her flight instructor, they told him he couldn't work anymore. And he's like, why not? Well, they were tapping his phone because when you have top secret clearance to work on UFOs, I guess they don't want your wife fucking her flight instructor because then you're going to go crazy and you have a lot of imbalance at home, right? So he doesn't know why. They don't tell him why. So he takes his friends and he tells them, listen, this is real. They're running these experiments. I know you're thinking I'm crazy. This is what I've been working on. So he takes them to this area where you used to be able to have access to, but once he did this, they closed off access and pushed it far back to where the public has access to. And he showed them these things doing these impossible maneuvers in the desert, in the night sky.
This I remember.
And so then he gets arrested. And so when he gets arrested, he was in fear of his own life. He goes public and tells this whole story. And then they erase his past, they erase his social security number, they erase his education background. Even though people that knew him and knew he worked at Los Alamos Labs, he takes George Noory of a tour of Los Alamos Labs, knows the people that work there. They all say hi to him. He takes them on a tour around the laboratory.
Yeah.
Shows them around, shows them the devices they use for biometric security. And
I think the one thing you can't ignore is that there was documentation that he did work at one of these places.
Yes.
And they later claimed he didn't.
Yes.
And like I think I was watching the thing on, maybe it was Netflix. I think like he promoted that, right? It was on Netflix. They showed the paper, like we found it.
Yes.
Like he clearly was there.
He was in the employee registry.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. No.
And but you know, for me, you know, man, I'd love to believe it all.
He's been insanely consistent about that story.
Yeah.
For 40 years.
I want to believe. You know what I mean?
For 30 years, whatever. I want to believe too. That's the problem.
Man, Pixar didn't happen.
I want to believe, but that's nonsense. Pixar it didn't happen is nonsense.
Well,
how do you what about Neanderthals?
No,
what about dinosaurs? There's no pics.
I'm more so joking, right? What I mean is, show me the evidence, right?
I get it.
Let's, you know, the challenge with any theory, I don't like saying conspiracy theory because they're not always conspiracies, is that people want something to be true. And so they end up looking for things to justify what they think it already is.
Of course.
Instead of starting with what you've got and trying to figure out where it goes from there.
But when you start with what you've got a guy who was living in Vegas, was taking these flights out to Area S4, knows the place, knows it inside out, can describe it very accurately. Also worked at Los Alamos Labs, describes that very accurately.
Right.
Yeah.
It proves he worked there.
Yeah.
But
it also proves he's also a legitimate scientist.
But what
when you talk to the guy, he's a brilliant guy. He's not a nut.
Right.
But what?
Are you saying aliens?
That doesn't mean aliens.
No, I'm just asking. Like, so
it doesn't mean aliens, but that's what he was told.
Right.
What he was told is this is something that has come from somewhere else, and they're trying to figure out how to work it, how to use it.
What if we're in a simulation, and this was something that was leftover code, or it, you know, wasn't supposed to be placed in this certain iteration?
Or what if there's multiple dimensions that we don't have access to, and that these things do?
I want to announce some upcoming tour dates. I'll be coming to see you with the Return of the Rat Tour. October 12th in Wichita, Kansas at the Orpheum. October 13th, Omaha, Nebraska at the Holland Performing Arts Center. And October 14th, Denver, Colorado at the Paramount Theater. All tickets go on sale this Wednesday, August 10th at 10 a.m. local time, with the pre-sale code RATKING. And then Friday, August 12th, they will be on sale generally with no pre-sale code. You can get all tickets through theovon.com/tour. Those are trusted links on there. If you go elsewhere, you may get an untrustworthy link, and that could lead to upselling prices. So theovon.com/tour. I also want to tell you we have some new Be Good to Yourself tees in new summertime colorways like banana, salmon, and more. You can check those out and more at theovonstore.com. Thank you. Today's guest was grateful enough to let us tape out of his studio down in Austin, Texas. He's a linchpin in the mixed martial arts community and a prized UFC commentator. He's the host of the largest podcast on planet Earth, The Joe Rogan Experience, and his new hour of stand-up comedy is the best comedy that I've seen him do. We're grateful to have him here today, Mr. Joe Rogan.
I'll sit and tell you my stories. Shine on me, and I will find a song I will sing
Okay.
We're live.
And we're back.
Yeah.
We're doing your podcast, though.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you for the hospitality and for jumping on, man. I appreciate it.
My
and
pleasure.
for letting us do it here.
Been having some fun.
Yeah, we had, man. Last night was really cool.
It's a good time, right?
Yeah, the new place looks great.
Doesn't it?
Yeah. Do you feel
exciting.
when you go in there? Do you feel like was it scary to start to think, okay, I'm going to build like an actual building for comedy? I mean, it's like a whole new business, kind of, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of overwhelming. It's a little overwhelming. It's kind of crazy. Yeah.
Did all right.
It's exciting, but it's part of me is like, what the fuck?
Yeah, because I was listening to you show it to me, and I was like, damn, Joe. It felt like you were like a contractor, like a landlord kind of. It was like, oh, this is it feels like a whole different uniform kind of.
It's a totally different thing. But luckily, I got people running it, so my participation in that aspect of it will hopefully be minimal.
Yeah.
You know, but it is, it's definitely, you know, but I felt compelled. I felt compelled to do it, you know, because I always felt like if you know, I never wanted to own a comedy club, and I always felt like you just have to be nice to comedy club owners because you never want to be one of those fucking people.
Right.
But then when I knew I was moving here and Cap City was already closed, I was like, maybe I should buy a fucking club and start a club. And so that became my focus. It became this thing where I was thinking, I really should do that. I really should like set it up so that I'm setting it up the right way. So I'm not setting it up to try to make money. I'm just setting it up to make an amazing environment for comedy and have a home for comedians where they just feel good.
Yeah.
Like they can go there and that's a great spot to hang out and you just feel good about the atmosphere. You'll be able to perform well. You'll be treated well. Like everyone will be, you know, treated with respect and with fun and just a good attitude.
Has the city been receptive to it? Has there been like any like kickback like that? Has there been any like barriers to creating a comedy club that you didn't expect just because you'd never done it before?
It's a process. I mean, it took a long time to get the permits and all that stuff, but it wasn't, you know, it's just normal. It's normal for any business, and especially if you're going to get a liquor license and all that jazz, and you're going to have live performance.
Yeah. Dude, I heard you and that guy, they were talking about, y'all were talking about horse sex in the when I pulled up in the lobby, I was like, oh, okay, this is my kind of place today. Dude, I saw in New Orleans one time they had a lot of the cops in the French Quarter on horseback.
Yeah.
And two of the horses started fucking with the with the cops on them, bro.
Were the cops getting mad?
One of them was.
Was the other one excited?
The one in the back, I think, was kind of fucking vibing with it a little, because at least he was in the winning position, you know?
Right. You don't want to be the guy where the horse gets done fucking that horse and then he starts fucking you.
Yeah.
Or the horse collapses and you get trapped under it. I saw a horrible video the other day of these dudes were racing horses. They're running, and a yappy dog, runs out onto the track, and the horse trips over the dog, and the guy dies.
What was the dog running out there to tell him something or something?
Yeah. No.
Or like to greet him?
To bark.
Oh,
just some shitty dog that thought it'd be a good idea to bark at a fucking horse, and the horse trips, and the horse is in full throttle, and the horse trips over this dog and lands on this guy. The guy goes, the horse goes head first, and the guy goes with him. So the guy goes down, the horse comes on top of him and crushes him.
And the guy died?
You want to see it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll find it.
I'll see it, man. I didn't want to at first.
But now you're thinking about it.
But now
like,
I'm in. Dude, they had a fundraiser one time when I was going to LSU. They had a fundraiser there for a guy who had gotten hurt playing football, right?
Yeah.
So they raised all this money. They wanted to get him a nice, fancy wheelchair, one that has like, you know, like everything on it, like the centrifuge or whatever you can have on a wheelchair.
Right.
Speakers. And also get him a golden retriever, like an animal, because he had gotten paraplegia from playing football.
Right.
They get him those things, right? There's fundraisers at a couple of different LSU games. People are walking around the parking lot with buckets and stuff, raising funds. They get him that, and they give it to him. And then a few months later, the dog had the wheelchair or whatever. It had like life support on it for the guy as well. He had to have some kind of like oxygen system. The dog pulled the plug out from the thing, and the guy died.
No.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So, but yeah, seeing those horses made me want to be a cop, dude, for a little while. That shit looked like a party, especially in New Orleans, you know, where people are kind of dancing anyway in the street.
I can't find the video, but I can find you a video of a Komodo dragon swallowing a deer whole.
All right, that'll do. If that's what I gotta take, dude. That's your second option. Bro, did you see that we made the Fox News last night? I get home, right? I'm looking at some different news sites. That front page of Fox News was Joe Rogan reading the TikTok.
Oh, when we're reading the terms of service?
Yeah.
Fucking crazy, right?
But it was the front, it was the main thing. Yeah, it was like, and it almost was like, I was like,
watch this. Watch this video. This is bananas. He already swallowed it. He'll do it again. Here it goes. Watch this.
Wow.
How quickly he ate that whole deer.
Ooh.
He swallowed a goat. Sorry. Look at that. Seems like it's sped up a little.
I've never had goat.
It's good. It's an unusual tasting meat.
I had aardvark at a wedding one time.
Aardvark?
Yeah.
What kind of wedding was that?
It was, I think it was just like a white wedding or something. Like, they said it was aardvark. It could have been something else, though. Or
like
they could have misspelled it.
Type white wedding?
No, it was just like a regular, like, two whites getting married, you know?
They ate aardvark?
They said they did.
What state was this?
This was in Louisiana when I was growing up. It was at a fancy French place, and they said that they had aardvark over there. So we believed them. But yeah, I just thought it was crazy that like it was like the night after we did the interview, same day, right? So the head article is Joe Rogan reads the TikTok agreement, right? It's like
Terms of service.
It's almost like sometimes I'm like, is Joe the only person who's reading the terms of service of things in America, and the rest of us are just using shit like right out of the box, like not even paying attention to what's going on? That's what I felt like a little bit.
I think a lot of people are now with things like TikTok, because there's been a lot of articles written about it and a lot of people calling for it to be banned because it's basically Chinese spyware.
But if they get us, then what would they like? So say we talked about it a little bit the other day, but say they get, like they infiltrate all the electronics, they get all the data and everything. But then how do they get us as people? Like how do they get us into the cages?
Well, I don't think it's as simple as get people in the cages. I think what they want is intellectual property. They want to steal data, and they want to, like, if they have access to your computer and say, what if you're working on some fucking weapon system? Or what if you're working on some communication system? And they have access to your computer, they can steal that data from your computer because they have access to it because you're using TikTok.
So it's just about information.
Yeah. One of the more disturbing things was saying that they have access to computers that aren't even being used for TikTok.
Right.
Like other computers.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Which is just...
That's crazy.
It's so insane that would actually be something that someone would allow. They had an engineer, software engineer, back engineered TikTok and said it was the most, in terms of like invasion of privacy, it was the most egregious example that they'd ever found.
So wouldn't there be some structure or template in American society or government or hierarchy that would protect us from that sort of thing? Why? That's what I don't understand sometimes. Why isn't there like something that protects us from that sort of thing, or is it just our own responsibilities?
I don't know what they can do now other than ban it. But I know they were talking about banning it for a while, but then there was some sort of a deal that was made where the data was going to go from the American version of TikTok was going to go to America. But it turns out that it's not. It's going straight to China, and then they get the version to America. See if that's correct.
See, that's
sounds right. That's pretty good.
Yeah, let's.
And we're gonna keep using it. It's almost like, because what if they told women there's a makeup that would steal your face, right? Like you put it on and it's gonna put your face in China.
Yeah.
And then we still use it.
Right.
I mean, that just shows me the level of addiction that we have to
social media.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an addiction.
They have an office here. TikTok has an office in Austin.
For people that need help?
Yeah. You know how I found about that? Some lady was heckling at the Creek in the Cave. She said, I go, what do you do? She's like, I work for TikTok.
How old was she?
She's in her 20s.
Oh, that's all right. Dude, Tony ripped into that lady the other night, dude.
Oh, that lady was nuts.
Fell over a table. Very sad.
There was some fucking drunks last night, man. Some rowdy-ass people. For a Tuesday?
Yeah, you crushed, man.
It was fun.
It was cool. I hadn't seen you perform in a long time. I mean, I hadn't seen a lot of people perform in a long time.
Yeah, it's, here it goes. Leaked audio from 80 internal TikTok meetings show that U.S. user data has been repeatedly accessed from China. I feel like with these tools, there's some backdoor to access user data in almost all of them, said an internal auditor hired to help TikTok close off Chinese access to sensitive information like Americans' birthdays and phone numbers.
Right? Damn.
And if you look at the terms of service, it's a lot more than that.
Yeah.
What they have the ability to access is a lot more than that. The terms of service is nuts. Just reading that any company that would try to sell you on social media. I mean, it's one thing to like say, oh, we're going to target ads in your direction. We're kind of used to that. But
right.
Whatever. Like with Google and shit. Like I don't mind if they send ads my way. But what they're doing is nuts. They have access to your audio. That means they have access to your fucking microphone. They're listening to you talk.
That's scary.
Yeah, like if you're having a conversation, like we're going to do this deal with China, and what we're going to sell them is this.
But how much bullshit do they have to listen to of just people fucking listening, you know, like talking to an animal or fucking, you know, like recording like a recipe for a buddy or something? How much bullshit are they having to fucking say? Like it's almost sad if there's just like a, you know, just a field, like a football field of Chinese people. Just listening to Americans like fucking clear their throat and shit.
I
Yeah.
think most of that stuff they're not interested in. They're interested in targeting specific individuals. Like let's say you're an executive at a big software company.
Okay.
And they know that your kids are using TikTok and their kids are also using your computer. Well, they get access to your computer now.
Right.
This is what it seemed to me. I mean, obviously I'm a Luddite when it comes to this shit. So I'm just explaining from what I'm reading in terms of like what this could be interpreted as. That they have access to your keystrokes.
Yeah.
Meaning like whatever you're typing,
Right.
you're typing to your wife. Like I'm tired of your bullshit. Like whatever you're typing, they have access to that.
But it's just crazy that all of them are going to be in their sleep. Those people that work there in the middle of the night, they just have some love letter to some fucking, you know, a couple gay dudes or, you know, or some fucking, you know, kid like sending his, you know, like dirty pictures to his buddy or something. It's just like they're going to be fucking losing their minds if
I
they're
don't think they would
processing
access
all that.
I know what you're saying, but I don't think they would access that.
Yeah.
I think what they would do is use it specifically to target individuals that they think are working on valuable information,
I see, high-end
sensitive
stuff.
Yeah. Or if someone was like doing something that was the Chinese party deemed bad for China, you know, maybe some Chinese person over here was like selling Chinese information to America. They could find out all kinds of stuff.
Say something like this happens, right? You're leaving work, okay?
Okay.
And things got compromised out in the world. You were at work, you were doing a podcast episode or something, and like things just kind of hit that level where it's like maybe a couple police precincts have been taken over just by vandals and crazies. Like the pendulum's starting to, things are getting like AWOL, right? And then everything, the purge, right? So you're driving home, you're getting fucking Cam Haynes is sending you fucking 1,000 hammers, you know what I'm saying? Like you're getting all of it, everybody's just texting you, you know? Jocko's like, I'm not even waking up tomorrow for work, I'll be up all, you know, I'm just gonna be up at 4:30, right? Like everything's all, what do you do? Like how do you, this is the end, this is when it's like, all right, Joe Rogan, You know what I'm saying? You hear it just comes from God or from something like a strong wind with a fucking with a voice box in it. It's like, this is it.
This is the apocalypse.
You're leaving work. This is it.
I guess you have to respond to each individual situation. It's like each thing will be unique. Like, is someone trying to break in your house? Is someone trying to rob your, is someone trying to break in your car while you're driving?
Okay,
like,
so you have an hour. You have kind of an hour.
Right.
We'll give you 90 minutes. You have 90 minutes to kind of get before you're going to start to feel some pressure.
What do you do?
I don't know.
I guess load up some magazines.
Oh, I'm fucked. But I'm wondering, what do you do?
That's what I would do. I'd probably load up some magazines.
Okay. Into what?
Into guns.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I didn't know if you fucking...
No,
at the periodical
I don't mean
section or
magazines like Sports Illustrated.
I'm like, dang, this
I mean
guy's
like an
crazy.
AR.
This guy's taking information with him into a bunker.
I'm reading Time magazine.
Yeah, dude. I'm like, I just see Joe with as many copies of Field and Stream as you can fucking live.
Well, you could use those magazines as like protection. Stack enough of them.
Okay,
on top
so
of each other.
Okay, see, now you're thinking.
Slow bullets down.
Okay, but say like you pick up your family or something. Do you guys stay? Do you have a bunker?
I don't currently, but this conversation is making me want a bunker.
Yeah.
I've wanted a ranch for that very reason. Like, if shit goes completely sideways, it would be great if there was a place with water and food. You got your water, you got your food, like, on the property.
Okay, what about if you're kind of in a city or you're in like a like what's maybe a business or something you'd hold up in, you think is viable?
A business that I'd hold up in, it would have to be some sort of fortified establishment.
Like the mall?
No.
Not from here.
No,
My
you'd
bad.
have to get something that you could defend.
Dude, the mall?
Yeah, the mall?
I think 'cause you'd have probably like, think of all you could hide in the fucking Macy's behind all the...
Hiding Cinnabon behind the counter.
Yeah, just in there. Just squeezing Frosty into your mouth and fucking pumping shells.
It would be a good excuse to eat that food because, like, look, I gotta eat something.
And that stuff will keep because a lot of that stuff has like all the preservatives in it.
Yeah.
So you'd have that. You'd have mannequins in there. Think about that. You could set up like a like a Mirage.
Right. Like a fake sort of situation.
Yeah.
Where people would think that, but you're behind that.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So the mall, I think, could be good. Yeah, I've
Where
been
would you
thinking
go?
about that. I would go to the mall.
Really?
Yeah.
The mall.
Yeah, because nobody's at the mall anymore.
But the dumbest people are at the mall. They're gonna fuck it up for you.
They gotta go.
They're gonna go, the Russians are here, guys! Like, hey, shut the fuck up. I'm pretending to be a mannequin.
I'm like, hey, give me a medium. Okay. Yeah, I think that would be
That's
weird.
gonna be the
probably.
problem is dumb people. When shit goes south, there's some people that just like, they're ditch diggers. They're dumb people. They're minimum wage thinkers.
But they're gonna have a lot of weapons, though, probably.
Maybe.
I don't know. I think a lot of people have weapons now.
But I think if things go sideways, well, a lot of people are gonna panic in the chaos.
Right. Oh, immediately. People will be panicking. People will be trying
Yeah.
to group up.
Yeah.
Some people will be trying to salvage shit. That person's
Right.
gonna go.
That person's gonna go. Yeah. There's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna fall apart. But that's always like whenever things go weird, people fall apart. You know, a lot of people don't respond to pressure very well.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I got stuck in an elevator one time. I was at Mardi Gras, and we were in there for like 17 minutes, and some dude, there's two girls, and there was like 9 people. It was like a busy day at Mardi Gras. I'm there with my buddy Josh Kelly. He's a musician. He's playing. We take this elevator, and like 9 of us get stuck in this elevator for like maybe an hour. But you can hear Mardi Gras going on. We're like, how long are we going to be in here? And we're in there in a little while, and some guy goes to 2 girls in there. He goes, don't worry, nobody in here is going to rape y'all. That's what he said. And suddenly, like, everything in there just changed. We're like, nobody's even thinking about that shit, you know?
How big is this elevator?
It was probably, honestly, I bet it was almost as big as this table.
Big elevator.
Yeah, maybe 2 feet smaller on that end. Maybe
Okay.
1 foot.
So not so big elevator.
Yeah. And some guy kept trying to just pull the doors open as hard as he could.
And how many people are in there with you?
I would say 7 people.
7 people, and 2 of them are girls.
Yeah.
Boy, suck to be them after that idiot has to say that.
Yeah, dude.
And then
Because
they have to think about that.
Yeah.
No one's gonna rape you. Like, what the fuck, man? Imagine.
And if he's not thinking about raping them, then you think he's going to be thinking about, you know.
Did anybody tell him to shut the fuck up?
People just said, calm down, calm down. You know, but it was just interesting how it escalated. Like, you know, things started to escalate. If you are struggling with addiction and you don't know how much help you need or where you should go for help, or if you need to go to treatment or anything, if you don't know what to do, I want to recommend Recover Here. Recover Here is a trusted resource that assists motivated individuals searching for addiction treatment to find the best options available. Recover Here provides a professional evaluation at no cost and helps you find the best treatment option with respect to your individual circumstances. Recover Here can save you time, money, and most importantly, your life by helping you navigate comfortably through your recovery journey. If you're struggling with addiction, I've been there, and it can get better. Visit recoverhere.com. That's RECOVERHERE.com to get started on your recovery journey today. Well, boys and girls, it's August, and that means it's National Hair Loss Awareness Month. Did you know that 2 out of 3 guys may experience some form of hair loss by the time they are 35? Kind of a lot, isn't it? Ugh. Luckily, in most cases, hair loss can be prevented and treated, and Keeps is here to help. Once hair loss starts, it usually doesn't stop or reverse on its own. The earlier you take action, the more hair you're likely to keep. Keeps clinically proven treatments are 90% effective at stopping hair loss, and 66% of men even experience regrowth. Yum. Keeps offers a simple, affordable, and stress-free way to keep your hair via convenient virtual doctor consultations and medications delivered straight to your door every 3 months. You don't have to leave your home. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/Theo to receive your first month of treatment for free, and you'll be supporting the show. That's keeps.com/THEO to get your first month free. Keeps.com/Theo.
Have you ever been in a riot, like a riot type situation?
No, I was at Beta Breakers one time on mushrooms in San Francisco, though,
What's
dude.
Beta Breakers? What is Beta Breakers? What is that?
It's like a bunch of people. They're like racers. They're like, they race in the street, you know?
What kind of racing?
Just for long distance. The Kenyans
running?
always win it. Yeah.
Oh, running. Okay.
Yeah, running racing. So it's a bunch of those folks.
Bay 2 breakers. I thought you were saying beta breakers.
Yeah, Bay 2 breakers.
I thought he was saying that too.
That's what I typed in.
Oh no, Beta breakers I think is a little different.
Bay 2 breakers.
Yep. So
that's the run.
Yep. So that's the run, and you can just get in costumes and just be in it. It's like.
Oh, like the dude is dressed up like a pink monkey.
Yeah.
How weird is that? And he's at the front. Oh, McDonald's. They dressed up like Ronald McDonald.
Yeah, so people just do all kind of
Iron Man.
costumes.
Oh, interesting.
And
Okay.
we ate a bunch of shrooms out there and kind of commandeered this water table. There was a water table that had kind of been left unattended.
What is a water table?
Just a table with a bunch of cups of
table
water.
with waters on it. Okay.
So we got over there and people were running, you know, they're going, and we started telling people that the water was for Asian people only, right?
Yo. Crazy?
Pardon?
Oh, your mouth is moving, but I hear you.
What about now? You hear me now?
Yeah.
Very nice. I need the customer. What the hell?
What's going on over here?
Nothing special.
The sky's so beautiful.
Yeah, and he couldn't stand of my beauty.
Kiflon brother, huh?
Are you standing me up
Getting
again?
Kiflon?
Kiflam?
Yeah.
Why would you even try to take the Western Highway at this time of day?
Who handed me this?
Right? His overhead is killing him. You follow? Right, gotta cut costs
Oh, thank you.
Didn't happen. Now you're getting a little closer.
I'm just falling for you. Thank you. I worked really hard on it. It didn't take too long. What do you mean?
You don't think taking off that takes a long time?
No.
Easy, dog, easy. Oh, God. What did you drink?
Only a little. It's okay though. I'm into slow guys.
Are you that fucked up?
I like being smarter than me.
I'm fucked.
Oh my God.
I'm fucked. I can't even think.
Don't think, it hurts.
I keep moving around, trying to walk this off.
I'm gonna go ahead.
Do you need a taxi to go home?
Nah.
I can send you home.
Or we could try a store.
No, I just. I gotta watch out for my boy right there on the ground. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we can put him in the trunk.
No. We're gonna play some Platinum when we sober up.
Jones for a drink, bud.
We gotta get back on that grind,
How
man.
you do?
What's the haps?
Hey guys,
Yeah.
I'm just freaking dealing with a bunch of emails in my head. I'll be right back. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for babysitting me though.
You're good.
Hey, how is it?
Bro, we are crying, laughing because people are running. They can't stop. They're trying to make a time. So for some people, we'll be like, bro, it's Asians only. And it was like, why?
Do you guys need a beer?
And then Asian people were all excited, you know, and we kept gassing them up. Dude, we were fucking.
I want to listen to
I would
the
take pictures
Interstellar
with
thing
like
and eat
people,
trail
and I'd
mix
have
out of a coffee mug.
nuts hanging out the whole time.
What?
Yeah, bro, we were out.
Took pictures of your nuts out. How old were you at the time?
Hey, what are you doing?
I don't know, man. Probably
Waiting for a
28.
customer.
And people were like, hey, let's get a picture together. So we get it, and I just slip that bag out there. Maybe that fucking gum holster. You know what I'm saying?
I had a friend who used to do that all the time.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Tom Cotter. He was on Dancing with America's Got Talent. Yeah.
He's so funny.
Yeah, he's a funny dude.
What are we?
I think Tom, way
what's-
back in the
what,
day.
what are your
and he
thoughts?
used to do what he called the sack walk, where he would pull his sack out of the zipper and just walk around in parties. And he was just like, Tom, what the fuck are you doing, man? His nuts would be hanging out of his pants.
Yeah, you used to be able to party like that.
Ari still does.
Who does?
Ari. He'll still party like that.
Yeah, it's interesting, man. Ari's such an interesting dude, isn't he?
He's a very interesting dude.
He's very much his own person.
Yes.
And
Yeah, there's not a lot of people like that dude.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
I really admire that about him. So okay, so the end of the world's happening, and then I would be at the mall, or maybe you know what?
What?
What if you went offshore in like a boat and let the shit fucking
Let it happen. Watch it from a distance.
let it melt?
That'd be a good move if you had a big boat. If you had a boat with food on it. But boats take diesel engine fuel, and that's like, where are you getting your diesel from? Like, how are you going to get that boat back to shore? Like, what do you know?
Okay, so you got to prep. So you got to have some diesel on you. You got to have another boat with diesel.
You got to have a second boat, a feeder boat, like a tanker.
And I'll work on that.
So you get a tanker like 15 years worth of diesel.
Oh, damn, dude. Your boat's gonna be this big. You're gonna have all this fucking
And then you
diesel.
got your houseboat that you're sleeping on.
You just smell like diesel all the time.
Diesel's a terrible smell.
Really? I like
some
it a
people
little.
like the smell of gasoline. I like the smell of gas. You know what I like the smell of? Magic markers. Sharpies. Pop the top.
Oh. Get in there, dude. The black ones, I'll fucking BLM in each snout hole, baby.
These sails that Jeff Bezos' boat has.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he's got a boat with sails?
Yeah, that's that boat, that giant yacht he has.
What? That's it?
Yeah.
That's what, yeah. When I was looking at pictures.
Oh, so it's going to have sails?
A lot of the big ones do.
They do?
When I was looking them up earlier, yeah, there's giant boats with giant sails on them.
Why is that?
So they don't have to, so they can still work, I think, if they get stuck somewhere.
Oh.
That's how they use the giant boat.
Wow. See, that's key, too. You're going to have that. Because what if your
backup?
Yeah, what if your stuff goes
Maybe
out?
Jeff Bezos knows some shit we don't know.
I'm sure he probably does. Has he come in here?
He hasn't, but I'd have him.
You would?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
I think that'd be
I
interesting.
talked to that dude.
My mom works for him.
I wonder if he knows some shit that we don't know in terms of like shit going down. How addictive are those things?
Very addictive.
Yeah, you were hitting that last night hard.
Did you notice that?
Stop. You wouldn't stop.
That's how I am, man. If I get something, I get it. You know what I'm saying, boy?
Gasoline, magic marker, Escobars, whatever.
I'm gonna hit it one more time, dude, just to fucking
to feel it.
Well,
You got crazy head rush from those, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, those nicotine vape pens. They're good for thinking, for whatever reason. It's like nicotine is a cognitive enhancer. It's like a nootropic.
Oh, I don't know if I believe that, but it hurt. To me, it makes me just not be able to sleep that good. It makes me like wake up being scared.
No, but it is. It is like well, that's one of the things that Stephen King said really affected him in his writing when he quit smoking.
So I got a question for you. So whenever you're like, comics always knew that you were doing well, right? Like, but whenever you got your Spotify deal, was it scary that people, because they attached like such big figures to it in the press, right? Was that scary that people knew that you were wealthy? Was that scary at all?
I wouldn't say it's scary, but it's just one of those things where people like start debating whether or not you should have that money. Why don't they give that money to other people? Why don't you fix the streets and the schools? And why is he getting that? And then there's some people that just get jealous, so they get angry. You know, and there's a lot of angry, jealous comedians, unfortunately. And there's a lot of comedians that look at other people's success and they feel bad. So they think that you're doing something bad because they feel bad, because they don't like the way it makes them feel when someone's killing it. Like a lot of comedians are narcissists, and a lot of them are very self-centered and egomaniacs.
Yeah.
And so they think that when you're doing something well or something's going well for you, that somehow or another it takes something away from them. You know?
Why does that happen, do you think?
Famine thinking. People think like there's not enough for everybody. With comedy, there clearly is enough for everybody. With podcasts, there's clearly enough for everybody. And when other people are doing well, it's actually better for everybody, because it like gets more people interested in podcasts, more people getting interested in comedy. That's my take on it. But I've always had that take. I've always like tried to help other comedians. Always.
Yeah. I think I try to remember. You, I think, inspire a lot of people to try and think that way more. You know, I heard you talking about that on Andrew Schultz's show, and I think you inspire a lot of people to try and think like, you know,
help everybody.
Right.
Rising tide lifts all boats.
Yeah,
it's good for everybody.
Yeah,
and it's good also for the art form, which is good for you. It's good for your act. Like when other people are killing it, it's good for you. You just can't. You can't have that miserly way of thinking that some people have, where they want it all for themselves. You can't. That's not good.
Well, some of it's I think especially for some people, if they never came from anything, it can be scary, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it can be scary.
It can be scary because they've never had anything.
Mm-hmm.
So it's such like, this is going to go away. You know, it's like, I've probably had moments like that in my life, for sure.
Yeah.
Where I just was like, oh, this...
Yeah, you think it's going to go away.
Yeah.
Especially, well, when you're not really totally established yet, you just start getting a little bit of success.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it, do you feel like since you become more of a celebrity, has it made podcasting any different? Because like you started to get picked up by all the tabloids, and we got picked up for you reading the damn user agreement.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, what is that kind of pressure like? Is it like you wake up in the morning, you're like, what is it like what's going to be in this box today?
I don't read it.
Right.
No. I just keep going. I just keep doing it the same way I've always done it. Like this.
Yeah.
Sit down, have a good time, talk some shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's as long as you just keep doing it the same way. I mean, that's why it's still successful, because I do it the same way.
Yeah.
I don't change anything. I get better guests. I get more, people that maybe weren't interested in doing it before because it's so popular, they'll do it now.
Yeah.
Which is great. And then maybe some people are scared to do it now because they're scared of criticism. They're scared of being exposed. They're scared of the heat that comes from all that millions of eyes on you.
Do you think that, there's some people who would... Have you had people like that? You reach out to them you just think they're too scared?
There's certain people that don't feel comfortable with being in front of such a large audience. Yeah, for sure. There's a few people that I wanted to get on. They're like, man, I don't know if I can deal with that. I'll get nervous. And I've had people that wanted to do it in a more comfortable setting too. They feel like the studio audience, the studio atmosphere rather is daunting. With all the cameras, couldn't we just set it up at your house or something like that? They just start trying to mitigate whatever the pressure would be from doing something that millions of people can see.
I can understand that. I mean, I've never talked to my father this much, and if you added all of our time together,
no.
I never spent that much time with my own dad.
But think about how many laughs we've had.
Yeah, that's true.
We laughed our ass off just the other day. And then last night. Laugh our ass off last night.
Yeah. Last night was
fucking
good.
fun, man. Fucking fun. It's the greatest.
And Kill Tony was so good. That show is
the best. It's the best show. Kill Tony's the best show for comedy. For stand-ups, up-and-coming stand-ups, there's no better atmosphere, and it's the cornerstone of stand-up in Austin because it's such a good show, and for 1 minute, all you have to do is just be funny. All that woke bullshit, all that virtue signaling, all that's out the window. All that posing. You got 1 minute. You better come with some jokes.
Oh.
Come with some jokes.
Yeah. Or just come. I think people would laugh at that, dude. If somebody got up there and batched out for a second.
It depends on where it lands.
Oh, I don't know, dude.
I pantsed Bert Kreischer during one.
Did you?
I pulled his fucking pants down. He had no underwear on. His ass was half hanging out. And he stood up and he raised his arms up in the air and he took his shirt off and I fucking pulled his pants right show back.
He should just go full nudist. How long till Bert Kreischer goes fully nude?
Well, he did something the other day with a sock over his cock. He was doing something.
And at that point, you're just a damn 9-iron, dude. You know what I'm saying? He's halfway to fucking nudity.
He's close. All he has on is pants. His pants are sagging.
Dude, my sister one time was using drugs. Sorry, I love you, babe. But and she's awesome. She's I love her so much. But she got high with some guy on a date, right? And they went rock climbing, which seems insane to do when you're high, and ended up at a nudist colony.
On top?
Yeah, or at some small plateau.
Wow.
Jesus. So, pretty cool.
Imagine falling naked. Oh. I mean, it's not like clothes are going to protect you.
But you'd feel like they would.
Yeah. There's something about falling from it would be extra scary to fall naked.
Dude, say you're falling, right? All right? You have a turtleneck on. Do you put your head... Do you put your head inside or not?
I don't think you even think about it.
Yeah, you do.
You probably have a heart attack.
You don't think about it? You think about it. That's what you do. You're the best thinker. So you don't think you put
I don't think I would. No, I'd be thinking of how to cushion the fall somehow.
So what would you land on? You think chest first? Probably you have a strong chest.
No, I think you'd want to like land on your feet and try to collapse your whole body and roll, but you're dead. You know, there's a certain height that you're just dead.
My buddy made love to a plane survivor one time, and then she ended up becoming a lesbian after that, which is kind of crazy. But
He turned her?
I think she just, I think she's trying to help him out.
So she wasn't straight to begin with?
Yeah, right. And I think they both had a kind of a buzz cut, and they just fucked. But what about like, so has your life, just because your life's so interesting, man, it's like so many people try to like, I think, emulate Joe Rogan, you know, and I think they emulate, well, I think they try to emulate, you know, they hear so many guests on here and people that are doing positive stuff, right? And so they try to emulate that universe, you know.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. Do you feel like it's ever tough for you, like, for you to keep up with being Joe Rogan? Does that ever start to get to like a thing in your head? Is that a crazy question?
No, it's not a crazy question, but I don't think like that.
Right.
I just keep doing what I'm doing. Like if I stopped tomorrow, I'd be cool. I enjoy doing everything. I enjoy doing comedy. I enjoy doing podcasts. I enjoy doing the UFC. But if I stopped doing all of it tomorrow, I'd find other shit to do.
Yeah.
I like doing
doing
things.
stuff.
Yeah, I like doing things. I would probably just get really more into archery and playing pool, and maybe I'd start drawing again or something. I mean, I don't need to do what I'm doing. I need to do things.
Right.
You know, I'd probably just like invest more time in jiu-jitsu.
Really?
Yeah, I'd do just different stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think I see that with you because you mentioned archery. Sorry, where's that button at? Yeah.
There you go, buddy.
Oh no, the button. If I have to clear my
there's a
throat.
cough button. It's a red button right there. Yeah. Go like that. Yeah, nice, right?
Cool, man. Thanks.
Isn't that, we're like professional with that thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes when I drink these Kill Cliffs, I get a little phlegmy.
I talked to the man that runs that company. Really cool guy.
Oh yeah, he's the best. John. Shout out to John.
Yeah.
These are the shit, man. I love this. This flavor, this Ignite is the Ignite is the same flavor as the CBD one, but this pineapple jalapeno was my idea. This is all my drink. That's why it's my face all over it.
Let me
the
get
Flaming
in.
Joe.
Let me get in this bastard.
Get in there, son. That's what that is. This is we came up with this idea. We were talking about coming up with a specific flavor, and I said, you know what would be dope? Pineapple jalapeno. And he was like, ooh, I like it.
Mm-hmm.
And so we went through like I think like 7 or 8 different versions of it until we came to this one, but this one just nails it.
Does it have honey in it, you think?
I don't believe so.
I love honey, dude.
I love honey too.
Dude, we used to go by the bus stop and we'd sneak off in the woods and get those honeysuckles. Remember those?
Oh yeah.
Them bitches were good, dude.
I like honeycomb, where you just scoop it out with the wax and you chew on the wax and you're not even sure whether you should swallow it or spit it out.
Ooh, anyway, that shit sounds more for something you give a young lady just getting into high school, you know?
But if you like honeycomb, like you eat honeycomb, the honey's in there, it tastes delicious, but then you're chewing on that wax.
Oh, yeah.
And you're like, what am I supposed to do with this wax?
Yeah.
So what is that wax made out of, by the way? Because it's not wax. Like, what is the wax made out of when a bee makes wax? Is that really wax? Beeswax? What is that?
Well, yeah, they say beeswax. Jamie, can you bring that up? Do you mind?
What is wax?
Sorry that I could ask
Well,
you.
it's like
What is wax? I'll tell you what it is.
Here's a thing that I've never thought of, like candle wax. What is that? It's made out of oils and stuff, right?
Well, it's almost like because it disappears and then it can go back to being solid. It's a pretty powerful substance when you think about it.
But beeswax is not the same as candle wax, right?
I mean, I'm sure that they have a lot of similarities. I mean, people use wax on their cars too. Think about that.
Furniture, right? Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, those are like synthetics for the most part.
Waxes.
Waxes are a diverse class of organic compounds that are lipophilic, malleable solids near ambient temperatures. Just lost Theo. They include higher.
Dude, I was paying attention too. That's the crazy part.
They include higher alkanes and lipids, typically with melting points above 40 Celsius. Melting to give low viscosity fluids. Waxes are insoluble in water but soluble in organic non-polar solvents.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because it is interesting. If you take a thing of wax after it's melted and poured in a thing of water, it just turns right back into wax.
Or you got ass wax, we're pulling that hair off.
Oh, yeah. I've gotten in there, baby.
Beeswax is a natural wax produced by the honeybees of the genus Apis. The wax is formed into scales by 8 wax-producing glands in the abdominal segments of worker bees, which discard it in or at the hive. Wow.
I'm not shocked, dude. Bees are amazing. Well, you know, bees are dying too.
Yeah.
Bees are dying from the heat.
Is it the heat?
Yep. They're evaporating, they ejaculate, and their whole body blows up.
Is that real?
Bring it up, Jamie. I'm gonna fucking do something in here today.
I watched a thing today on murder hornets. They're trying to rename murder hornets.
To what?
Yeah, they're probably dying here.
Look at this. At temperatures over 107 degrees Fahrenheit, it is estimated that half of male honeybees will die in this manner within 6 hours, with more sensitive individuals dying after only 2 or 3 hours.
The headline is the manner there.
Oh, bees ejaculating themselves to death in heat waves.
Fuck yeah, baby.
Oh my
Spring
God,
break, baby.
I thought you were just
Spring
making
break.
shit up. Click on that.
Hell no, dude. This is in, I'm sure. This is in Panama City Beach, Florida.
Bees, click on that link. What happened?
This is Kid Rock's, honey. That's who's making this shit. That is for sure. If it's got semen in it.
Bees ejaculating themselves to death in heat waves. Viral story explained. All right, hit that so we can hear it play. Yeah. Does it play? Is it just music? Okay. Leading to in the U.S., nearly 35 million people are under excessive heat warnings or advisories.
Yep.
However, the heat wave in Europe is of particular concern due to the lack of widespread air conditioning.
Yep.
The hottest day ever in the UK was recorded in Congisland, Yorkshire, July 19th, hitting a temperature of 104.5 degrees Fahrenheit. The heat wave has led to wildfires in Europe, with fires breaking out in residential areas around London, England, on the outskirts of Athens, Greece, and the western Germany.
Let it burn.
Where 2 firefighters were injured while fighting a blaze. Twist their ankles.
This is a false headline, then.
Yeah, it's a bullshit headline. Where's the bees?
It's not in that video.
Where's the bees? They're jerking off to death.
There they are.
We don't know why.
Drones ejaculate when they get too stressed. Who does?